The guy who failed every single test in Demon Slayer's Academy is now standing in front of the sync machine. This sync machine measures how well a person's body can connect with a demon core, the energy source humans use for their transplanted armor. The higher your sync rate, the more demon power you can control. The top cadet of the class, Situ Liu, just scored 39%, the highest in the entire group, and everyone calls her a prodigy. But nobody expects much from Aang. Yet the moment the test starts, the numbers shoot up like crazy. 20%, 40%, then more and more until finally it reaches 80%. The instructors freak out, thinking the machine's broken, but it's not. Our dude's the real deal. Because what no one here knows is that this loser used to be humanity's strongest warrior. 60 years ago, he led an army of heroes against the demons that nearly destroyed the world. He fought the Crimson Demon King himself, and died taking his last breath in that final battle. But instead of dying for good, he woke up in a weak body, decades in the future. With his consciousness fading away, he suddenly awakens in the body of a warrior. As he looks around, he realizes he is in some kind of boot camp, trapped in another body. He feels he might be dreaming, examining his hands and seeing that it feels too real to be a dream. He touches his face and realizes that it's a different face, not his cool, unbeatable, charismatic yet handsome face, and not his strong metal body. He has a meltdown right on the spot, asking who and where he is. Apparently, he's in what appears to be a boot camp in the Helios region. The commander addresses them, making sure they understand what it means to participate in the soldier evaluation. The commander keeps on talking about how they wouldn't be here if it weren't for the soldiers who died in the war, and yells at the cadets, asking if they truly know what it means to be a soldier. They all confirm. The protagonist, on the other hand, does not. He murmurs to himself about how the information is not correct, but the commander hears him and approaches. He questions him, asking if he doesn't understand the symbol that soldiers represent. The commander asks for his name, but the protagonist doesn't know what to answer, as he can't declare himself as the legendary hero Aang. Surprisingly, even in a reincarnated body, his name is still Aang, and this only pisses the commander off even more, as he sees it as a disgrace to the righteous name. He calls him a stupid fool who has yet to achieve the foundation of a soldier's self-cultivation, then slams his face on the ground. The protagonist is totally disappointed that his body can't even react to a blow of such a low level, and still shares the same name as him. The commander, while walking away, tells him in a threatening tone that he'll be paying extra close attention to him, then goes back to addressing the whole crowd. He tells everyone to move to the evaluation field, as next up is the physical evaluation. One of the soldiers helps Aang up and asks if he's okay. He introduces himself as Lan Sinuo, and notes how our boy has a name to feel pride about. Just as he's saying this, a white-haired girl in front interrupts, mocking Aang for sharing the same name with the legendary hero. One thing for sure, she got a strong hate boner for our boy and his name. Her name is Situ Liu, by the way, and she walks away calling him childish, which pisses our boy off badly. He complains to Lan that the girl has a cocky attitude. Hearing this, his freshly made friend is honestly surprised he doesn't know her. He identifies her as the most anticipated evaluation soldier of their batch, a young lady with the nickname Cold-Blooded Demon, and the daughter of the most esteemed martial family of the Helios region, the Situ noble family. Aang finds the name Situ very familiar and tries to recall where he has heard it before. His new friend picks him up from the floor, and some girl takes a picture of them from behind, calling it a truly enchanting bromance. They turn toward her, and she tells them they can ignore her and continue. While the protagonist tries to keep a serious face to ask her who she is, Lan asks if she just took a picture of them, which Aang argues isn't the main point right now. She introduces herself as Suiju Yuhui and says it's nice to meet them. Apparently, she saw the boys' interaction as some weird bromance scene, which for some reason caught her attention. Aang finds it unfortunate that she is not the sharpest tool in the shed. At the fitness test venue, Aang gets fired up, reminding himself that despite having a body that is weak, he is still ultimately the strongest warrior. He intends to stun everybody by obtaining monstrous grades. The test begins with the long-distance endurance round. Aang sets off quickly, aiming to secure the top rank and set a new record while he is at it. In the end, he does break a record, but for the longest time taken in a long-distance endurance test, ultimately coming last and getting laughed at by everyone. The second fitness test is the explosive arm strength test, where Aang also comes last and even sprains his wrist. He does horribly again in the third test, the explosive leg strength test, ending up last once more. Lu mocks him for having the worst results in the Academy's history. Lan tries to cheer him up, while Suiju is disappointed that this might be the last time she can take pictures of both of them together. Meanwhile, Ji Yaotang and the officiator discuss his performance. Ji tells the captain that Aang's results are so poor that he should be eliminated immediately, as there is no need to proceed to the second round of assessments. The captain agrees there might not be much hope for him, but he still has the right to participate in the second round of tests, which might even be his last chance. He orders for the second round to begin immediately. For this test, they gather inside a building and are assessed on their synchronization with their special equipment. For Aang, this is his chance to shine. He remembers keeping an average sync rate over 96% in the past. Even though he is not in the best shape now, he knows it comes down to determination, and he is ready to prove the doubters wrong. Checking out the grafting gear, which looks like it is from 60 years in the future and is super light, he feels pumped. Liu, who trains with a martial arts family, gets a sync rate of 39%, the highest of anyone there. This makes her the center of attention, and someone even wants to date her because she is so impressive. When she finds out her score in the lounge, she is over the moon, even though she tries to keep her cool. Aang is amazed upon seeing this girl doing 39% on her first try. His new friend talks about how Liu seems to have a fiery strength hidden in her, and Aang can feel it too. Lan then suddenly notes that his friend does not look worried about the test, and our boy confirms that he isn't. After all, he is used to this kind of thing. Then the test continues. For many newbies, it is their first time using the grafting equipment, and it clearly hurts. The demon core hits them hard, putting a lot of strain on their bodies from the start. A few cannot take the pain and quit. To pass, warriors need at least a 10% sync rate. Lan manages 24%, which is a pleasant surprise. Suiju gets 30% and passes as well. Ji Yaotang mentions that this round shows some really promising new talent. His colleague points out that including Suiju, there are 6 warriors who stand out in their group. Ji Yaotang agrees there are good prospects, but also some who clearly are not cut out for this. Then it is our boy's turn, and people start making fun of him, guessing his sync rate will be low because of his earlier poor performance. Aang is sure that they are going to eat their words. He is determined to show them up and hopes they are ready for a huge surprise. Bro's face is enough to tell you about his confidence. Aang picks the red core because it boosts physical strength, and he knows there are 6 different demon cores from the battlefield. The common ones are red, yellow, green, and blue. He figures that getting a high sync rate is all about having strong willpower. The more willpower you have, the more power you can pull from the core and control it. When asked if he is ready, he says yes. Once they start, everyone in the lounge feels a strong reaction, especially Liu, who is surprised it is coming from Aang. My guy, on the other hand, is determined to show them the power of a top warrior. By now, Lan has started to suspect that our boy is hiding his true strength. Everyone is amazed when his sync rate hits 40%. Aang feels sure he can push it to 96%, so he increases his effort. The warriors watch as his rate climbs to 60%. Ji Yaotang cannot believe it and wonders if the equipment is broken. A girl reports that it is still rising, now at 80%. Some start to think Aang is cheating, or that the gear is faulty. But we all know that our boy just wants to prove he is the best and show them a real difference in power. Then he feels a strange shift and becomes extremely tired. He says he cannot go on. Someone asks if he is joking, and it turns out the equipment has glitched. In the end, his sync rate is only 10%. The assistant explains to Ji Yaotang that the core has broken and is probably faulty, which caused the strange readings. But of course, the commander is not sure if it is just a mere glitch. Aang still passes with 10%, though others think the core is bad. After all, there is no way in hell that such a weak body could achieve such a high rate. Meanwhile, our boy's friend rushes to check on him, while Liu feels jealous, thinks someone is stealing her spotlight, and is not happy about it. Lan rescues our boy out of the test room, while our poor fella is just feeling grateful that he at least passed with this pathetic score. Suiju, meanwhile, is out here busy taking pictures of Lan rescuing his friend. Later, as Aang sits back, he ponders the strange loss of strength, as if something had drained it away in an instant, something he has never felt before. Despite his willpower getting him to 80%, a low-quality core should not have broken like that. Ji Yaotang comes by to congratulate them for reaching the final test, which will be a real fight against demons. He hopes they will all make it through safely. Then they are told to head to the next test site. Aang, feeling sick, walks off with a bad feeling, talking about the possibility of dying. As he leaves, the commander still hasn't gotten over the fact that Aang's crimson core got shattered, which makes him intrigued about his potential. He is eager to see how this mysterious newbie will handle the next challenge in the hunt beyond the wall in the thick fog. At the third assessment area, the cadets gather in front of the gate, which is about to open. Aang thinks about how it is his first time stepping outside, and also about how people have lived in separate communities for years. Beyond the wall, thick fog always covers the area, so they are told not to waste time, move quietly, and double-check their gear before talking, or they might get killed. This begs the question if the new core he received is good enough. Though he does not think the core is the problem, his strength suddenly disappears, as if something inside him rejected it. He wonders if this is a side effect of time travel. As he moves forward, he senses some demons nearby. Shock waves come from him and reach a nearby cave where a demon is sitting. The demon, sensing a stronger presence, is startled. Aang thinks these might be the demons he felt, as something inside him starts to resonate for no clear reason. Just as he is thinking about this, Liu pushes him to move forward. He apologizes for the delay, and Lan comes over to ask if there is an issue. Aang starts to respond, but before he can finish, the 3 of them are commanded to form a team. Since everyone else is ready, there is no need to wait, and they should catch up with the group ahead. Suiju wonders if teaming up with them was part of our boy's plan, but we all know that Aang never thought about it. Meanwhile, Liu was intentionally worried earlier that no one would team up with her. Looks like even she knows how arrogant she can be. Before heading further, Suiju takes a photo of the group, a proof that solidifies their team. The Dispelling Stellae is a black structure made from tough minerals. One of its minerals can clear the fog within a certain range. The examiner explains they will take the test as a team of 4. He assumes they all know the test is a fog hunt. Each team member gets a combat knife and a small fog-clearing device made from the same material as the stelae. Their mission is simple. The fog hunt is the last challenge every new recruit faces in the fog-covered world. A warrior must watch out for dangers hidden in the fog. Being a warrior is more than just being strong. It means facing fears and the unknown together as a team. They have to awaken their inner hunter, defeat the appearing demons, and only then earn the title of warrior. The first team's test ends and the second team gets ready. Tada Yoshioku, the leader of the 3rd Squadron, watches the contestant from the gate. She is accompanied by her fellow Joel, and Commander Ji Yaotang is there too. The woman notices several promising new talents but is especially focused on Liu. She wants to know what her fellow seniors think about these newcomers. Joel is interested in Liu too. Coming from a martial family with good training, she could become a great warrior. On the other hand, Ji Yaotang seems to be fixated on Aang. He knows by fact that there was nothing wrong with Aang's core, so he is still curious about what really happened during the earlier event. The woman then snaps him out of his thoughts, calls him Tang Tang, and asks what he is thinking. Of course, our brute commander wants her not to use such an embarrassing nickname. Joel meanwhile notices that only this woman can make our hardcore commander with that embarrassing nickname. She then asks if they have checked the demon levels, stressing that only non-finned demons should be in the exam area. Ji Yaotang reassures her not to worry. They have been monitoring the area for days to make sure the exam is safe, confirming no finned demons are near Helos Town. Joel also adds that even if a finned demon shows up, they will step in to protect the future warriors. The next group's test finishes, and it is time for the 10th group. Liu, who is in this group with Aang, gets ready to start. As our boy picks up the small container, Liu grabs it from him and makes a run for it, excited to show off her skills. Aang wonders why someone would be so eager to impress, and everyone quickly follows Liu, jumping to put the container in its spot. Tada Yoshioku can tell that Liu's recovery core is impressive, pointing out that her dexterity matches the blue agility cores, which shows her martial family background. Soon demons start attacking. Aang suggests his group to fight the demons, and Lan jumps into action, throwing a powerful punch. Ji Yaotang is impressed by Lan's prowess, who is doing a great job and has already mastered his core strength well. Aang draws his knife and tells everyone to focus on one demon each. They all agree and jump into battle. Suiju slashes at one demon several times, finally killing it. Lan also takes down a demon with a single punch, and Commander Joel points out that Suiju and that brute guy are working perfectly together, with Suiju showing impressive moves and making the most of the agility cores. Ji Yaotang reminds them not to rely too much on anybody. Liu stabs a demon, making it explode. Now it is Aang's turn to show his skills. He focuses on 3 key spots: the throat, chest, and abdomen. He targets these areas while thinking about his current body's limits and how much damage he can do quickly. He gets ready to test his abilities under the exam conditions and rushes forward to keep attacking the demon. He sees the demon throw a punch and quickly dodges to the side, then stabs his knife under its shoulder. He is annoyed at how slow his reactions feel. When the demon tries to kick him, he dodges again and stabs it once more, still feeling that his movements are not smooth. He gets in a few hits, but they are weak. Seeing this, his teammates begin suspecting that he is just messing around with his targets. Meanwhile, Suiju takes some pictures, hoping to catch everything on camera. Liu stays silent but thinks Aang is purposely showing off. Tada Yoshioku takes note of our boy's fighting style and asks who he is, impressed by how well he keeps up the pressure. Joel also commends our boy, saying that he moves like someone with a lot of experience. After fighting for a while, Aang realizes he cannot use his old abilities and is already feeling worn out. It is a bad situation, so he decides to finish the demon right away. Just as he rushes in, something else suddenly appears and takes out the demon first. Suiju wonders about the strange roots that show up during the fight. Then, out of nowhere, a one-finned demon appears. Sensing real danger, Ji Yaotang tells everyone to fall back, and they do so quickly. The other 2 seniors also step up to fight the one-finned demon. Tada Yoshioku tells the hunters not to panic and to stay with our commander, who promises to protect them until they reach the town. The one-finned demon can sense that one of the humans feels like a demon. Aang and his 3 friends are stuck, confused by what it means. Liu worries that the earlier demons are nothing compared to the one-finned demon, who imposes such a damning threat that they'll be killed for even a single mistake. Aang realizes that in his current body, he cannot handle a one-finned demon. Terror sets in when he thinks about fighting such a powerful enemy as a normal warrior. The demon easily disables all 4 of them and starts hauling them away. Tada Yoshioku and her fellow chase after it, but the demon dives underground with the four, and Joel yells for everyone to follow. After a while the trail ends suddenly. Tada Yoshioku wonders how a one-finned demon could show up so unexpectedly, especially since Ji Yaotang had checked this area for days and never missed anything before. This has never happened until now. Ji Yaotang arrives, demanding to know where the four warriors went and why everyone stopped tracking the demon. Joel suggests he relaxes because the enemy vanished. The lady points out that the one-finned demon likely went deeper underground, and they should not rush in since nobody has explored that area yet. Remembering how he lost his brother, Ji Yaotang slams his fist into the ground, blaming himself for putting the four in danger. Joel meanwhile suggests going back to town, guessing it is probably in chaos by now. He wants to send out search teams to make sure there are no more one-finned demons roaming around. The lady also agrees to not stress this unprecedented situation, especially since no one saw this coming. She wants Ji Yaotang to stay calm, even though she knows it is difficult for him. Ji Yaotang stands up and says he will keep looking for the four warriors alone, telling them not to worry. Joel starts to object, but the lady cuts in, telling the commander to return before sunset. The commander agrees, then heads off into the fog. She is sure as hell that there is no changing his mind. Joel recalls how once demons took the commander's younger brother years ago, and he still blames himself. Tada Yoshioku notes that if Ji Yaotang's brother were alive now, he would be about the same age as the four captured kids. Maybe these kids that just got kidnapped by the enemy remind him of his little brother. Meanwhile, inside a cave, Aang and the others are tied up. Our boy wakes up, confused about where they are, but relieved everyone is still breathing. The demon appears from behind and notices that Aang is the first to wake. He can tell that this boy seems different from the others. It is curious why Aang has a demon-like aura, possibly even stronger than the one-finned demon. My guy got no clue what this shithead is talking about. Suddenly Aang's body starts to glow red, and he snaps the ropes around him. He rushes at the demon, but the demon dodges. He thinks that in his past life, he would have taken off the demon's head before it even had a chance to move. He knows he needs to save the others. He notices the one-finned demon has a red core that boosts its speed and flexibility, letting it move and strike faster. However, that also leaves its joints unprotected by thick skin, which is both an advantage and a weakness. The demon raises its hand at Aang and says it is pointless to resist. The demon slams its hands into Aang, and he instantly realizes he needs to target its joints, since that is the demon's weak spot. He pushes hard, refusing to be seen as weak. He shouts that he has killed many one-finned demons in the past. In response, the demon delivers a fierce kick that sends the poor guy reeling and leaves him bleeding. Being the wooden-type demon this thing is, it can regenerate itself, and this bastard is very proud of his abilities. Aang always thought only green core demons had that power, and he wonders if demons have changed over the last 50 years. The demon accuses him of underestimating it, then sends out roots that pierce through our boy's body and pull him in. Grabbing Aang by the head, the demon says it still does not understand who he is. Aang can feel the roots stabbing into his organs, making it almost impossible to breathe. He has only just been reborn, yet here he is on the brink of dying again. Worrying for the other three, he feels the same despair as before, and fears everyone might die with him. Aang is filled with regret and sorrow, cursing his own weakness for dragging them into this. Noticing Aang's weakened state, the one-finned demon decides to eat him to evolve. Just as it moves in, a voice inside our boy questions whether the demon really plans to devour him. This inner demon complains that if Aang dies, its own plan will fail, and it is annoyed it has to spend its last bit of energy now. Suddenly, the one-finned demon senses a terrifying power coming from our boy. A demon form starts emerging, and the one-finned demon guesses it might be a 5-fin or 6-fin demon. However, the aura is far stronger, and shockwaves shoot up into the sky. An 8-finned demon bursts in, sending the one-finned demon into a panic. The newcomer announces itself as the strongest red core demon and the king of finned demons. Trembling, the one-finned demon calls it the Crimson-Finned King. Meanwhile, Ji Yaotang keeps searching and fights any demon he comes across. After a while, he stops and notes that he has checked everywhere nearby but only saw 2 no-finned demons. He thinks the 4 candidates are not here and vows to keep looking until he finds them before sunset. He then senses a huge burst of energy in the distance and wonders what it is, guessing it might have something to do with the missing candidates. At the same time, Aang says he is surprised to appear in such a dark place with no sunlight. He demands that the final demon tell him if he really vanished and if the other 5 still rule as King Finns. The final demon says nothing has changed since before. Aang replies that it looks like demons have been living in a calm way. He remembers what happened 60 years ago and becomes angry, asking if they have forgotten what they did to him. He attacks the final demon, upset that even though he chose the body of the strongest warrior to host his spirit, it has turned weak after traveling through time. He feels let down that he is wasting the last part of his power on something so small. If he wants to show himself again, he needs to wait until he is fully awake. The strongest warrior must slowly regain all his memories. The final demon explains that the fin memory Aang talks about is linked to their growth. Aang points out that the bumps on their knees and how many fins they have show what level they are. When they grow more fins, they need fin memory, something only their kind has. That is why they are always stronger than other races, and the warrior body Aang is using now is also the same as theirs. However, they can only level up by devouring demons of the same rank. Aang, on the other hand, must consume demons of a higher rank than himself to unlock the hidden memories and evolve. The once cocky bastard now has been rendered a whiny mess, who promises to help the 8-finned demon and do everything for him. The 8-finned demon ends up killing the bastard since he is not worthy, and the only purpose he can currently serve is to act like fodder and help Aang awaken his fin memories. This acts as the first step in Aang's quest to get stronger. This edgelord wants our boy to slowly reach the 8 fins. When that happens, the 8-finned demon will wake up from his deep sleep. Afterwards, the bastard goes back inside our boy, while Aang himself is stuck somewhere in the brutal memories of the past, when he and his fellow were badly hurt. His fellow wished their majesty Aang lived, because that particular female is waiting for him. When the dream suddenly starts to turn into a nightmare, he opens his eyes in the present and wonders if he was dreaming. He realizes these are memories from long ago and feels very scared. Just then, his friends walk in, happy that he is awake, and he is surprised to see them. Suiju notices our boy's hair looks different and asks if it was caused by the demonic door. Aang feels confused since he has no clue what she is saying. He then checks if they are all okay, remembering they were pulled underground by the final demon. Ji Yaotang and the other 2 commanders enter and want our boy to share what happened down there. Aang asks the reason why all the seniors decided to visit him. Tada Yoshioku informs him that our brute commander brought them back. She calls him Tang Tang once again, which is just straight up embarrassing. Joel further explains that our brute commander found all 4 of them passed out in a cave. Luckily, the one-finned demon was nowhere to be found. Otherwise, carrying them all back would have been hard. Tada Yoshioku says that after some time, the other 3 woke up, but could not remember anything about what happened in the cave. Aang was the only one who stayed unconscious, and his body went through some changes. She gives him a mirror so he can see his changed hair, and then asks if he remembers anything from underground. Aang stares at his new look and wonders what went on. He still cannot understand everything that happened after he traveled through time. He recalls blacking out when he got hit in the cave but does not know anything beyond that. He thinks about whether he should tell them about his time travel, but decides not to. He figures nobody would believe him anyway, and they might think he is crazy, so he plans to keep using his current identity and focus on finding out what is really going on. Aang then confesses that he did wake up for a moment and saw they were in an underground cave, but then he fainted again. This gets Ji Yaotang wondering about the blood splatters he saw there, and who caused them. Joel looks at our boy and recalls that the name Aang is the same as the mightiest warrior. Though our boy's fighting is good, he is still lacking in some ways. He then asks if Aang has ever fought demons before. Our boy says no and explains that he is interested in demon combat and has studied it, but he never had real battle experience. Since Aang is well informed in this subject, the senior woman suggests our brute commander not to give up on training him properly. Moving on, Aang asks what happened with his warrior test. Suiju says they passed and are now on the Stilk team. Lan adds that due to recent events, Ji Yaotang formed them into a group of 4. Liu also chimes in, mentioning that they are behind compared to everyone else. Ji Yaotang explains they need to do missions to earn points, and because Aang was out cold for 3 days, they have no points so far. Aang is shocked he has been unconscious for that long. The next day, the 4 of them stand in the town in their new uniforms. People talk about the new warriors who came in 3 days ago. Ji Yaotang shows up, congratulates them for becoming official warriors, and praises them for surviving a run-in with a one-finned demon. He says he will be leading their squad, which is one of 9 under his command, and hopes they can do well against the other squads. Aang thinks the rules are tougher than before. Lan asks if Aang really never heard of the squad ranking system. It seems like Aang is a newcomer and does not know much, and right now, they are at the bottom of the list. Ji Yaotang explains how the leaderboard works and adds that squads at the bottom get monthly punishments like cleaning duty until the next rankings are out. Aang realizes that might explain why the town is so tidy. Ji Yaotang names Liu as the group leader, and no one seems to have any objections except our boy. He doesn't voice his desire to become the group leader, and lets Liu be happy about his new job. Ji Yaotang then instructs them to pick missions from the board and get used to using their nano wings in fights. He says they can talk to him if they run into any problems. When Ji Yaotang leaves, Liu suggests they look at the missions because they have a lot of catching up to do, but the photographer girl says there is something more important first. They need a group photo, so they quickly take one. Later, Ji Yaotang asks his fellow seniors what they think about everything. Tada Yoshioku says that just like our brute commander had noticed, there were no fin demons left in the cave. They all seem to die from some kind of explosion, leaving blood everywhere. This is why our brute commander suspects the 4 candidates did it, and admits that he feels uneasy about Aang and notices something familiar about his smell. Tada Yoshioku tells him not to worry too much and says she is just glad the four came back safely. She also wants him to train them well so they do not lose to her team. Ji Yaotang is really serious about suspecting Aang, so Joel suggests they keep an eye on the kid. Meanwhile, at the mission board, Aang is happy to see all the missions are at the A level, each worth 10 points. Lan says A-level missions are the top tier, while Suiju adds they might also be the hardest ones. The guy further explains that B-level missions give 6 points, and C-level missions give 3. These lower-level missions are simpler and safer, but A-level jobs are known for being deadly, and people often lose their lives. Lu looks at the 3 missions listed, and, along with Aang, she suggests taking them all. Once their quest begins, the 4 of them start running, and Aang activates his core. His nano-wings appear, but one wing catches on a rock. Focusing on the energy from the nano-wings, he manages to form a sword in his hand. He thinks about how much nanotech has advanced in the last 60 years. They hide behind a rock. Liu says they are ready and explains their goal. 2 no-finned demons, both to be taken down at the same time. She reminds them to stick to the plan and wait for her signal. When the signal comes, they rush in. Liu points out that they have 3 A-level missions, so they cannot waste time. The fight must end quickly. Lan moves in first to disrupt the demons' view, keeping them from spotting the others. Lo repeats the plan. She, Aang, and Suiju will stop the demons from moving. After they attack, Aang wonders how the demons will fight with a cut joint. Meanwhile, the brute in the group punches both demons into the air, and Liu follows with a swift finishing move. The timing feels perfect. Suiju notices the fog is gone and the insertion is steady. Lan is glad that they managed to clear the fog. Dispersing fog here is much harder than in the exams, but that is expected from an A-level mission. Even one mission has taken them a while. The photographer girl finds a red core from the demons and smiles. The tsundere girl is also glad that they finally got the full 10 points. Aang, on the other hand, is surprised to learn that the cores break when a mission is completed. Suiju then explains that the tech is made for demon combat, and a chip in the mission form automatically sends points to the town leaderboard once the job is done. After clearing the fog outside town, she asks Aang if she can check the other 2 cores. She looks them over and sighs. Afterwards, they spent the whole afternoon fighting no-finned demons but only got 3 cores. They still need 7 more. Catching demons alive is much harder. Lan notes how they have had it easy until now. Liu then suggests the next step, which is to finish the other missions and keep taking A-level ones so they can rise to the top. Suiju takes a picture of Liu because why the fuck not? Lan, meanwhile, is hoping to take the first position so the other squads will not think they are weak. Aang also suggests the same, and since the other squads are also earning points, they need to move fast to stay ahead. The ones who act first succeed, and those who hesitate get nothing. Even though he is over 50 years old and has lived 2 lives, he feels energized around them. Their drive makes him feel young again. He suggests one more mission before sunset, and Suiju and Lan agree. Liu notices Aang is starting to take charge. Lan has already taken down a few more demons and says they got 3 more. Liu reminds him they are almost out of tranquilizers for no-finned demons, and each squad has a limited supply. As Liu checks her gun, Aang takes a closer look. She explains it is a nanotech tranquilizer gun designed to capture demons alive. Aang recalls that in the past, catching demons meant knocking them out by force, and researchers always complained about brain damage. Lan says they are lucky to have caught these ones, especially since they used up all their tranquilizers. They ended the mission after defeating a whole group to capture 3 alive, more than 10 demons in total. Suiju stretches and reminds them that warriors must be back before sunset or face punishment, recommending that they head back. Aang wonders if he even has a place to return to in this era. Liu says she needs to hurry home too. All that is left is to set the GPS so researchers can find the spot. Once they collect the demons, the mission will be complete. Just then, Aang asks if anyone else feels the strong killing intent. In that instance, red beams shoot out from behind, hitting the demons and killing them instantly. A masked boy steps out and says he will not let them finish their mission. He claims his squad is supposed to handle all A-level missions and demands to know who allowed Liu's squad to take them. Aang wonders who these new people are. They look like bad news, and the leader of the guild reveals that they belong to the Black Gun Squad, seniors in their group. He asks a girl on his team how many squads joined this mission, and she responds that there are 3. The leader scolds Aang and his team for not greeting their seniors. The 4 members of the Black Gun Squad land nearby and accuse Liu's team of taking A-level missions without their permission. They think Liu's group is disrespecting them. Of course, our tsundere lady is angry that they killed the demons she and her friends worked so hard to capture. A boy from the Black Gun Squad asks who leads Liu's group and why that person did not come to say hello. Liu, on the other hand, charges in to kick him, but he dodges and asks how she dares attack her seniors. In response, Liu expresses her disdain for these so-called seniors. Lan and Suiju step in, hoping to calm them down. The photographer lady raises the concern that the Black Gun Squad is being unreasonable and wants to know how they can just kill the demons her team caught. The boy shrugs, saying this is part of the competition and calling them naive. This only serves to fuel Lu's anger. Her teammates try to hold her back, and they also ask Aang to step in and settle this peacefully. Instead, but my guy runs forward, kicks the smug boy to the ground, and knocks off his mask. He has never heard anything so shameless before, and asks if they know how hard it was to capture those demons. His both friends are shocked, but Liu, as expected, seems pleased. The boy, now unmasked, tells Aang to get ready for a fight. Liu also wants to fight. Just then, Ji Yaotang appears and stops the both parties, pushing them apart. The commander is looking annoyed, reminding them that the sun is setting and warns them not to stir up more demons. But that scumbag boy says his team is the victim who got attacked by our boy. But our photographer girl was ready for this moment, and showed photos of the Black Gun Squad killing the demons that Liu's team had captured. Lan asks when Suiju took these pictures. Ji Yaotang reminds our team that they shouldn't have taken the A-rank mission. In defense, Liu reports that they were about to finish it until the Black Gun Squad got in the way. Well, the commander brushes off the entire ordeal, admitting that the Black Gun Squad had similar run-ins when they were new too. So he is not going to do anything about this situation. It is up to each squad to deal with these problems. All that matters is earning points at kata. Direct harm or risking other warriors is not allowed, but everything else, like messing up someone else's mission, can happen. He reminds them that these rules are the same for everyone, and they will see worse things in the future. He only stepped in because it was almost dark, so he told them to head back to town. He calls out the Black Gun Squad, because it is embarrassing that they were getting bested by a rookie team. As the boy leaves, he asks for Aang's name, and our boy generously gives it, and the boy, looking unsettled, turns to his teammates, recalling how Aang's name matches the mightiest warrior. He vows not to let our boy and his squad gain easy points. He also wants Aang to pay for the cut on his face and the humiliation. Then he puts his mask back on and leads his squad away. Ji Yaotang notes the Black Gun Squad is not the top squad, but they act fast and might try to mess up Liu's group again. Their leader also uses a gun, and though the boy did not show it, Ji Yaotang admits the boy is strong for a newcomer. A real fight might go either way. He then orders our team to return to town. Liu looks at our boy and asks why he was so reckless. She also thanks him for his kick. Lan invites his friend to his place for dinner, but Aang turns him down. This makes the musclehead wonder if our boy has some secret plan. Well, Aang admits that he does, planning to go after 3 more demons today. Later at night, the speakers go off, warning everyone not to leave the tower for their own safety. Aang stands off to the side, thinking that he's only heard the announcement and hasn't seen anyone walking around. He figures that with the town locked down, there isn't much to do, so he plans to check out his home once he's done with his secret mission. He notices that security at the main gate is loose. There's only one guard, so he guesses they might be short on people or not expecting anyone to leave at night. There's a gap in the gate wide enough for him to slip through, so he gets ready to head out. Right then, Liu shows up. She already knew that he would do this. She seems excited and reminds him that she caught on when he hinted earlier that he would go out at night. For once, her sharp perception and attention to detail really makes our boy worry. She then asks why he's leaving so late and if he has somewhere special to go. He jokes that he just ate too much and wants to walk it off. Then he admits he hopes to surprise everyone in the morning and make up for how the masked boy ruined their efforts earlier. Now that she has found him, his plan might be in trouble. As they go through the town, Liu catches up and asks about his plan. She can hardly wait to see the masked boy's confused face tomorrow. Aang notices her giggling and points it out. But well, the lady denies it, even though she's clearly amused. On top of the gate, 2 guards sit around yawning. One complains that guarding at night is awful, and simply wants to just close the gate since nobody should be leaving. The other, who is snacking, warns him not to say that, or the 3rd captain might hear. He explains the gap stays open for emergencies. You see, a few years ago, some refugees showed up and were attacked by demons because the gate took too long to open, so now every town leaves a gap just in case. The 1st guard apologizes, and the 2nd tells him not to worry, as they will get used to their grueling job. Then he pulls out an adult photo book. The 1st guard notices it has new pictures of female warriors from other towns. But this isn't surprising, since it cost a shitload of money. While both perverts are distracted, our duo slip out of the gate. Aang notices that the old exam ground is covered in denser fog than before. They move to another spot, where Liu says it is less likely they will be noticed, because it is far from the walls, and there is a rotting forest for cover. Our boy then narrates the plan for her. He will lure the demons out, and she should aim for their heads. They will rely on pure strength to knock them out. He steps into the fog and tells her to wait for him. Liu trusts Aang's skills, but still feels uneasy as he disappears into the thick mist. She cannot tell if she is excited or worried, but she focuses and stays ready. Liu is impressed by how smoothly Aang lures the demons. He only draws out 1 no-finned demon at a time, which makes it easier to capture them. For her, this brute force way of fighting feels new and fun. She learns it quickly and does well. When Aang signals, the girl moves in, and together they handle the demon with light but precise hits, almost like they are toying with it. They keep going until it passes out, which reminds her of their old methods. Exhausted, Aang thinks about how much more training he needs in this new body, even though he used to grab no-finned demons easily in his past life. Counting this one, Lu reminds him that they have just caught their third demon, and she is worn out. In response, he instructs her to leave them all there. The girl hesitates and asks if he is sure. Aang is confident about his decision, especially since the no-finned demons are not smart enough to rescue each other, and they probably will not try going into town. Knocking them on the head keeps them unconscious for a while, so they can finish things in the morning. The girl is impressed how he knows so much. Her response makes Aang realize he might have said too much. Suddenly, two one-finned demons appear, clearly smelling the humans nearby. Aang is worried that two of them have shown up at once. He knows he and Liu are not ready for that kind of fight. An alarm goes off in the town, and the three of the seniors rush to the top of the gate. Joel reveals to the guards they have spotted one-finned demons, so they better use the spotlights. Tada Yoshioku asks if they are the same demons from the exam. Ji Yaotong confirms that they are not the same ones. The guards spot the two one-finned demons, prompting Joel to wonder if something is pulling them closer. He tells everyone to stay calm, close the gates, and get the defense cannons ready. But Ji Yaotong yells not to close the gates because someone is still outside. He is furious to see our duo out there and demands to know why they left town so late. The senior woman desperately wants to know what the both kids are doing outside at this hour. They spot three no-finned demons tied up, which makes Ji Yaotong realize that these two kids came here to make up for the mission that got ruined earlier. Joel isn't surprised, since this is a typical mistake for new warriors who act too boldly. Even then, Ji Yaotong becomes angry and decides to punish both of them once they return. He charges toward the demons, and Tada Yoshioku tells her fellow senior that she will follow Ji Yaotong, leaving the rest to him. Joel sighs because his well-deserved night of drinking is ruined. Meanwhile, when the one-finned demons see the warriors, Aang tells the girl to hold off. He wants them to wait for backup and see if he is the real target. He wonders if this is the same thing that happened before, possibly linked to his reincarnation, or that strange event in the tunnel. Liu, meanwhile, suggests they fight together. One demon asks if they plan to resist, then focuses on Liu and calls her useless. Instantly that bastard lunges to attack them, but Aang pushes the girl away, saving her, and the demon comments on Aang's quick reflexes. Liu kicks the demon and notices water, wondering if her aim was off. The second demon traps her with 3 strands. The first demon warns Aang to stay sharp. Suddenly, Ji Yaotong arrives and delivers a punch to one demon. He vows not to let them hurt the kids and tells everyone to stay calm. Tada Yoshioku sees that one demon is a blue core, a water type, and the other is a red core, an earth type, so she decides to focus on rescuing Liu. The earth demon is grateful to the gods that he managed to block the hit, or else he would have lost his ugly head. Joel thinks they are at a standoff and tells them to pause the cannon fire. A girl comes over and reports that a large number of no-finned demons is on the way. Joel asks how many, and she reports an entire horde. With so many demons closing in, Joel orders the alarm to ring and tells all warriors to get to their stations. As the alarm blares, everyone scrambles onto the wall. Seeing the entire horde, Ji Yaotong can tell that these bastards came prepared. Aang notices the demons are heading straight for the town, and Tada Yoshioku says the two one-finned demons must have called them. Meanwhile, Liu shouts not to worry about her and to protect the town. She blames herself for being careless and feels like she is a bad leader. Suddenly, a demon covers her mouth so she cannot speak. Ji Yaotong and the others pull back, and the second demon attacks them. The brute commander warns Tada Yoshioku to watch out, and she manages to break some spikes being thrown at them. Aang notices the demons are not really targeting him. As he moves past one of the one-finned demons, it tells him to keep going. Ji Yaotong sees the demon let Aang pass and wonders why. Then the demon lunges at them again, warning that if they are not careful, they will die. Meanwhile, another demon drags Liu away. Aang suspects it is a trick to split him from the captains. He tries to stay calm, knowing he is not strong enough to rush in blindly. The two seniors shout at Aang not to chase Liu, saying he does not stand a chance against a one-finned demon. But Aang cannot forget how familiar her eyes look, and he cannot just leave her. Ignoring their warnings, he runs off to save her. The demon places Liu on the ground and talks about how interesting humans are. It is heard that humans often scream when they feel hopeless, and it demands that she beg for mercy to satisfy its curiosity. Noticing Liu's mouth is covered, the demon figures out why she isn't screaming. It removes the cover and tells her to beg, but Liu refuses. After all, a lowly one-finned demon does not deserve her pleas. The demon questions why she thinks it is not worthy, and Liu answers that she comes from a martial family. She will not kneel to an enemy because showing weakness is shameful. She demands either death or a fair fight. Upset by her words, the demon hits her and gives her an ultimatum that she will die. Just then, Aang shows up and tells the demon to let Liu go. The girl is surprised to see him alone and asks why he is by himself. The demon, on the other hand, is happy that its plan worked and that our boy, the real target, has arrived. Hearing this, the girl begins to wonder why Aang is the target. Our boy asks if she is okay, to which she responds positively, but asks why he is here alone. She warns him he cannot keep up with a one-finned demon and should run away. The demon hits Liu again, telling her to stay quiet. Aang pleads with it not to harm her and says it can take him instead if it leaves her alone. The demon ignores him and attacks, saying they will all die anyway. Aang tries to strike back, but the demon dodges and counters. He notices his body cannot react fast enough. The demon notices that Aang smells like a demon and wonders why. Aang is surprised to realize that this demon might be water type, making him wonder about how demons have changed a lot in 50 years, gaining many traits. His weaker body can only copy old movements, so he cannot fight for long. Liu worries that Aang will die at this rate and curses him for coming alone. She decides she cannot just stand by. Aang finds a moment to strike, but the demon mocks him, mentioning how he already killed a one-finned demon in the cave. It wonders why he is so weak now. Of course, Aang has no idea what the demon is talking about, and does not remember ever liking a one-finned demon. The demon does not like Aang's tone and wants to punish him. It does something painful to Aang and warns him that if he lies, he will die. Then it attacks Aang again, sending him crashing into some trees. The poor guy feels a sharp pain, worried his organs might be badly hurt. Liu sees him in trouble and feels she must help. The demon walks over to him and threatens to eat him if he does not give up the information. The bastard expresses his desire to evolve by devouring our boy. As it reaches for Aang, the girl suddenly charges in and kicks the demon away, warning it to leave her teammate alone. Seeing her, Aang can tell that she must have forced herself free, noticing her wrists and ankles are burning. The girl bravely faces the demon and dares him that if it wants to kill someone, it should kill her. Being the leader of the group she is gonna defend her fellow teammates until death. The demon agrees and tells her not to dodge. It then sends attacks at our boy from different angles, and that gigachat of a lady stands still, blocking each one. Aang shouts at her to move, but the girl refuses to comply since she doesn't want him to get hurt. She tells him to keep quiet and let her concentrate. Suddenly, spikes shoot up from the ground and pierce her feet. The demon grabs her and says it will not kill her right away. Instead, it will humiliate her and finally make her scream. Aang lies on the ground, trying to rescue his friend but feeling hopeless. He thinks it is unfair that even after reincarnating, he has to watch a teammate die again. He hates that he is the one who needs saving and wonders how he can protect anyone if he cannot protect himself. Why he must go through losing his teammates again and why he feels so weak. Suddenly, he releases a huge aura, breaking Liu free from the demon's grip. Seeing our boy move so quickly, the demon is surprised. Aang, meanwhile, is feeling proud of Liu as she did well as a first-time squad leader. From this point onward, he will handle things. He then gently sets her down. Suddenly, the demon picks up a familiar smell from Aang and thinks there is a secret behind him. Aang himself feels a strong power rising in his chest, like it is about to explode. In a burst of rage, his core shines with blinding light. The demon wonders if it is a kingfin core. Liu sees rays coming from our boy and faintly notices him going up against that monster. Seems like our boy has awakened his own one fin. Meanwhile, the seniors are fighting another demon. That demon senses a strong aura like its own, and Ji Yaotang punches it, then Tada Yoshioku kicks it, leaving a big hole in its body. Angry, the demon starts glowing, ready to self-destruct in the air. The woman senses that it is about to self-destruct and asks Ji Yaotang what he plans to do. The demon shouts that all humans will die, but right then, a spear-like blast from the defense artillery shoots it far away. Thankfully, it was defense artillery that took down the monster before it exploded. Joel, fighting off countless no-finned demons, sees the horde closing in and warns other two seniors about the approaching threat. Tada Yoshioku tells our brute commander they must get back to town. Ji Yaotang worries about our boy and Liu, but Tada Yoshioku doesn't want to abandon the battlefield, reminding him they have duties as warriors, not just as captains. So after making this harsh decision, they hurry back to protect the city. Elsewhere, the one-finned demon asks why Aang seems so much like them, yet also looks human. It is confused by our boy's human fins, which should be impossible. Aang wonders if his reincarnation gave him demon powers. Then he uses a healing power on Liu. Seeing our boy effortlessly healing the girl, the demon is shocked and asks him if he is wood type. Well, this healing power is likely because he absorbed a one-fin wood-type demon. If he defeats and absorbs a one-fin water-type demon, he might gain water powers too. The demon is stunned by Aang's strength, which it has never seen before. Aang makes roots appear behind him and says he wants to take the demon's power for himself. The demon panics when it realizes Aang has absorbed a wood-type demon. Seeing this shithead panicking, my guy takes great pleasure since he never saw a demon act afraid in his past life. He steps closer and tells the demon to use its full strength, wanting to measure its power. The demon seriously wants to know whether our boy is a human or a demon. As he says this, the bastard promptly charges at our boy, Since he possesses all the abilities of wood-type demons, he summons vine-like tentacles that grab the demon. The demon, in pain, decides to use its hidden move too. It swings its water whips at Aang, but my guy dodges. The demon rushes in again, saying it will not show mercy. As it fights, it brags that Aang will never understand real demon power. It delivers a strong kick, sending our boy crashing into the trees. Aang admits he does not fully grasp the demon's strength, but if the demon knew how fast he can learn, it would realize he is the mightiest warrior. He knows he has to keep adapting to win. The demon expresses shock regarding his wood-type healing, and Aang immediately catches on. He attacks again, trapping the demon in its roots, then grabs its face and says he is tired of this fight. The demon feels something strange inside itself just before its body bursts apart, leaving behind only its face and a water crystal. The demon claims it can dissolve its body and survive, but Aang points out that its core cannot escape. An overconfident demon is still doomed once its core is gone. He pulls out the demon's water core and reminds this lowly runt that even a 7-fin demon dies if its core is destroyed. With that, my guy crushes the water core and drinks it to take in its power. After chugging it down, he notes that the demon essence he just drank does not taste bad. The demon inside him urges him to devour more demons and kill the humans. As he tries to resist that voice, he even swings at Liu's shield in an attempt to devour her. But the real Aang within this body cannot imagine hurting his own teammate, so he tells the demon inside him to stop. He wants to save Liu, not kill her. At the main gate, the warriors are busy fighting off no-finned demons. Lan notices our duo is missing, prompting Suiju to say she heard rumors that 2 warriors snuck out and were targeted by a 1-finned demon. Lan is shocked to think it could be our duo, but Suiju tells him they do not have time to confirm it right now and must keep fighting the demon horde. The 2 seniors also arrive and join the battle. Joel asks about their cores, and the captain says they are still fine. Mid-fight, Joel feels glad to report that since they already took down one finned demon, the regular demons are less coordinated, acting like a group of panicked creatures. So he wants to use that opportunity to scare them off and buy time. The other 2 seniors agree. They leap from a high spot and release a huge blast with their cores. Tada Yoshioku recalls this is the second time they have pushed their cores so far, and Ji Yaotang wishes his fire core had more stamina so he could maintain this level of power. Joel comments on how dangerous the explosive red core can be, then dives in, slicing through demons. From above, Suiju watches, amazed by how strong a captain's attack can be. Lan thinks this must be the power of the 1-fin core and dreams of reaching that kind of strength himself. After a while, Joel checks on the other 2 seniors, and they say they are holding up fine. Their plan is working, and the demons are being pushed back. Suddenly, Joel senses something unusual and points to a figure approaching. It is Aang, carrying the team leader in his arms. Tada Yoshioku wonders where the 1-finned demon went. Joel looks at and feels concerned. Even though they have broken the no-finned demon's morale, Aang should not act so casually around them, since they can eat him alive in an instant. With the speak of the devil, the demons try to attack Aang, so the 3 captains jump in to help. My guy notices them and gives them a terrorizing glare, causing them to tumble back. The demons then start running away, and the warriors cheer as the horde retreats. Some ask why the demons suddenly ran, guessing they might be scared of the captains. Others agree, saying the demons likely panicked after seeing such a huge display of power. Everyone praises their captains for being brave and strong, though Ji Yaotang wonders if it was really his and his fellow seniors. He is forced to consider that our boy likely played a part. As Aang returns to normal, he notices the captains heading toward him. In his mind, he dreams of the 8-finned demon, who can't help but brag how Aang had been relying on his powers. When the boy asks who it is, the demon says they have met before, though it was over 50 years ago, so Aang may not remember. Our boy realizes this demon is one of the 8-finned demons and asks how many exist. In response, the demon assures him that his questions will be answered in time. The creature then suddenly appears before Aang, and introduces himself as the Crimson King Finn, the strongest of their kind. He can tell that our boy is not afraid of him, which makes sense for the mightiest warrior, and praises the boy's will for resisting his mind control. The Crimson King then promises not to hurt him. When our boy asks why the demon chose his body and what happened to his old one, another 8-finned demon steps out from behind Aang and touches his face, saying he will understand later. He explains that Aang's body is now bound to the power of Crimson, and for both their sakes, the boy must work and level up. With time, they will both get closer to perfection. Aang becomes angry, as he doesn't like how these demons consider humans lowly runts. Standing up, he punches the demon. In reality, Aang suddenly snaps out of the dream and lunges forward, grabbing Liu by her shirt as though he is about to punch her. He then comes to his senses when he lays his eyes on the mighty white milkers of hers. Of course, Liu slaps him, and the others pin him down, asking why he behaved that way. At that moment, Liu's father Zhongong arrives and tells everyone not to treat their savior like an enemy. The others greet him as master, while Liu calls him father, For context, Joel explains to our boy that Sun Gong is the head of the Situ martial family. He is surprised that Aang does not recognize him even though he is from Heluos too. It all starts to make sense to our boy. Since he is the father of his team leader, then this man must be taking care of him for saving his daughter. So he apologizes to Sun Gong for causing trouble. The big cheese thanks our boy instead for saving his daughter, speaking on behalf of the Situ family. He then tells the 3 captains they can stay in the training area for a while, and mentions there will be a celebration that night for the victory over the demon horde. The 3 captains apologize for any inconvenience, but Sun Gong laughs, saying he has watched them grow up, and they can treat this place like home. He notes that Lu is naturally stubborn, so they should keep her in check if needed, without showing mercy. The captain agrees to handle everything and sends everyone else away except for Aang and the 3 captains. Once alone, Jiao Tang suspects our boy and wants him to spill everything he knows about the one-finned demon that appeared during the exam and the demon horde just recently. The other seniors also seek the same answers. Even though Aang doesn't belong to his squad of students, he still cannot afford any doubt and wants the junior to spill it. Of course, Aang asks if they are being serious, reminding them that he and Lu barely got away from the one-finned demon. Joel points out that the other 2 seniors teamed up just to defeat one demon, so how in the hell this kid managed to beat the demon all by himself? He then demands to know how Aang managed to escape. Joel keeps suggesting that the kid might be working with the demons, which would explain why the demons let him slip away every time. Internally, Aang wonders if he must reveal his secret and risk them killing him on the spot. He fears they will not believe he is human and will see him as a threat because of the demon power inside him. Joel's serious look shows he wants the truth and will not be satisfied otherwise. He is even ready to confront our boy. Seeing this, Aang begins to think he might have to fight them after all. But Tada Yoshioku breaks in and silences her fellow captain. She notes that only a 4-fin demon can take human form, and it seems unlikely Aang is one of them. Besides, there is no reason such a demon would come to a small sea-level town like theirs. Furthermore, the brute captain adds that demons are basically selfish and would not rescue anyone. Since Aang has saved Liu, Ji Yaotang is sure this kid cannot be a demon. Joel then pats the junior on the back and tries to brush off his early aggression as teasing. He recognizes that Aang and Liu nearly died and must be worn out. In her report, Liu recalls passing out after battling the one-finned demon with no memory afterward, so the senior is curious how Aang got her out. The woman is also curious if Aang really defeated the one-finned demon by himself. In his mind, our boy remembers that he did beat that demon and never thought of how he was going to mask this. He simply says he is a genius with one-of-a-kind ability. He explains he can instantly boost and enlarge his core's strength for a short time, letting him go beyond his normal power. That is his hidden trump card. Tada Yoshioku notes that Aang's description sounds like the method they use to channel their core's explosive force. My guy plays along, though he is not sure if they will believe the rest of his story. Joel, meanwhile, wonders if he is telling the truth. Ji Yaotang follows up by reminding the incident that took place inside the cave, wondering if Aang suggests he used the same trick to beat the cave demon too. My guy confirms it, saying he invented the technique when he first met his one-finned demon. Because his body absorbs the core's strength immediately, he managed to blow that demon to bits while it let its guard down. But it was his first time using the skill, so he passed out afterward. He tried the same thing again to rescue Liu, but blacked out once more because his body could not handle the strain. Surprisingly, the brute commander considers Aang's story. Kid's story also explains why his chest core got damaged both times. The power went past his limit. Tada Yoshioku agrees that if everything Aang says is true, it makes sense that he finds it too hard to manage. She points out their own technique is similar, but they have trained to lessen the toll when using explosive power. Since Aang cannot control it like they do, the woman warns him not to try again until he learns how to handle it. Ji Yaotang also shares the same thoughts, though he is itching to have a spar with our boy, just so he can gauge his student's potential. Eventually, they move to an open space and Aang readies himself to face his commander. He can tell that his captain still doesn't trust him. Ji Yaotang, all set and ready, gives Aang a chance to strike first. The boy braces himself, wondering how to fight someone like Ji Yaotang. You see, our boy's current power is basic compared to his past abilities. His body cannot handle an all-out fight, and he debates whether to use the demon power inside him. Suddenly, Ji Yaotang speeds forward and attacks, but my guy dodges instantly, though the impact destroys part of the area. Tada Yoshioku shouts at the brute commander to tone it down. The man in question is busy admiring his student's reaction time, which is not bad at all. Aang realizes he is relying on old life experience and is already near his limit. Ji Yaotang attacks again, forcing our boy to evade. Once again, Ji Yaotang wrecks large sections of the training ground as if it were his backyard. The captain then swiftly grabs Aang by the neck and questions if that is everything he has. Aang feels he cannot break free and is slammed into a side wall. Joel watches and doesn't like how the captain is going too far, suggesting they stop him. But Tada Yoshioku is sure that our brute commander would not hurt someone for no reason. The big brute keeps mocking his student and questions if he really deserves to be called a genius. Ung cannot stand being looked down upon. He remembers being called a king by warriors and thinks if Ji Yaotang knew who he really is, he might treat him differently. Having claimed to be a genius, Aang feels he must prove it. He decides to stop holding back and uses the demon's strength. He releases his aura, startling Tada Yoshioku. He challenges his senior because it is now his turn to attack. The brute captain feels this massive aura coming from his small student. Aang thinks that by using the demon's power, he can make the low-quality core in his chest work better. He feels he can unlock his body's full potential just by changing his mindset. Joel wonders if he can also feel this synchronization improving, while the woman questions if it is even possible for a small town like Heluos to have someone as talented as Aang. Ji Yaotang also notices that Aang's synchronization rate has risen to 40% and is still climbing. In comparison, Lu's rate is at 39%, which means our boy has now surpassed her. My guy warns his senior to stay focused before rushing forward to punch him. Ji Yaotang realizes the kid is now twice as fast, but my guy brushes it off, remarking that his improvement is only slight. Ji Yaotang thinks Aang is taking advantage of moments when his reaction slows, and is using low strikes to confuse him. He also sees that the kid is not fighting recklessly. My guy then kicks the captain again. Watching closely, Joel is forced to notice our boy's relentless attacks and wonders where he learned to fight so well. Just then, the big cheese Shungong arrives, warning that it is not safe to stand too close to someone like Ji Yaotang, who is a tough fighter. The two seniors quickly go to speak with him, apologizing for using his battlefield for sparing, and further apologize for the inconvenience they have caused. The big cheese looks at the broken floor and is forced to question if the damage done to the arena could be simply called inconvenience. Of course, both seniors promise that they will fix it. Shungong says it is fine and becomes curious about Aang, who shares the name of the mightiest warrior. He wonders how the kid will handle his captain's attacks. Meanwhile in the battle, the brute captain grabs our boy by leg to checkmate him. Shungong, meanwhile, narrates how Ji Yaotang has always acted this way, taking any chance to counter with precision. Years of fighting demons have made his judgment sharp, but just when they thought Aang is the one about to take the L, Aang flips the script with his sharp maneuvers and smashes the captain's head with his own, landing a solid hit. The captain got no clue what just happened, so Aang explains his strategy. While the human skull is strong, the area between the eyes is softer. He attacks again even while taking hits, and Ji Yaotang remains standing strong. And as for the onlookers, they are in shock. Aang releases a powerful blast that shatters the ground, demonstrating an all-in-one attack and defense technique. He decides to push the demon's power further with stronger force. He attacks again, forcing Ji Yaotang to back away in fear. The brute disappears for a moment and reappears behind him. Tada Yoshioku is stunned as Aang uses the dust to slip into the captain's blind spot and turns his opponent's own move against him. Watching all this, the big cheese comments that this kid is very vengeful and learns quickly. The brute is angry after having his own move being used on him, and warns his little opponent not to forget that this was his move, and that he knows it better than anyone. Shungong can tell that the captain is losing his edge against his student. Meanwhile, Aang throws a punch but deliberately misses, much to the brute's shock. He wonders why he missed. In response, my guy pointed out his senior's tendency of restraining his opponent, rather than fighting head-on. Aang used this to his advantage and headbutted the captain, causing his vision to get blurry and lose his sight. This gave our boy the perfect opportunity to land the final blow, which he didn't, and missed deliberately since he was just here to prove his skills and strength. By now, Shungong is truly curious about Aang's true abilities. The gate opens, and Suiju enters her friends. She is here to remind them that the dinner is almost ready, and that Liu's family has prepared a large meal in the big room. When she looks ahead, she is shocked at the destruction around them. Aang quickly puts all the blame on the captain. Meanwhile, Joel teases the brute captain for losing pathetically. The big cheese then cuts through the chatter, reminding them that the sparring is over, and invites them to dinner. Aang is hungry too and thanks Shungong for the invitation. Shungong reflects on Aang's determination, power, control, and battle experience, concluding that this kid has great potential. As our boy walks off, the father teases his doting daughter, embarrassing her by shipping the both together. Later, everyone gathers for dinner. Shungong raises his drink and speaks for the town. He thanks them for protecting everyone and honors the warriors who fought hard. He especially praises Aang for saving his daughter. My guy stands up and says there is no need to thank him, though he gets hit by his commander as he is about to take a sip of alcohol, reminding him he is not old enough to drink. But our boy argues he is 18 and asks, and this is exactly why he was eligible to join the warrior's exam. As the atmosphere is lively, the big cheese smiles at her daughter, still shipping our boy with her. We then shift to the last conversation the both father and daughter had. He thinks Liu is very skilled and that Aang's talent is just as good as hers. So if the boy is that capable, a strong girl like Liu might like him. The girl thinks about this and decides Aang is a bit silly. She stops thinking and starts eating as Suiju begins speaking. She talks about how great the food is and says it feels luxurious. Let's not forget Lan is also here. He asks our boy how he defeated the one-finned demon. Jiotong explains that Ong pulled a lot of power from his core, making him stronger for a short time. Tada Yoshioku adds that it is like how captains use their core, but Aang took a big risk to get that power to escape death. It was very dangerous without training and hurt his body a lot, and using it again could damage him permanently. Furthermore, letting Aang and Ji Yaotang spar was eye-opening. The kid's power is surprising, but he needs more training or his body might break. Internally, our boy knows that if he told them he absorbed cores from 2 one-finned demons and has wood-type healing powers to recover quickly, it might be too much information. He decides to play along and keep the real info all to himself. He confirms the captains were right, which is why he passed out. It is clear he needs to train his body more. Lan is surprised at Aang's abilities and says how incredible he is, hoping they will not fall behind. Lu also is amazed by his skills and now understands how he was able to save her. The Brute Commander then reveals that they meant to punish Aang and Lu for messing up the mission earlier, but since they beat a one-finned demon, they let it go. He warns them not to act like that again. Joel also reminds them that there is no time to relax because the squad competition is still on. Speaking of which, Tada Yoshioku points out that Lu's squad is in last place and needs to try hard from the next day. Well, my guy is sure that his squad will be at the top. A month later, the squad competition is in its final intense phase. To get more points, squads go for A-level missions, which are tough. Liu talks with her squad and decides they will target a fattened sheep for high points and challenge other groups. The leader of the Black Gun Squad mocks our tsundere girl for making such bold decisions of challenging them, reminding her of the kick she got last time. Liu doesn't take the guy's crap and challenges the bastard for the 10-point duel. The bastards are more than willing to accept the challenge. They are ready to settle the score with our squad for what happened before. The scene moves to the town sparring arena where everyone hears about the duel and talks about it. The Black Gun Squad leader reminds our party that the audience is growing, and it is not too late to back out. He warns that if the Black Gun Squad looks like they are bullying Lu's team, it will look bad on them. Well, my guy believes that the outcome is still unclear and they better settle it with fists instead of empty talk. Luckily, the opponent's team's vice leader is a girl who can handle our squad along with Lu, or at least that's what these scumbags think. My guy tells his opponents not to underestimate Lu just because she is a girl since she is far from average. As usual, the photographer lady begins taking pictures, making sure she catches every badass fighting sequence Lu is about to show. Liu tells her female opponent to finish the fight quickly to get the 10 points fast. It looks like the vice leader already knows Lu is from the Situ family, so she hopes she shows something interesting. Liu charges to attack, but the girl blocks her strike. The girl wonders how Liu, a green core recovery type, can move as fast as a blue core agility type. Liu disarms the girl and says that while veteran teams have more experience and use team tactics, their individual skills often are not enough. Fighting as a team works, but personal skills matter too. The sting of our girl's attack is painful, and it doesn't take the opponent to realize Liu pumped power into her muscles, making them spasm. Seeing her wide open, Liu takes the chance to attack the girl multiple times. The leader of the scumbag team is utterly devastated to see his team taking L. Meanwhile, Liu makes the girl fall and reminds her that the Situ family is great at physical moves. The crowd praises her impressive performance, while the opponent is in utter disbelief. After losing 10 points, he decides to challenge our party for a 20-point match. Of course, Our Lady accepts the challenge, excited to get 20 points, but this time, and decides to handle things while she takes rest. The disturbing boy tells Aang he is not good enough, and wants to go after Liu. My guy reminds this scumbag that since Liu is the leader, the opponent should beat him first to prove he is worthy to challenge her. The man does not even seem confident to face Aang, but it does not matter to him. He threatens to beat our boy so badly that even his mother will refuse to recognize him. Aang's teammates are shocked by the threat, while Suiju gets ready to take a good photo of the fight. Aang and the boy take their spots on the battleground. The man draws his gun and shows he switched to training bullets. He assures our boy that the bullets will hurt but will not seriously injure him. Well, it seems like training bullets are something new to our boy. After all, warriors in the past used real bullets from the start. Anyhow, he teases the opponent not to miss his shots. A member of the Black Gun Squad says this is what rookies say and that their leader has great aim, making Aang feel embarrassed. The Black Gun Squad leader warns Aang that too much confidence may get him killed one day. So he allows our boy to choose any weapon he desires. After all, he doesn't want Aang to accuse him of bullying. Speaking of weapons, our boy remembers the unique weapon he used to possess in the past. Since he doesn't have that, he decides to fight with his fists and questions his opponent, if that is acceptable. Of course, that cocky runt is shocked, and his teammates wonder what Aang is planning. The bastard even starts to laugh and asks if Aang really wants to fight without a weapon. He thinks all rookies are cocky. Nonetheless, he agrees with our boy's demands, though he reminds Aang that even if a lion were hunting a rabbit, he would not hold back. Similarly, he promises not to show mercy and to get back the points they lost. Well, it seems like our boy got a perfect chance to train the demon inside him and use its strength. As the battle continues, he dodges the bullet and charges at the man. But that dude calls our boy an idiot for charging ahead, and shows a guided missile in his right hand. He fires many bullets, and Aang realizes these high-speed bullets are hard to dodge, even for agile demons. Though he is glad he chose this opponent because it lets him test his skills. He uses his water skills to attack. People watch as Aang dodges the bullets smoothly, like water. After having his attacks dodged, the bastard threatens our boy with the trump card he is holding. A Black Gun Squad member thinks their leader's gun is great at storing power and adding energy to bullets for stronger shots. As Aang moves towards the gun, the man challenges him to see how he can dodge the accurate, explosive bullets up close. But my guy casually punches the gun, sending the shot into the air. Then my guy follows up with a strike on the opponent's hand to take control of the gun. With the following kick, he makes the bastard fall. He then puts his foot on the gun and scores the victory, earning 20 points. The defeated opponent trembles and says it is impossible. Lan and Mina praise our boy for his performance. Liu, not clearly seeing what happened, wonders where Aang learned these skills. The squad gets 30 points from their fight with the Black Gun Squad and catches others' attention. Soon, many more warriors, including older squads, come to challenge them for the thrill of winning. Liu's squad takes these challenges with points at stake. They win more than they lose, and their points rise quickly. By the end of the month, despite other squads being jealous, Liu's squad is at the top and makes it to the finals. Eventually, the final competition will be between 3 squads. The scene then cuts to the Colosseum, where the final battles are supposed to take place. The 3 seniors are making their way to the Colosseum, and Joel gets emotional every time they go back to the ruins at the end of the month. Watching their squads improve step by step is really heartwarming. The woman is just fascinated by how Liu's squad jumped to the top of rankings in just a few days by beating 8 teams. She heard they used their points strategically to challenge other squads and won most fights, though she believes that this method is silly and asks our brute commander to stop it. But Ji Yaotang says they earned points through their own strength, and there is no reason to stop. He adds that with Aang and Liu on their team, they are already strong. He has secretly watched some of their fights and saw that the other 2 members are also good. As they arrive at a gate, Joel recalls it has been years since a new squad entered the finals, causing a lot of noise outside. Ji Yaotang opens the gate, steps in the Colosseum, and says he is excited for the upcoming matches. In the crowd, one of the members from Tada Yoshioku's squad throws shade at our brute captain and his squad. She is throwing shade at our squad for not having a name. Another girl from Tada Yoshioku's team warns her that others might hear. By they way, Tada Yoshioku's team name is Sunflower Squad. And as for Joel's team, they are called the Luminous Squad. They all believe that Ji Yaotang's side is full of rookies and the hype is just rumors. Meanwhile, our squad stretches, and Suiju notes their opponent looks intimidating. Lan says the Starflower and Luminous squads are the strongest under Tada Yoshioku and Joel and well known in Heluos. He adds that the next 3 captains to replace the current 3 captains will come from these top squads. Aang says it is fine and tells his squad to give their all. Even though his body still lacks his secret power, he will not lose to anyone who possesses strength similar to one-finned demon. He feels winning should be easy and is curious about the prize. Meanwhile, Tada Yoshioku asks her squad to gather. When they come together, the squad leader tells her captain that they are ready and asks for something special if they win, such as a shopping trip with their beloved captain in a B-level town. Just in time, the Luminous Squad also arrives and doesn't hesitate before throwing some shade at the Sunflower Squad. While other squads wish to achieve something bigger, Sunflower Squad can't think of something else better than mere shopping. A girl from the Starflower Squad is annoyed and says the boy would not understand how important clothes shopping is for girls. By now, she is sure why the Sunflower Squad would never get along with Luminous. The captains of all teams finally arrive there. Once the seniors are done with their banter, Ji Yaotang then orders our squad to gather too. Once all 3 squads unite at one place, he says that since they know each other a bit, he will not introduce them one by one. And without further ado, dives deep explaining the terms and conditions. You see, the finals will have team and solo matches, and the squad with the most points wins. Tada Yoshioku adds that the rules for each match will be revealed later, and they will announce the prize to keep everyone competitive. She is sure everyone is excited about the prize and will love what is in store. Joel announces the first prize is a one-way training session in a B-level town, which makes the contestants happy. Our squad in particular is very, very happy. Without stalling further, Ji Yaotang then orders the squad leaders to come forward to draw lots. As the leaders draw their lots, the other warriors keep guessing what challenges they will face. Aang thinks about many changes he is seeing as compared to his previous life. Town classifications were not clear in his time. Towns were independent, and each town had to rely on themselves. He remembers Lan saying this town is C-level, the lowest rank. B and A-level towns are above it, and A-level towns have strong warriors. The only level settlement is Grand City, the strongest with 5 or 6 finned warriors and the top 7 finned warriors. Ang wonders how it compares to his old town, and if his old town still exists after the big battle. He thinks about his old teammates. Suddenly Lan calls him, noticing he is daydreaming. Suiju suggests that they get ready as they are first to compete. Jiao Tang announces all weapons have been swapped for training weapons, and the first match is between Liu's squad and the Luminous squad. Suddenly the photographer girl realizes that they still do not have a squad name and wonders if they will come up with one. Lan agrees, saying they need a good name for when they become famous. Ang says it is a good idea and they should talk about it later. Meanwhile, Liu feels nervous. The leader of the Luminous squad sneers, asking how a ragtag group like theirs can win. He tells his members to focus on taking out their opponents, leaving Liu to him. The battle is signaled to begin. Liu realizes that this will be a match where everyone will be fighting one-on-one, but this strategy only favors the stronger opponents. She regrets the situation and tells her team to group up. Ang sees that Liu has seen through their tactics. Our squad's best move would be to eliminate their leader. He notes that the biggest flaw in the Luminous squad's strategy is if they lose their leader, the whole team falls apart. Liu's judgment is good and Ang thinks it is great. But the opponent also orders his team to regroup and change tactics, and they all latch on our girl Liu. Liu also tells her team to support her by covering her moves. Her teammates quickly block the other 3 Luminous squad members with precise strikes. The Luminous squad leader sees Liu moving directly toward him and warns her not to underestimate him. And he too rushes forward to fight Liu. The boy attacks with a small red Rasengan. The girl quickly instructs her team to close their eyes to stay safe. She thinks the boy used energy in his hand to make a flashbang that even hit his own teammates. Watching this scummy technique, Jiao Tong is annoyed at Joel for not teaching the Luminous squad leader how to fight without cheap tactics. While the flash might work in one-on-one fights, it is bad in team battles because it affects teammates too. Joel replies he told the boy many times, but he did not listen, and sometimes habits need a hard lesson. In the battle, that cocky guy thinks rookies should not act arrogant. As he gets ready to attack again, Ang steps in, hitting his hands and asking if he ever thought about his teammates' safety. My guy then wears a water battle visor and kicks the boy back. The boy is shocked and wants to know since when Ang got the visor. My guy throws a jab before explaining the lenses are made of water, thick, and able to bend light, which stops most of the flash by using water. He made these lenses with water from absorbing it, reducing the light. It works, and the light fades. Liu sees the opposing team's leader is hurt after taking Major L from our boy. It is then she lunges forward to finish the bastard off. Meanwhile, that bastard suddenly realizes that he can't move his hand. Seems like Ang dislocated his arm. The girl goes full ballistic and hits the bastard hard. Meanwhile, Ang is calmly helping his other teammates, so the fights go smoothly. After the battle, Liu grabs the enemy team's attention by telling them that their leader has fallen and asks if they want to keep fighting. Of course, they choose to surrender. Joel says this was expected. Worse yet, our boy has not even used his power yet. The Sunflower Squad's leader questions the Luminous Squad's leader, asking if their loss was really because they lost strength. The boy says they were just caught off guard and warns the Sunflower Squad will be next. As the Sunflower Squad comes down, their leader thinks the Luminous Squad's comments are annoying. Anyhow, as the team gets into the arena, Tada Yoshioku tells them all weapons are now in training mode, which marks the start of the battle. The Sunflower Squad charges at Liu's team. Their leader tells them not to get upset by the Luminous Squad's tactics and to stick to their training and keep their formation. Meanwhile, our brute Lon decides to put all his power into one punch. When he hits the ground, he creates a shockwave that cracks the earth. Ang thinks about using his power since there is chaos out there. He makes roots shoot from the ground to trap all the opponents. They are shocked and wonder where this power came from. Ang, on the other hand, is glad that it's working well and sees many uses for the elements he got from demons. He wonders how many elements there are. Liu then gestures to Lon to keep attacking, and the boy charges, but the opponents dodge his attack. The leader of the Sunflower Squad orders her team to move and regroup. She thinks their formation was broken, but instantly, Liu and Suiju attack the leader, who tries to block and asks her fellows to help her out. But she sees her teammates are already fighting our boys. The girl sees Ang handling 2 teammates alone, and remembers the Luminous Squad's warning about Ang being the strongest in Liu's squad and able to change the battle. Meanwhile, our photographer girl over here warns this girl to better focus on the fight. But the girl feels that she is invincible since she is an agility type. But this cocky girl gets the reality check when Suiju uses her speed to attack her, leading to our win. Tada Yoshioku says it is over, with Liu's squad winning all the team battles. Now it is time for solo duels. Since the warriors can choose their opponents, both the leaders of the Sunflower and Luminous squads want to battle Ang. Ji Yaotang explains the solo duels are one-on-one, so they better make up their minds who is going to fight our boy. But being the Chad he is, my guy Ang wants to face them both together. As the solo duels get closer, Ang knows this will be the final fight, so he better take it seriously. His opponent is sure that Ang is underestimating them. They promise he will regret not taking them seriously. Tada Yoshioku explains that the rules are the same as before, and the duel ends when one side gives up or cannot continue. And with that settled, they are ready to rumble. The boy and girl charge at Aang together. The boy attacks first, once again warning him not to underestimate them. He uses his flash attack again, causing his teammate to get shocked, and that he is using this trick so early. You see, a while ago, they both had a dialogue before the duel started. She recalls the boy saying that since they are fighting Aang together, they cannot afford to lose. The chance of moving to a B-level town might still be possible. He has a good plan and gives her a special battle visor, saying it will block most of the flash attacks. When he blinds Aang, she needs to take the chance to strike. The girl is amazed by the visor's value. The boy stresses they cannot underestimate Aang and need to work together to move to the B-level town. He further reminds her that the flash will be the signal, so she must not miss her chance. As the boy gets ready to attack, he lets our boy know that there is no way to escape because his attack is 5 times stronger than before. Tada Yoshioku and the others struggle to see through the bright light. The girl notices the boy put a lot of energy into a powerful flash, even stronger than the last finals. Joel fears that using so much energy means the core cannot handle it for long, so they need to finish quickly. The Sunflower Squad's leader thinks Aang will only be blinded for a short time, and in order to utilize this opportunity, she decides to use her speed to strike him fast. She finds him and gets ready to attack. But my guy was already on her, and looked at her with satisfaction over his face. The girl is shocked by his intense look, feeling as if something scary is pulling her down into a cold ocean. Aang uses water to trap her, making her scream in pain. As her teammate is busy producing blinding light, he asks why she is the one shouting, to which she says it is because Aang attacked her and the visor fell off, leaving her blind. Aang apologizes for rendering their plan a total flop. He then uses different elements to attack both of them, making them fall. Ji Yaotang watches the flashes and dust, hoping the warriors know how to control their power to avoid hurting anyone. Feeling concerned, he jumps into the arena in order to check and feels an ominous aura. But after that giant explosion of energy, the dust begins to settle, revealing our boy as the one man standing. His friends come rushing to him. Lan is the first to praise him and asks how he stopped their attacks in the bright light and beat 2 opponents at the same time. He is curious because no one was able to see anything after that explosion of light. To which Aang reveals that he grabbed their visor, making them blind too. But of course Liu internally feels that there is something more than that, though she doesn't voice her suspicions. Ji Yaotang comes to their squad, telling them they won the tournament and congratulating them. He is surprised by our boy, especially how he counters and attacks the 2 squad leaders. Aang humbly says his senior is just flattering him. Internally, Aang thinks he is the mightiest warrior and that no tough opponent could make him lose. He feels he could have won just with his battle experience, though using his powers made it easier. Ji Yaotang then assures them they will be rewarded. The next day, they will go to the underground tunnel to the nearest B-level city for a week of training. Everyone is happy about this news. The senior further tells them to get ready and meet in the morning as they leave. Lan says he heard there are 3 top warriors in those cities and looks forward to meeting them. As our squad walks away with smiles on their faces, Joel notes how Aang is so strong that even they might not be able to beat him if he uses all his power. Our brute commander also agrees, believing that the kid will reach the pinnacle of his career at one point. Anyhow, Joel adds that going through the underground tunnel is safer than traveling above ground. The woman also warns the commander to stay alert, mentioning that some no-finned demons appear there sometimes. Of course, Ji Yaotang isn't concerned, believing that no amount of no-finned demons can threaten them. He is confident the 4 of them will be fine even without his help. The underground tunnel, once a busy travel hub, is now ruined and mainly used as a passage between cities. Meanwhile, in one of those tunnels, a scared warrior runs away but gets killed by a 2-finned demon. The demon says that humans are weak and boring. He is apparently lost here, having no clue how to get out. The next day, Ji Yaotang and his juniors arrive at the underground passage. Suiju is thrilled to see it and takes pictures. She says the place looks really old and asks when it was built. The senior reveals that it is older than he is. The girl can tell that it looks deserted and wonders if people ever used it. Ji Yaotang explains that after the Battle of Dawn, many great warriors died, and the number of elites dropped a lot, making it impossible to expand territories or do missions. They also ran out of power crystals, which they needed. The once great underground network was slowly abandoned because they lacked power crystals. He says the network was built during the time of the greatest warrior Aang. Suiju is surprised it was built in such a famous time. What's more fascinating is that the name of the hero our boy inherited also lived at that time. My guy feels smug about himself, causing Ji Yaotang to get annoyed. After all, he believes that the kid just shares the name of the great warrior and has no connection to him. He orders Aang not to joke about the mightiest warrior. After a little back and forth, the senior finally calms down, realizing he lost his cool for no reason. He reassures them and asks them to keep going. Looking at the architecture of the place, Aang remembers that the structure looks like something he once suggested in a past life. Furthermore, his captain is utterly wrong about one fine detail. This place is a massive underground network, connecting the cities and serving as the safest and most fair merchant route. He hadn't expected such an impressive system would be abandoned after his death. Out of curiosity, Lan asks about the energy crystals his senior mentioned, and whether they are the same as the demon cores in their chests. Ji Yaotang explains that energy crystals are made from many demon cores together. One demon core can boost a warrior's power, but combining many cores is difficult. They kept failing until they made a big energy crystal. This crystal powers their cities like electricity. High-level future operations will involve group hunts to collect more demon cores to make energy crystals for the hierarchy. They are heading to the B-level city of Piketia to learn more and get their allocated energy crystals. Suiju asks what happens if the city's energy core runs out and there are no replacements. Ji Yaotang says it would cause everything to stop. Everyone is shocked, while the senior further clarifies that without power, normal life would be impossible. Defense systems and weapons would stop working, and people would have to flee their homes. It is the city's biggest disaster. But there is no need to worry because their town, Heluos, is not very big. Their energy crystal can last another 3 months. They usually travel to Piketia every month, so this is just a precaution, and there is no immediate danger. Ji Yaotang warns them to be mentally prepared. A B-level city like Piketia has not only 2 5-finned warriors but also 3, including one with a synchronization rate of 69%. Everyone except Aang is shocked to hear this. My guy is feeling smug about how he is a 7-finned warrior with a synchronization rate of 96%. Suiju notices a button on the wall and reaches to press it. She asks what it is. Aang quickly sees what she is doing and stops her. Ji Yaotang also scolds her for trying to touch anything and is glad Aang stepped in. The girl points out that the button seems like it wants to be pressed, so her hand reaches for it naturally. Ji Yaotang explains that the button is for an emergency seal. In the worst case, it would completely close off that part of the tunnel. He points to a circle above them and says, pressing the button will make thick metal slabs appear from above and below, sealing off the area instantly. This is only to cut off access to other cities and ensure safety. Aang thinks the most important part of the tunnel is still working, but he senses a killing intent getting closer. He gets ready for battle and moves forward a bit. The senior also notices Aang's tense face, then also smells blood, shocking him instantly. He is shocked that Aang smelled the enemy before him. For now, he considers that Aang's nose is very sensitive, and masks it as just an instinct. Now is not the time to think about it. He tells Lu's squad to drop their bags and get ready for battle. As they move forward, they see blood, and Ji Yaotang wonders what is happening in Piketia since the blood is coming from that direction. They meet a severely injured warrior from Piketia, who asks if they are from Heluos before collapsing. Ji Yaotang doesn't waste time before asking what happened in Piketia. The man says a demonic horde attacked the city. Piketia has already activated the evacuation alarm. Liu quickly questions what this alarm entails, whether they need to go help. Ji Yaotang reveals that the only time the city would sound the alarm is if all their warriors are dead. Hearing this, Aang is furious about the city's fall and the many lives lost. They see sparks from the direction of Piketia, and a bolt of light attacks the injured warrior, dragging it away. Aang feels bad for not reacting sooner as a demon appears. It grabs the injured man's head and looks around at the others. It says they all need to be killed and that the dead should not talk. Then the demon kills the warrior. The demon thinks about who to kill first. He attacks Lan, but Ji Yaotang stops the demon's strike. The demon can tell that this new warrior is stronger than the last one. Meanwhile, Ji Yaotang realizes this is a 2-finned fire demon and that it is really powerful. He knows he cannot take another hit and needs to protect the 4 of them. He does not have the energy to think too much, so he grabs everyone and leads them to run away. The demon keeps chasing them hard. Ji Yaotang reaches a button on the side wall, but the demon is getting closer and threatening to kill them. Aang presses the button, pushing Ji Yaotang and the others to safety. He stays behind with the demon and the injured warrior from Piketia. Liu tries to protest against this idea, but the gate finally closes, leaving her concerned about him. Ji Yaotang suddenly remembers how Aang insisted him to save the 3 of them, so he puts little faith in our boy and asks the kids to stay calm. Aang gave them a chance to survive, which they should not waste. It is not safe to stay there, so he tells them to hurry and leave. Lan notes that the demon is a 2-finned and that even Aang would find it tough. Suiju agrees, saying they cannot just leave him behind like this. Liu also insists they break the door to save him. Ji Yaotang explains that the door is made from special material mixed with extra alloys that can handle attacks from 3-finned demons. It is not easy to break, and the ceiling is so strong they cannot hear anything from the other side. There is nothing they can do. The 3 of them ask if there is another way to save Aang. Ji Yaotang admits that even with help from the other 2 captains, there is no guarantee, but he finds a possible solution. He tells them to follow him to the side tunnels. One tunnel leads to another city where they can get help. Eventually, they keep running along the path Ji Yaotang showed them. One of them thinks choosing this route means ignoring what is happening on the other side of the door, but they all hope that our boy will survive. Meanwhile, the man in question is fighting the demon and shows his true power. Since there is no one around, he no longer needs to hide his power. Watching this, the two-finned demon asks if Aang is a demon or a human. Well, even our boy is not even sure. For now, he is more interested in the demon's fire element, which my guy wants to snag all for himself. Seeing the aura my guy is exuding, the two-finned demon is really curious to learn if the kid is more powerful than one-finned demon. Aang quickly uses roots to attack the demon. Seeing this, the demon scoffs that if Aang is one-finned wooden type, then his fire element is the perfect counter. He unleashes a fierce blaze to destroy Aang's roots, saying he will consume our boy's powers. The demon then fires a fire blast, but Aang dodges it, making the fire hit the door instead. The bastard then makes fun of Aang, saying he will be burned if he comes closer and tries to escape. But my guy casually uses water to cancel out the fire and creates a powerful blast. This surprises the demon, and Aang tells him he was wrong to think he only has the wood element. In an instant, Bro swings his sharp claws and grabs the demon's core. He rips apart the bastard after acquiring the core. Suddenly, a bunch of demons attack him, and he sees they are all no-finned demons. He realizes they followed the sound of his battle. He looks at the two-finned fire elemental core before shattering it and absorbing the shards. After becoming two-finned demon, he feels the intense heat of flames inside him. He understands there are endless no-finned demons. Remembering how to control fire, he creates a huge fire explosion to defeat them. The screams of these bastards are meant to be tribute for the soldiers who lost their lives in the tunnel. As he keeps fighting, he reaches an exit and thinks the demons might have come from there. He sees the area is wrecked with many dead warriors on the ground. He realizes the B-level city is completely destroyed by a powerful demonic horde. The horrific scene and remnants of the battle clearly tell that it was a wood-type demon that killed the warriors with one hit, and the attack affected a large area. The power probably came from a three-finned demon who killed the civilians. Ji Yaotang had said there were 2 three-finned core warriors in the city. Then Aang sees 2 warriors hanging from the roots. He uses his own roots to bring them down, recognizing they were amazing warriors. He closes their eyes and tells them they can finally rest in peace. He feels the harshness of the battle deeply. A young boy suddenly calls Aang. Confusing our boy with a demon, the kid asks if he plans to kill everyone. The kid thinks our boy must be a high-level demon since he can take a human form. He says the warriors saved his life, and he cannot stand demons ruining their bodies. Hearing this, Aang doubts the boy will trust his true intentions even if he tries to explain. Before he can think it through, a demon attacks the boy with a devastating attack. Quick on his feet, my guy fights the demon and takes it down. He then turns to the kid and tells the boy not to move and promises to heal him. The boy asks if Aang is a demon or a human. And with that last question, the kid pushes up daisies before getting an answer. This causes our boy to wonder about his own nature but decides that no matter what he is, his mission stays the same, to kill all demons. And so, he begins the massacre. He hits them with several devastating attacks using his new firepower. Once he is done, he explains that if he focuses the flames on his back, he can move faster and spread the fire like phosphorus powder to create explosions. Though it's a pity that he can't fly. But then he also wonders what would happen if he injected the flames directly into their bodies. When he throws a demon to the ground, it causes a huge explosion. He thinks that if he squeezes the flames and injects them, the demons could turn into bombs. He realizes that elemental abilities have many uses and decides to think about it more later. Just then, he sees the demons running away. He uses his fire magic to chase and kill them all. Afterward, he remembers the others waiting for him and that Ji Yaotang was supposed to bring back an energy crystal. Aang does not know if they are all safe. The town's own energy crystal can only last 3 more months, but the road to Pikadia City is blocked. The town would be in big trouble if they do not get a new energy crystal soon. He needs to reach the city's crystal storage and get the energy crystal. Not sure where to go, he has to think carefully about his resources. Using his wood-type abilities, he thinks the energy crystal, being a condensed form of cores, must give off energy. He can scan the whole city for energy changes to find it. He spreads his roots throughout the city to search for the crystal. Eventually he finds it and runs toward the source, realizing it is underground. He feels weak energy changes, meaning it is well protected. He finds an entry point and goes down, discovering the underground area is more complex than it looked. In the chamber, he sees a machine and realizes it must be part of the energy distribution network for a B-level city, which is impressive. He assumes the energy crystal would be even more amazing. Just then, he hears an automatic broadcast telling all warriors to protect the crystal with their lives. He heads to the storage area and wonders how many warriors are there. Aang uses his powers to check and find some dead warriors. The demons also damage the crystals. He thinks the fallen warriors probably fought to protect the crystals until they died. The demons did a targeted attack to destroy the crystals and seem smarter than before, like someone with a plan directed them. Realizing he needs to find equipment and other things above ground to help his search, Aang knows he has to get an energy crystal. If Ji Yaotang and the others are in trouble, Helluo City would be in big danger. He has to find another city within 3 months and successfully bring back an energy crystal to Helios. He goes into the battle preparation room, takes a monster truck, and sets out to find a new city. As he drives, he notices areas outside the city are not explored yet. The fog is getting thicker, and the ruined buildings in his way are remnants of a once lively life, now maybe home to demons. He checks the map and follows the direction to the next city. A person watches him from hiding, then cuts the rope to make logs fall on Aang. He dodges the falling logs with precise timing and exits the truck. Aang thinks about the attack, guessing it was the demon's work, but it is not. A girl with a gun points at him, orders him to stop, asks who he is, which hunting group he is from, and insists he identify himself. He feels it is bad timing that a hunting group showed up. Aang thinks about how tricky the situation is and had not expected to run into any hunting groups. He tries to explain that he is not part of any hunting group and is just a normal warrior passing through. The girl accuses him of lying, saying city warriors would not want him alone and that he must be a scout for the Silver Wolf hunting group. Aang is shocked and repeats that he is not part of any hunting group. She should calm down as it is too sudden to explain more. The girl throws a bottle near him, orders him to stay quiet, and calls people like him worse than demons. She then asks if her comrades from the Wearing Gun hunting group are still alive. Hearing this, Aang thinks the Wearing Gun members were captured by the Silver Wolf hunting group. He admits that he cannot prove whether he is a warrior or not part of any hunting group, especially with her gun pointed at him. As Aang notices more people arriving, the girl aims her gun at him again and tells him not to move. Suddenly, a bullet hits her and she falls. Aang sees a group of boys on bikes and realizes someone killed the girl with the gun. It seems there are still some survivors from the searing guns. One of the thugs from the gang suggests taking the survivors to their boss, so they move on to check it out. When they approach the girl, she thinks the newcomers are from the Silver Wolf group and tries to lift her injured hand. One of the men grabs her by the head and talks about her being a woman, finding it surprising. He looks her over and says she is cute, considering doing something with her. Aang then arrives and kicks the man away. He disapproves of getting involved in the personal matters between hunting groups, but notes that the Silver Wolf members are scum. In his bad mood from the day's events, he offers them a chance to leave. The man, frightened after seeing the intimidating side of our boy, calls him a demon. Aang grabs the man's gun and crushes it like a Chad he is, saying he does not like being threatened with a gun. The man offers to let our boy go in return, but it's not our boy who needs others' mercy. He promptly uses his roots to strike the man, sending him flying far away. The man then demands to know if Aang is a demon or a human. Aang crushes the man's gun further, insisting it is none of his business whether he is a demon or a human, and then kills the man. Afterward, Aang attends to the girl's wounds, noting that the bullet went through some muscle and needs healing. She thanks him once he finishes, saying it must be one of his abilities. She mentions she heard that four-finned warriors have amazing powers, and that Aang seems incredibly strong. She then asks if he is a five-finned core warrior. Aang feels the power of a two-finned demon inside him, and although he is more powerful than a typical two-finned warrior, he admits he is indeed a two-finned core warrior with some special abilities. Impressed, she thanks him for saving her and apologizes for threatening him with the gun. Well, our boy is quick to forgive her, noting it is good to be careful when alone outside. He needs to get to the nearest city and asks if she knows which one is closest. Looks like she does know and also wants to tag along with him. Aang points out they just met and do not know each other's names, questioning how she can trust him so quickly. Furthermore, he asks what work she has to do there. She explains that the closest settlement is Jin Wei Town, a very small sea-level settlement, but it was taken over by the notorious Silver Wolf hunting group a few days ago. The Searing Gun hunting group tried to free the town but failed, and all her comrades were killed. They had a chance to win, but did not expect that the captain of the Silver Wolf hunting group had already become a three-finned core warrior whose power was overwhelming. Her captain was a two-finned core warrior, and they were no match for a three-finned warrior. In the end, she managed to escape. If freeing the town would not interfere with his mission, she wants his help and is willing to risk her life to assist him. Aang thinks that although there were hunting groups in his past life, he never saw something like this under his supervision. He wonders what the current leader is doing while these groups are trying to forcefully take over towns. The girl mentions she heard the Silver Wolf hunting group took over a tower to get energy crystals, but does not know what they plan to do with them. Of course, Aang is angry to think that these scumbags wish to steal the city's life. He then asks her to lead the way, as they gotta deal with the scumbags. Later, as it gets late, she tells him they are almost there. They keep moving, and he suggests hiding the car before getting too close to the town. Aang says he does not remember this town, as it is not on any map, and that the Silver Wolf hunting group has taken it over. They decide to walk the rest of the way and check things out. Just as they are about to leave, she sees demons hiding behind them. Aang's roots quickly grab the demons, putting them down for good. He decides to leave these bastards as it is, because they cannot kill all the demons since fresh demon blood would attract more demons. He tells her to keep going, and she agrees as they head toward the town. She thinks about how strong Aang is, feeling hopeful that they can save the town and his friends. While hiding in some bushes, Aang notices there are no guards on the wall and the gate is open. They see someone coming out of the town with another person, asking for help. A man from Silver Wolf grabs the person's head and throws it to the ground. The girl gets angry at the Silver Wolf members and points her gun at him, but Aang stops her, saying it would give away their location. He assures her that he will handle it. Then a giant hand appears, picks up the 2 dead men, and takes them inside. Seems like this demon is working alongside with Silver Wolf guys. Of course, our duo is shocked, realizing they cannot use the same plan if a demon is involved. They need to rush in and save as many people as they can. He quickly takes out the 2 Silver Wolf members at the gate and goes into the town. The girl follows him, saying she wants to help. She sees the 2 Silver Wolf members and wonders what Aang did to them, as they look like they have been dead for days. The town is full of Silver Wolf members, and Aang is taking them down one by one. He figures they are just corpses controlled by a demon's power, so he does not hold back. Aang kills all of them, thinking they are controlled by black strings. These demons usually work alone, so he knows he has to follow the strings to find and defeat the main demon. He tells the girl he is going to save the father and son they saw at the gate and asks her to find other survivors, to which she agrees. Aang follows the trail until he reaches a gate. He hits the gate to open it but feels he is too slow. Inside, a demon sits on a throne and says everything in the town, dead or alive, belongs to him. He kept the pair alive to play a game, but they escaped the town and crossed a line. The demon invites Aang to come closer to see him better. Aang notices 3 energy crystals behind the demon. The Silver Wolf group took over the town for these crystals, which attracted the demon. He wonders why a demon wants energy crystals. The demon turns to our boy and asks if he is human or demon. Meanwhile, Aang realizes the demon is a rare purple core type with special abilities. He tells the demon that he must have killed all the Silver Wolf members, mentioning their leader was a 3-fin core warrior and probably failed to match this bastard's control powers. The demon kicks someone toward Aang. Actually, not someone, but the same man we had been talking about just now. Aang blocks the zombified warrior's attack. Suddenly, many ghouls appear to greet Aang. He sees that not only the Silver Wolf members, but also the town's original warriors have been turned into ghouls. There are a lot of them, and the demon welcomes Aang to his group in a rather friendly manner. Aang thinks about the 3-finned demon while he's in his 2-finned form. It would have been a problem if it was a normal 3-finned demon, but this one is a purple core demon that's weak in fighting and uses psychic powers to control the battle. My guy balls up his fiery fist and defeats them in an instant. The demon is actually impressed, believing that he's not a normal human. The demon then commands his army to fight, but Aang says it's useless because he burned their cores. The demon is annoyed because he worked hard to collect them. Aang is glad to finally set the poor warriors free of this bastard's control. Now there are no more cores for the demon to control, reducing its fighting power. My guy lunges and strikes the bastard. After a barrage of punches, he gets ready for the final strike to the demon's core. Just then, the demon puts that child from earlier in the way as our boy is about to punch him. This leaves him wide open, and he ends up taking a direct blow in his belly. The demon reveals that he not only controls cores but also possesses sharp gold elements too. Aang thinks about the metal element, realizes its depth, and decides to hurry to treat his wounds. He then uses recovery magic on himself. The demon says the fight might be harder than he thought, and gets ready to use something he's worked hard to get. He tells a man to bring an item. He is regretting that he is about to use his precious father-son duo so early. The man brings a green liquid, which the demon drinks. Aang wonders what it is and instinctively senses danger, realizing he has no time to recover. He charges at the demon despite the pain in his abdomen, trying to stop the demon's actions. He jumps to attack, but a shield protects the demon, throwing Aang back. He wonders where the demon got such a burst of power, thinking the demon is forcefully taking energy from a crystal. Aang knows this can't be possible because the crystal's energy was condensed by humans so much that extracting it like that would make the crystal explode. He had proven this theory in his past life. The power in the demon's body is wild and uncontrollable, but it stops before reaching the threshold. Aang thinks if this is due to the drug this bastard just chugged down. One thing for sure, it's definitely not something a demon made. The demon then starts to evolve, shining as it uses the crystal's power to turn into a 4-finned demon. Aang realizes things are getting worse. The demon feels smug before attacking again using a thrust. Aang sees that the demon now has the abilities of a 4-finned demon. As he tries to dodge, the demon moves so fast it kicks him down. The demon makes fun of Aang, saying that each fin gained through evolution creates a huge power gap between them. Long story short, our boy stands no chance, or at least that's what this bastard thinks. The demon then offers Aang a choice to become his core. Just as the demon is about to attack, it stops when a bunch of purple circles summon themselves. A creepy lady comes out of the circles, grabs the demon's head, and tells it not to interfere with her plan. Before that cocky demon can register what's going on, the woman compresses the demon to absorb it. After doing so, she herself turns into a 4-finned demon too. Ang starts to sense the pressure of this eight-finned demon, a kind of pressure he has experienced before. Actually, the demon inside him exudes the same pressure. This is why he knows about this feeling. The demon mocks him for delaying the awakening of the great Crimson King. She finds humans annoying, especially how weak they are. This is the very reason Aang is progressing at such a low rate. The demon uses her power to make Aang fly, and then uses a stone to force him to evolve into a four-finned form by inserting a crystal into him. Aang knows that shit is about to go south, because directly jumping to a four-finned demon is going to make his chest explode. He starts to feel terrible pain, realizing his body cannot handle the four-finned core. The demon asks if he is so weak that he cannot absorb the energy of a four-finned demon. Lights start shining from Aang as he struggles, telling the demon he is about to explode and needs help. The demon activates an 8-panel space lock around him and tells him to hold on. It is then the Crimson Demon speaks through Aang, revealing that she disturbed Crimson's slumber. The girl demon recognizes the voice and knows who's talking. Aang's demon asks if she forgot what he told her. He shatters the crystal barrier and takes over Aang's body. He criticizes her for interfering with Aang's evolution path. Realizing it is Crimson, she hugs him, happy he is finally there. He says it has been a long time since they saw each other. She says she has been watching humans from the shadows and noticed he could not beat the new four-finned demon. She worries that if he dies, their combined strength would weaken and they would need a lot of training. Crimson explains that humans are different from demons, weak but mysterious. Although Aang recently absorbed a two-finned demon's power, she forced him to skip the three-finned stage and injected the four-finned core into him, which his body cannot handle. The energy that leaked out of Aang's body allowed him to wake up temporarily. He tells her not to interfere with his evolution because Aang needs to evolve slowly to become the perfect vessel. She agrees and tells Crimson that during his absence, when he faked his death, the other four kings were just arguing and did not reunite, keeping a power balance as Crimson predicted. Crimson then recalls how the other kings were scared of his strength and united together to eliminate him. Even without him, they kept fighting among themselves instead of working on themselves. They likely have forgotten their original mission. He then asks her if they consider her suspicious, to which she replies that even if they suspected her, they do not have the energy to investigate what happened that day, so she is safe. She is actually more worried about him. Her only concern is to welcome him in his strongest form. Crimson assures her it is just a matter of time. She forcefully evolved his weak body into the four-finned form, but Aang needs to adjust and stabilize his new power. He advises that it is best if she does not contact Aang because any unwanted attention could ruin their plans. The lady admits she misses him and wants to see him, even if only through his vessel. The girl who was with Aang arrives, noticing the eight-finned demon and wondering what it is doing there. The demon realizes she forgot to clear the area first. Promptly, Crimson attacks the girl, trying to kill her. Right at the moment, the dormant consciousness of Aang begins to surface when he hears that girl calling him a demon. When he returns to his normal state, he sees the girl has been killed by Crimson and is filled with rage. Aang blasts a red beam into the sky and transforms into his four-finned form. The memories of that begin to surface, and he remembers his talk with the girl who dreamed of going to Dawn City to become a florist because she loved flowers. He eventually gives her well-deserving cremation and burns the entire town along with it. He feels sad about how cruel and cold the world has become. He believes more beautiful flowers could bring back some warmth. Aang struggles to forgive himself, feeling the incident happened because he could not control the demonic power inside him. He hopes the fire protects her body from demons and wishes her to rest in peace. He then decides he does not want to rely on his four-fin powers and needs to clear his mind since so much is happening. He is confused about the relationship between the eight-finned demon and Crimson, especially why she made him skip the three-fin stage and go straight to the four-fin stage. He wonders what their ultimate goal is and how a three-fin could become a four-fin on its own. This is not something a demon can do alone, so he thinks about who might have given or created this power. Such advanced engineering could only be done by a major city or a top organization. Aang suspects it might have been developed in Dawn City and realizes he needs to find a big city quickly. He decides to contact Ji Yaotang to let him know he is safe. He also wonders how everyone else is doing. After this, he starts driving the monster truck, hoping his friends escape the tunnels and reach a city safely. There is an A-level city called Pikedia in his direction, so he plans to send a message from there. Meanwhile, in Bryan City, Ji Yaotang and the other three arrive safely and meet with the five-fin warrior and battle commander Koda. After hearing their reports, Koda apologizes for not being able to send a rescue team. He simply can't risk his rescue team just to rescue one guy Aang they are talking about. After all, they have just learned that B-level Pet City was destroyed by a high-level demonic horde, so there is no way in hell that the kid is still alive. Ji Yaotang argues that Aang has special talents and might have survived against the odds. Koda says that although Bryan City has many young warriors with special talents, none could survive such a powerful demonic horde. However, he emphasizes they should not abandon any human lives during the apocalypse. Even if they cannot send a rescue team, they can send some warriors to scout the situation. Ji Yaotang thanks him for the help. The big cheese then stands up and ends the meeting since he has some matters to attend. As he walks out, he wonders if the high-level demonic horde at Pikedia City will affect the Grand Demon Hunt tournament in Dawn City. He mentions he has heard about the tournament and notes that Heluos is a sea-level settlement. Before leaving, he assures Ji Yaotang everything will be fine and invites them to stay a few more days to learn more about the situation. He explains that the tournament is held by the only S-level city and requires participating cities to be at least B-level. Although Heluos does not qualify yet, Ji Yaotang and his companions might. Koda suggests it would help them learn about the tournament and offers them a chance to explore the office and the city. They all thank him sincerely. After Koda leaves, Suiju asks the captain about the Grand Demon Hunt tournament. Ji Yaotang explains it is an event held only in Dawn City, where participants hunt demons of different levels to select new powerful warriors. They also get special prizes from Dawn City. The event happens regularly, and all warriors want to compete, but only B-level cities or higher can join. Ji Yaotang thinks they might get a chance to compete in the future. Lan is sure that our boy would definitely be interested in the tournament. He hopes Aang survived and is waiting for the demon horde to weaken. Of course, no one expected such a tough challenge on their first mission, and the fact that Aang put himself in danger to save everyone is crazy. Currently, all they can do is wait for reports from the scouts. He has already sent word to Heluos about their situation using the city's communication tower. For now, the captain plans to stay in Bryan City for a few days to learn as much as they can. There are many skilled warriors there, and so our party has to believe that Aang will survive. Meanwhile, over at Pikedia, Aang is in the reception room with Paris. The woman confirms our boy's report that Pikedia City was destroyed by a demonic horde. They also helped Aang send a message to Heluos town about his squad's situation, and she believes a response will come soon. However, Paris apologizes for not being able to give Aang an energy crystal because they are not responsible for distributing them. The allocation is decided by higher-level cities. Since Pikedia City, the higher-level city linked to Aang, was wiped out, he needs to ask Dawn City for a new allocation. Of course, Aang did not expect the distribution of energy crystals to be so troublesome. Since he is already in the area, he might as well check out the city and investigate the demon's items. However, his current identity might make it hard to enter the city. He thanks Paris and asks if he can get into Dawn City on behalf of Heluos. Paris declines, explaining that he needs to be a captain to officially represent Heluos. Otherwise, he will not have the necessary access. She also cannot appoint anyone else as the representative either. Aang thinks about going back to Heluos to get an official appointment, but he finds it troublesome. Paris talks about another way to enter Dawn City, which is having a high-level city official vouch for him, someone like herself. When Aang asks if she is offering to vouch for him, she agrees but says she does not have to. She tells him that if he joins the Grand Demon Hunt tournament as an external recruit, she wants him to join her squad, and acts as a vanguard to gather information during the competition. However, she cannot promise him that he will survive. Aang remembers what the vanguard role involves. Due to the dangerous nature of the job, none of her participants seem willing to take on that responsibility. After thinking it over, he agrees to the role. He feels that the Grand Demon Hunt tournament is something he had started on his own back in the day. Paris takes him to the nano equipment storage and tells him she made him the vanguard because they were desperate. Right now, no city wants to send their important members as vanguards since many have died in the past few years. She had warned him before that she would do her best to get him the equipment he needed, then let him choose anything from the storage. He agrees and starts looking around. Internally, Paris is puzzled about Aang's true potential. Since his core level insignia is broken, she can't detect his current power level. Given that he's from a sea-level town, he's probably only a 2-fin core warrior, but Aang seems confident and might have a trick up his sleeve. Meanwhile, he picks a nano wing that can turn into a great sword. He thinks his old combat knife was good for moving around but didn't do enough damage. Paris asks him to wait because this kind of item is only meant for a 3-fin warrior. It would be unstable if he tried to use it with his current strength, and he might hurt himself. But my guy proceeds to equip himself anyway, and demonstrates how easily he can rotate the sword, saying it feels solid. Of course, the woman is shocked, wondering how he can pilot it so easily, and thinks maybe he understands nano wings really well. She's heard of warriors with special talents who can handle high-level nano wings without problems. Aang then proceeds to ask about the availability of a live combat arena there. Eventually, they go to the main entrance where Paris promises to get him all the equipment he needs. She asks why he wants to go to the live combat arena, and he says he wants to test the new nano wing on a demon to warm up. She asks if he really wants to go alone since sometimes one-finned demons appear even though the arena is supposed to be safe. She offers to go with him if he wants, but Aang says he can handle a one-finned demon by himself. Since his confidence and bravery are rare for a warrior, she wants him to be careful. She also mentions she has to train some 4-fin warriors, and wishes more of them were as confident as Aang, which would make things easier. With that exchange, they part ways. Of course, Aang intentionally didn't let her come with him. He's not just testing his new weapon, he wants to see what he can do with his 4-finned transformation. He arrives at a ruined area, sees that it's been claimed, and the fog is gone. Then, he hears a demon's voice that appears and rushes to attack him. He dodges and makes a strong slash with his sword, saying the great sword feels much better. He sees more demons gathering and worries they won't come out during the day now. He can finally get to know his weapon, release some frustration, and handle his thoughts. He starts killing the demons one by one. Each swing splits demon blood and cuts off limbs. His moves are almost like a dance, as if he was born to kill demons. He doesn't use wood, water, fire, or metal elements. Each swing builds his muscle memory in his weak body. He only faces nun-finned demons, which aren't a match for his skills. The only sound is the demons wailing, and he doesn't know how long he's been there. Finally, Aang cuts down the last demon of the wave and realizes his body has been changed by the demon power inside him. He feels much stronger than when he first reincarnated, though some things still need work. He's surprised he gets out of breath after just a few swings. Then, more powerful demons show up after sensing our boy's presence. They are one-finned demons. One is a wooden type, while the other seems like a fire type. Aang knows these are the one-finned demons he expected. The demon notices Aang isn't scared and wonders if his lack of fear is how he shows it. One demon attacks Aang, but he moves so fast he hits the demon with a rock and then stabs it with his sword. He says the metal element works well against fire. He decides to test his four-fin powers. The other demon, clearly scared, asks if he's really human. Aang remembers that his purple four-finned power lets him control cores. After killing the demon, he uses a purple thread to control it, shocking the other demons as the bastard watches Aang control one of their own. As evening comes, Paris notices that Aang hasn't come back yet. A man tells her that sunset is almost here, and because of the demon horde at Piketia City, all the gates, including the side ones, will close soon. Paris asks for a report on the demon levels lately, and the man says not only are there more one-finned demons, but two-finned, three-finned, and even four-finned demons are appearing. Paris worries that the kid might have been caught by the demons. She wants him to survive because she has just sent in the participant list and wants to avoid more problems. She decides to look for him at the live combat arena and tells the man she'll be back before the gates close, to which the man agrees. As she rushes, Paris thinks about being careless. Aang was just a normal warrior from a sea-level town, and she feels bad for letting him go to the live combat arena alone even though he asked for it. Usually only no-finned demons are there, and a five-finned demon showed up years ago. She feels responsible if the kid died there because it would make her look bad as a five-finned warrior who failed her duty. She worries about how she'll explain it to the soldiers from Heluos and hopes Aang is still alive. When Paris gets to the arena, she senses a strong demon aura and smells death, which isn't good. There are many demons there, including one-finned, two-finned, and three-finned ones. The higher-level demons make her worried because that's not normal. Suddenly, a demon runs at her, recognizing her as a five-finned warrior. She quickly kicks it hard, causing a big blast. Something feels wrong, and she senses something unusual. She sees many demons gathering, which is strange because demons usually don't group up like this. She knows she has to act fast before the gates close. She gets ready to fight, noticing the demons look like mindless corpses and smell bad. They only come from the front, making them easier to hit. She decides to use her bowstring slash to kill the demons. After taking out many of them, even more demons come, and she wonders how many there are. At that moment, Aang shows up behind her and asks why she's there. She's shocked and accidentally swings her sword at him. Aang stops her, identifies himself, and tells her it's him. Paris is stunned and asks if he's okay. She can't believe he blocked her attack so easily, even though he was fast and strong. She wonders if he's really from a sea-level town because even a four-finned warrior would have a hard time blocking that. Aang says she's a good five-finned warrior and admits his hand was numb from the hit. He explains he was focused on something and lost track of time, apologizing for being late. Paris tells him it's okay as long as he's alive and says they need to handle the unusual demons. She points out there are some three-finned demons that could be dangerous to Aang and tells him to stay back for his safety. Aang asks if she means all the demons around them. Right at that moment, he snaps his fingers, and all the demons fall down. While my guy is ready to head back to the city, Paris is shocked and grabs his collar, demanding to know how he did it, and if he's controlling the demons. She also sees he's a red core and asks about his abilities. Aang says they're just working together and doesn't need to explain more. He says he can only slightly control the dead demons. He feels that it's normal for warriors to have secret abilities which they can use later as an advantage in this apocalypse. Of course, she is still in disbelief. After all, controlling demons is rare even among five-finned warriors. He then says they will go to Dawn City the next day, because he needs to quickly sort out the energy crystal distribution for Heluos. They plan to leave the next day. As they walk out of the place, Paris thinks about expecting more from Aang during the big demon hunt tournament, not knowing that in the live combat arena, Aang had scattered many dead demon bodies. Later, they arrive at the gate of Dawn City. Paris tells everyone to do their best and not make the city look bad. Aang looks around and is certain Dawn City is the one he used to manage in his past life. It might have been renamed after his death, because the battlefield was called the Battle of Dawn. The city looks even more impressive than before, and he thinks it might be a long time before he can return. He wonders if he might meet the 6 great heroes, the strongest team he trained. He is curious about how they are doing after the Battle of Dawn, and if they would believe his story. Paris comes up to him and asks if he is scared of his first time visiting Dawn City. She says it is too early to be shocked since they have not even entered the city yet. Dawn City is humanity's only S-level city and the center of their strength. Not everyone is lucky enough to see it, and some people never do in their lifetime. Ung thinks Paris, being a 5-finned warrior, might know something important. He asks if she knows what happened to the 6 great heroes after the Battle of Dawn. She pauses, finding the question strange, and asks if he means the old 6 heroes. Ong is confused and explains that the 6 great heroes are the 6 people he is talking about, the strongest team led by the king, known as the mightiest warriors who share his name. Paris is surprised and asks if he really did not know. She says everyone knows the new 6 heroes do not like talking about the old 6 heroes, and warns him not to bring it up inside the city. She explains that the king changed, the dynasty changed, and the current mightiest warrior is the new king. The king Aang is talking about is now called the Old King. She warns him again not to speak about these things in the city. Aang wonders what happened to the old 6 heroes. Paris raises her voice, asking if he was not listening. People nearby start looking at them. She says she never knew why he chose to be called Aang, maybe because she admired him, but she never asked. She warns him once more not to speak of the old 6 heroes and the old king inside the city. Even though people in a sea-level city might have admired him, that is no longer the case, especially after the old king's sacrifice. No one believes in it anymore. She tells him to remember her words as they enter. Aang feels like no one recognizes him, and no one believes in his sacrifice. He wonders what happened after his death. He had led the 6 great heroes and all the warriors in a fierce battle against the demons, then went alone to the ancient king monument to uncover the demons' secrets. Did everything he did mean nothing? Did his death mean nothing? He enters the city and believes they are in the city center. The city has been upgraded but is still known as Dawn City. It is far larger than a typical city, with many urban clusters and buildings in different styles. There are forests, lakes, seas, and mountains, making it feel like its own world. The huge city is surrounded by massive walls and divided into 7 great districts. 6 belong to the 6 heroes, and the central district is for the king. Aang notices that many buildings have changed, but the layout is the same, and the air feels familiar. He remembers seeing his own statue here, but the face is currently hidden by clothing. Paris confirms that the statue is of the old king, whom Aang admires. It has stood here for decades and was made while he was still alive. The old king was very popular, but Paris will not say more. She adds that they plan to tear the statue down soon and replace it with one of the new kings. This makes her feel little empathy for the old king. At the base of the statue, one of the old heroes is paying her tribute to her fellow. This old hero is Lena, known as the strongest 7-finned recovery-type warrior. This causes Aang's software to crash, as he clearly remembers her to be one of his allies. He calls out her name instinctively and sees her placing flowers at the statue's base. A man comes and strikes Lena, telling her not to respect the old hero, especially since she is one of the old 6 heroes. The flowers fall from Lena's hands, much to her disappointment. Aang meanwhile pleasantly recalls that even though she is a healer, she has severe anger issues, so he is sure that things are about to get ugly. But on the contrary, the girl merely apologizes demurely. More warriors gather around Lena. One of them says he does not care who she used to be, but for now, she is nothing more than a self-proclaimed old hero who lost the right to have cores and is no longer a warrior. If not for the new king's decree allowing them to remain, she would have been cast out of Dawn City to fend for herself. He blames her damned old king and his arrogance for their situation, saying the old king's statue should have been destroyed long ago. He insults it, calling it trash that takes up space. Lena slaps him, and the man tries to attack her back, but Aang steps in with his sword and stops him, demanding to know how he dares. The other men get angrier and pull out their guns, asking if Aang is looking for trouble. They tell him to put down his sword, or they will shoot. For Aang, these bastards are no different from the useless hunting teams outside the city, who possess little to no empty or moral values. Before shit escalates to full-blown mess, Paris steps in and stops the fight. She says it is a misunderstanding and explains that these men are warriors from the A-level city of Pikadia, coming to join the Grand Demon Hunt tournament. She patronizes them if they are trying to fight warriors from other cities. She further suggests Aang to put his sword away since he is representing Pikadia. Aang puts his sword back. The warriors tell him to leave and avoid fighting warriors from other cities. They warn that they will be in big trouble if the law enforcement captain finds out. One of them tells Aang to quietly go to his hotel if he is joining the tournament. Aang should feel lucky that he is getting away easily. With that, the noisy bunch barges away. Then Lena turns to our boy and asks if he knows her. He thinks about telling her that the mightiest warrior Aang has returned, but decides it might cause more problems if he is not careful. Paris steps in and tells the old hero that Aang has a reputation for being a troublemaker. Of course, Aang plays along and confirms he is indeed troublemaker. Hell, even his name is a troublesome one. Lena starts to leave, agreeing it is a really troublesome name, a kind of name that brings headache. Hearing this, Paris gets annoyed at Lena. Not only Aang helped her out, but she is also calling him a headache. But my guy isn't bothered. He thinks he will find a good time to explain things to her, and believes she has a lot to tell him too. The next day, during the Grand Demon Hunt Parade, Paris's team joins the festivities. Someone talks about a new face in the crowd. Paris tells Aang that after the tournament, she will help him contact the person in charge of energy crystal distribution. Aang is happy that she remembers and thanks her. He tells her not to worry and promises she will not be disappointed with his performance. The woman hopes the same and reminds him to be careful and not to die. In the crowd, Aang sees Lena and gives her a slime, but she just looks at him with timid eyes, and then avoids the eye contact. Little about the matters at hand. Dawn City has forest tournament grounds, a big forest made just for the Grand Demon Hunt tournament. It is like a city inside a city, a common place in the amazing Dawn City. They stop at a set spot, and Paris tells our boy and the 5 warriors that since she is not a participant, she can only escort them to this point. Their skills will be tested once they enter. She encourages them to bring glory to Pikedia and to bravely fight the demons. They all agree by letting out a roar, while Aang thinks screaming is necessary. A broadcast announces that all squads should enter the grounds in order, with the vanguard going to the judges' area first. Aang realizes the tournament has started. As he enters, he is amazed at how the Grand Demon Hunt tournament has grown into such a big event over the years. What used to be a small event in this city now feels very nostalgic. The broadcaster welcomes the warriors of Pikedia, who got their own vanguard to gather info. The warriors of Pikedia bow to Aang, wishing their friendship lasts forever. A girl wishes Aang to gather information and promises to remember his sacrifice. A boy asks for another handshake. Aang tells them to calm down because he is not dead yet, nor he plans to die. He thinks they all know how dangerous the vanguard role is, and their serious faces make it seem like they think this is his final farewell. Being chosen as the vanguard must seem like a role with little chance of survival to them, and their lifeless faces look sad. Then a lady speaks to all the vanguards from different squads. She says their mission has many unknown dangers and praises their brave courage for taking on the role. She tells them to enter the tournament grounds, gather as much information on the demons as possible for their squad, and warns them to be careful because they will face demons of unknown levels. Aang notices that all the participating warriors seem to be Tier 2 core warriors. The tournament looks like a talent showcase to find out which city has the best new generation of warriors. Naturally, they do not let high-level warriors participate. Paris understands that Aang's abilities are far greater than those of the Tier 2 core warriors, and that is okay because no one would guess his true powers if he keeps them hidden. The lady then asks the crowd to welcome the special guest with loud cheers. The highest-ranking judge of the tournament and one of the 6 great warriors, Dylan, the strongest recovery-type warrior, comes out, and the audience cheer loudly for Dylan Fan. Aang sees that Dylan has a dual-core setup, something he had only imagined before. This shit can grant you double the power. If the synchronization rate is high enough, the power could be incredible. A warrior's strength comes from the power the core provides, and a high sync rate lets them use more of the core's potential. However, a high sync rate also means the body has to handle the demonic power or get overwhelmed. That is why some warriors with low core compatibility or weak bodies have lower sync rates. In his past life, humans could only make single-core grafting equipment, but now it looks like the new 6 heroes have dual-core grafting equipment and are much more powerful. Except for Aang, everyone bows to Dylan, and the Horned Warriors thanks him for his presence. Aang feels uneasy seeing what happened to the old 6 heroes. His presence makes things worse, and he feels uneasy about Dylan. The Big Cheese then addresses the crowd, acknowledging the warriors' bravery despite the risks. He praises their courage and gives each of them a Tier 3 core as a memento. He also prays for their safe return. The warriors thank Dylan a lot as they keep bowing. One of the warriors tells Aang to stop being rude and bow. Aang apologizes in return, saying his back hurts, so he cannot really bow well enough as it might hurt more. Dylan smiles at Aang, which makes our boy feel creepy, and wonder why this dude is smiling like that. The girl announces that Dylan, one of the new 6 heroes, will demonstrate hunting a Tier 4 demon. She wishes everyone the best for the Grand Demon Hunt tournament, and welcomes Dylan. The audience cheers, saying they have been waiting for him. The girl tells all the vanguards to follow her to watch from the side and leaves the stage to Dylan. Aang thinks this demo hunt is likely to show off the new 6 heroes' strength and prestige. Catching and containing a 4-finned demon is hard, and it seems Dawn City's power has grown a lot. Dylan asks the lady if she is a new referee. She responds with a yes and is happy to meet him. The Big Cheese then whispers into her ear that they need to replace her right away. He finds the term New 6 Heroes annoying and hints that if she were not a Dawn City warrior, he might have broken her bones by accident. There are no new or old heroes. They are just heroes that represent the city. Not gonna lie, this dude gives me serious Homelander vibes. The audience watches happily as Dylan lowers his head to talk to her, admiring his sweet side. With that, he dismisses her, causing the panicked girl to run away. Dylan gets a microphone for broadcasting to appear on his head. He asks permission to represent the 6 heroes and perform the 4-finned demon hunt. He wishes everyone the best for the Grand Demon Hunt tournament, and hopes his demo sets a good example for the brave vanguards. A box comes up from the ground. The broadcaster decides to emphasize how terrifying this demon is. You see, they had to send 4-finned warriors just to capture this demon. As the box opens, a rare and fierce demon, even among 4-finned demons, comes out. It is a violent red core metal element demon. The demon wonders what is happening. It does not know the human's plan, but realizes they are trying to contain him in an arena full of spectators. Angry and confused, the demon rushes to attack the audience, but finds he is within a protective barrier. The demon falls, and Dylan asks if there is still confusion about the situation. He explains that the protective barrier around the arena is very strong and was created by one of the 6 heroes, commonly known as the mightiest psychic-type warrior. The audience understands there is an invisible barrier, and Dylan tells the demon to just die for his performance. The demon warns Dylan not to get any closer and attacks him with a slash. Dylan uses his shield to block and says the demon is just a brute without any manners. The demon tries to punch through the shield, but it holds strong, making the demon deal with the force of Dylan's counterattack. This Temu version of Homelander tells the demon it has no right to fight back. The demon wonders how in the hell a green core can withstand the brute force. Usually the green core represents the power of regeneration and healing, which doesn't actually aid much when it comes to raw strength. The demon decides to throw a punch to prove his point, but Dylan uses green ropes to capture the demon and says it's his job to fix the demon's misunderstanding. He introduces himself as a green core warrior who possesses dual cores. The demon tries to drop some juicy info about this mysterious power, but Dylan tells it to be quiet. He then hits the demon, making it explode and spill its blood. Homelander stands behind his shield and says this is the start of the Grand Demon Hunt tournament, telling everyone to begin. Ong is amazed by Dylan's strength and power. He realizes that having dual cores doesn't just double the power of a single core, their combined strength makes them even stronger. The 6 new heroes are more impressive than he thought, and he wonders how powerful the new king is. Even though he admires the new heroes, he's still upset about how they treated Lena. The broadcaster thanks Dylan and invites the vanguards back on stage. It goes without saying that Dylan is popular, and the vanguards bow respectfully other than our boy, of course. This prompts Dylan to ask the kid if he doesn't like him and harbors hostility. Ong says there might have been a misunderstanding, explaining that he usually acts hostile before going on stage to focus better. He knows being a vanguard is tough. Dylan decides to watch Aang closely because he finds him interesting and wants the kid not to let him down. Speaking of which, our boy finds it hilarious that back in the past, when he was busy yanking demons' guts out, this dude wasn't even born. Anyhow, the broadcaster tells the vanguards to gather and listen to the rules. The first task is to enter the fray and scout the woods. Their main goal is to find the best route based on their squad's strength. Each squad has to defeat demons within a set time to earn points. The tournament has not just no-finned demons, but also 1-finned, 2-finned, and 3-finned demons spread out in the woods. The area is huge, so the vanguards need to carefully find the best paths. The broadcaster says this isn't their home area and tells the vanguards to be very careful. They have to work alone to avoid attracting demons. One vanguard wonders if this reminder is really needed, and asks who would risk their life just to provoke a demon. Another agrees, saying that even though no-finned and 1-finned demons aren't very strong, there's still some danger. The third vanguard says fighting might attract more demons. The fourth vanguard reminds everyone to take care of themselves and not forget that the survival chances for vanguards in this tournament are below 36%. Ung thinks that these 2-finned core warriors have low survival chances as they're not very strong. He thinks about synchronization rates and how important self-confidence is. The warriors are young and don't have the responsibilities of a captain, so they seem immature compared to the 1-finned warriors like those in Ji Yao Tang's group. The warriors from a town with few resources have improved their skills and experience through life-or-death battles to protect their home, and these pussies have already started to panic. The broadcaster then announces that, like every year, there's a special part of the tournament involving a level 4 demon. There's a 4-finned demon locked in a container in the tournament area. If a squad is strong enough, they might try to hunt it. If they succeed in hunting the 4-finned demon, the tournament will end, and their squad will be the winner. Ung notices that this part of the tournament is the same as in previous years. A man says that even though everyone knows the 4-finned demon gives the most points, no one dares to take the risk. When the tournament starts, all the other vanguards leave except for Aang. He rushes off to find the 4-finned demon, saying that's his goal after all. As Aang rushes inside, he sees that most of the vanguards are sticking together. It looks like the other teams don't plan to go after the 4-finned demon, even though defeating it would mean winning. The young warriors are still scared of the risks. Dylan, who is watching the vanguards, asks a lady for information. In response, she asks which warrior he wants to know about. Dylan describes a warrior with a patch of white hair who is currently taking a relaxed walk. The lady finds the info and tells Dylan that the warrior is registered in Pikedia as a 3-finned core warrior. Dylan notes that the tournament allows warriors up to 3 fins to join, but very few 3-finned core warriors actually participate because of the high risks and rewards. This means our boy is at least 1 level higher than the other participants, which might explain his arrogance. Dylan then asks for the warrior's name. The girl hesitates but reveals that it is Aang. Of course, the mere mention of Aang triggers disgust within Dylan. He gets angry and demands to know what she said. She explains she was just reading the name from the report and shows him the report. He believes that the people with this name deserve nothing but death. Meanwhile, as the vanguards move into the forest, some of them run into demons. The broadcaster announces that the vanguards have spotted some demons and are marking their locations. This area will become the gathering spot for the no-finned demons. He then watches the vanguards rush to their next spot. Aang walks calmly and thinks that marking locations, planning routes, and finding the best way forward are all part of a vanguard's job. He pushes past his initial fear and begins enjoying this nostalgic feeling. His teammates watch him, and one says that Aang seems to be taking a relaxed stroll. Another boy asks if they really should rely on this dude. Paris is also watching him and doesn't seem much concerned. She remembers their conversation where he told her she can trust him. She realizes that unlike the other vanguards, Aang doesn't strictly follow the rules, but he promised that Pikedia would win. She thinks Aang's promise and the confidence in his eyes show he is serious. His display of power during combat training showed he is becoming braver, and even had the guts to speak to her without hesitations, which made her more interested in him. Meanwhile, the vanguards keep scouting ahead while demons chase them. One boy, scared by the sight of 3 one-finned demons, tries to stay away. The boy soon runs into a 2-finned red core demon and also spots the 3-finned demon. Some of the vanguards flee. One of them sees Aang standing still and warns him to run because of the 3-finned demons. My guy notices that this demon is along the route he needs to take. Suddenly, roots start attacking some of the vanguards. The audience is shocked by the demon's appearance and asks the warriors to escape. The demon declares that humans have trapped demons there for too long and that they deserve to die. As the demon attacks Aang, he realizes that the demons inside the tournament grounds are much more violent than those outside. He quickly dodges the attack and thinks that having so many spectators is a hassle since he wants to lay low. In order to avoid standing out, he decides to eliminate the threat quickly. Aang approaches the 3-finned demon closely, clearly focusing on its core. Since the 4-finned demon is still waiting for him, he does not have time to deal with this 3-finned demon. With determined precision, he attacks the core with great force. The audience is stunned as they watch him single-handedly defeat the 3-finned demon. Aang uses a metal element sword and infuses it with the metal element to make it sharper and more damaging. After defeating the demon, he retrieves the 3-finned agility core and starts searching for the 4-finned demon. He considers if the terrain layout has changed. The highest-ranking spectators are placed to have the best view of the tournament, so the 4-finned demon is probably in the most elevated and prominent part of the area. As Dylan watches Aang's movements, he can sense that the kid is clearly searching for the 4-finned demon. Aang stabs his sword into the demon. This is the 5th demon he has defeated. He thinks these demons get stronger the deeper he goes, which seems strange. Even though he wants to check the area around him, he has to keep fighting because the demons keep chasing him. It makes sense why no one wants to be a vanguard, as it is like a suicide mission for lower-level warriors. Aang has already beaten 5 2-finned demons for his team, which should have boosted their squad score. He hopes his team is not too surprised by his improvement. He believes the 4-finned demon is on the highest hill where the top viewers are. Dylan notices that this kid is really ambitious and wonders if he decided to go after the 4-finned demon alone, or if the whole squad agreed. Right then, the broadcaster says Aang is heading towards the 4-finned demon, which seems strange because it is unclear how he knows exactly where it is. One of Aang's squad members asks if our boy is planning a route for them to defeat the demon. He further mentions that their squad is not strong enough to take down a 4-finned demon and asks if Paris is the one who decided this. Of course, the girl says no, admitting she has no idea what Aang is doing. She hopes he will not cause trouble and knows their squad cannot beat a 4-finned demon. The broadcaster reports that Aang has found the 4-finned demon and is planning his next move. People think Aang might be thinking of escaping, letting his squad start the attack first so he can get back safely. But my guy simply breaks off the seal of the gate leading to the 4-finned demon, much to everyone's shock. My guy boldly challenges the demon to get his ass off and fight. Dylan, meanwhile, is going nuts, fascinated that Aang is not letting his squad fight the demon and wants to take it on alone. My guy wants to win the tournament as a vanguard. The broadcaster highlights how amazing it is that the kid opened the container and is ready to fight the 4-finned demon by himself, a move never done before in the tournament. Of course, the crowd cheers loudly for Pikedia. The broadcaster announces that the vanguard is going solo against the four-finned demon. Meanwhile, Aang's squad mates ask Paris if that arrogant dude has lost his mind, because it has no chance of winning. The crowd is also going wild, amazed by Aang's bold move. Paris thinks that even with Aang's control abilities, a four-finned demon is still very tough. She knows fighting it alone needs all his strength, which begs the question if Aang is ready for such a fight. The four-finned demon, a blue core water element demon, breaks free and sees Aang standing alone. It immediately attacks with an exploding drill. Aang swings his sword to create an earth wall, but the drill keeps going. The earth wall is weak against the four-finned demon, and Aang looks like he is in serious trouble. The demon makes fun of him, asking how he dares to fight alone and saying he will tear him apart. In response, my guy summons a demon to help him fight the four-finned demon, and defiantly asks who said he was alone. Dylan realizes that the second demon helping Aang is one of the two-finned demons he defeated earlier. The battle continues, and the four-finned demon starts sensing something strange. It soon sees that Aang is controlling the cores of the demons. My guy feels smug for having a skill that was exclusive to demons, only as no human likely possesses it. Paris watches Aang using his special control ability, and the broadcaster is amazed by what they see. The three demons helping Aang were the ones he had already defeated. The audience is shocked. Aang tells the controlled demons to charge at the four-finned demon. The bastard laughs in response, thinking that two-finned demons cannot challenge him, and prepares to use his extreme water gun. But before all that happens, Dylan jumps in, strikes the four-finned demon, and slams him into the ground. Aang is surprised that this new hero defeated the demon just by landing on him. Dylan meanwhile apologizes for barging in like this, saying he was too curious about the kid's abilities and wants to have a match with him instead. The ability to control dead demons is something entirely new, and Aang seems capable of defeating even the four-finned demon. So, this cheap Homelander decides to test Aang's strength personally. The broadcaster announces the challenge, and the audience erupts in excitement at witnessing such a rare event. A man asks Paris what is happening, and another explains that Dylan, one of the 6 heroes, is going to test Aang himself. By now, Paris knows that things are now out of their control. Internally, Aang wonders if this dude has lost his mind. He can sense the killing intent of his. Dylan notes that our boy does not look scared at all, which is unusual for a young warrior. To which my guy replies that he has undergone rigorous training, and that because of his unique abilities, his squad captain has always expected a lot from him. This might explain why his strength surpasses his peers, and he adds that people consider him a genius. Of course, my guy is spouting whatever came over his tongue, thinking that Dylan probably will not bother fact-checking his claims. But this cheap Homelander finds Aang increasingly fascinating and prepares to attack, challenging him to show his full power. The rocks this bastard sends flying are like bullets, fast and deadly. My guy dodges, knowing that if he had not been on high alert, he would not have avoided the attack. Dylan talks about his opponent's agility, saying it explains his ability to dodge so effectively, and states that he now expects even more from him. Aang questions this dude's hostility, wondering why he is being so aggressive. The big shot maneuvers behind our boy and explains that part of his hostility comes from disliking his attitude, as well as his name. He attacks again, but Aang dodges. The bastard keeps circling behind him and feels that our boy reeks of a demon. Aang realizes he cannot hide the demonic energy inside him completely, making evading suspicion impossible. Despite using less than half his full strength, Dylan puts immense pressure on Aang, which reminds the boy of his past encounter with an 8-finned demon. Dylan then reveals another reason for his aggression. He despises Aang's name. By now, our boy guesses this hatred is tied to the old king who sacrificed himself for humanity and lost many comrades in the process. Dylan then lets his rage take control. He launches a fierce attack, forcing Aang to transform into his demonic form to fight back. Their clash causes a massive explosion, though the audience is shielded by a protective barrier. The broadcaster reports that Aang has landed a hit on the new hero despite the insane power gap. Dylan uses healing magic on himself, but even the broadcaster notes how surprising it is that Aang has managed to injure him, if only briefly. Determined to end the fight, Dylan resolves to kill Aang and points out the strong demonic scent he carries. The broadcaster announces that Dylan is about to unleash devastating abilities, including high-speed spinning energy gears capable of destroying everything in their path. They hope Dylan will hold back slightly and ask the audience to enjoy his performance. As Dylan charges with so much overwhelming power, Aang realizes he cannot keep hiding his abilities. If he does, this son of a gun will kill him without hesitation. So being much weaker right now, Aang has no choice but to reveal his full strength. Just as the two are about to clash, a protective barrier appears, stopping Dylan's attack. The new hero quickly recognizes the barrier and realizes who is behind this. He asks her why she is interfering, and Lena replies that while Dylan claims to hate this kid, she feels differently because she actually likes him. The woman is totally decked out in this battle stance head to toe. Aang also notices the woman and wonders if she used the green core to restore herself to her prime condition. Dylan questions her, reminding her that she's not allowed to wear battle gear and asking if she plans to defy the king's orders. Lena calmly tries to correct the misunderstanding. She's only forbidden from participating in demon-killing activities. No one said anything about wearing battle gear, and she asks if Dylan expected her to walk around unarmed. Ong can tell that the girl is still as sharp and lively as she was in the past. In his previous life, he had always stood in front of her during battles, but now she's the one standing in front of him. The broadcaster announces Lena's arrival, calling it a surprising and unexpected event. Dylan acknowledges her reputation as a great warrior, warning that he won't go easy on her and advising her to choose her words carefully. Lena scrutinizes him for causing such a public commotion on an important day. She then introduces Aang as the son of her friend, and she thinks that Dylan has tested the boy enough already. Dylan laughs, calling them detestable and activating his ability, Serpent Decree. A wave of dense energy fans out, making it nearly impossible to dodge. He launches the attack at Lena, but my guy steps in with his sword, blocking the first wave. The broadcaster warns that the follow-up attacks are relentless and impossible for the kid to block entirely. Lena then suggests him to fall back as her shield protects them, but Aang refuses and takes the hits head-on to stop Lena from being harmed. Knowing her temperament, he fears the situation could escalate and lead to death. The broadcaster grows excited, calling this battle between heroes an incredible spectacle, even rarer than seeing a 7-finned demon. Dylan grows more serious, launching his demon-piercing full Gatling attack, indicating he's fighting with genuine effort. Before shit between the two heroes turns into a full-blown mess, Aang shifts the dynamics by grabbing everyone's attention. He expresses his gratitude to Dylan, saying he has learned many battle techniques. He feels that his senior's efforts are invaluable and feels unworthy of such generosity. Paris, watching from the sidelines, wonders what in the hell this kid is trying to achieve. Aang, meanwhile, keeps on egging Dylan, asking if he's satisfied with his performance. The broadcaster notes Aang's display of respect, while some spectators wonder if this means the battle is over. They marvel at the devastation that would occur if all 6 heroes ever fought each other. For now, they are thrilled to witness Dylan in action and cheer loudly for him. Dylan decides there's no point in continuing the fight. Aang insists on thanking him for his guidance and vows not to disappoint him in the future. He promises to keep improving. Dylan acknowledges Aang's exceptional performance, calling him full of surprises and praising him as an impressive young warrior. He tells Aang to keep striving forward. The broadcaster congratulates our boy on earning the new hero's recognition, describing it as an extraordinary achievement. They announce that Aang's team has won the grand tournament, marking this iteration as the fastest and most unexpected in history. Paris and Aang's teammates are shocked at how easily they won, while the broadcaster further attributes that Aang's role as the vanguard and his unexpected strength secured their victory. They celebrate as the team receives the tournament trophy. Paris rightfully congratulates the boy, saying he won the tournament for them and is willing to grant any sort of gift he desires. Overwhelmed with joy, she further hugs him tightly within her milkers, saying he can do whatever he wants with her. Others tell her to let go so Aang can breathe. Afterward, Aang reminds her of their earlier agreement. Paris agrees and promises to vouch for him, allowing him to enter the city and meet those responsible for energy crystal distribution. Aang thanks her and mentions his cape is dirty, asking if she can prepare some clothes for him since he won't join the celebrations due to a prior engagement. A girl teases Aang, asking if he has a date and whether it's with a man or a woman, but my guy clarifies that he's going to visit an old friend. Later, Aang meets Lena, who is surprised that he actually showed up. She asks how he knew it was the secret base where they are supposed to meet. Her eyes well up with warm tears of joy as she desperately wants him to confirm that he is the Aang she once knew. We then travel down her memory lane, memories about their past at the secret base, remembering how she and Aang used to come here. She had always loved this quiet spot with its sweeping view of the city. He had always teased her for acting like a child. It was the place they would always come here to goof around, and thus, she marked it as the secret base only 2 of them know. Back in the present, she grows more emotional and asks him if he is really the same person who remembers their secret base. Before he can respond, she leaves, wiping her eyes and apologizing for losing her composure. She explains that he reminds her of someone very important to her. She admits she had been worried about him, saying he was reckless during the tournament and would have been in serious trouble if she had not arrived in time. Lena asks him to see this as her way of thanking him for his help near the statue of the mightiest warrior. Aang calls her name, and Lena asks what he just said. He taps her forehead lightly in the same typical fashion, teasing her for still worrying about their secret base after all these years. Lena begins to cry when she realizes what's going on, and Aang reassures her, saying it is wonderful to see her alive and well. He confirms that he is the same Aang and has returned to their secret base. Lena hugs him tightly, expressing her relief and asking why it took him so long to come back. Aang tells her everything, including his time travel and the existence of an 8-finned demon in the ancient king monument. Lena is stunned after hearing all this, questioning if 7-finned demons were not the highest. Ang admits he does not fully understand it himself but explains he should have died 50 years ago. Somehow he traveled to the present, and something sinister is inside him. Lena is overjoyed that he is alive and welcomes him back warmly. Ang then asks why people in the city and the present-day population harbor so much hatred toward him and the old six heroes. To which Lena explains that the hostility stems from his actions during the Battle of Dawn. Aang had led a group of warriors to the ancient king monument despite widespread opposition. Many had warned him not to go, fearing the consequences. However, Aang disregarded their concerns, instructing everyone to wait for his return, and entered the monument with his team. When news of Aang's death in the monument spread, the morale of the warriors collapsed. The mightiest warrior and their king were gone, leaving humanity in despair. The demons launched a massive counterattack, reclaiming all lost ground. Human casualties skyrocketed, with 9 out of 10 warriors perishing. To many, it seemed the tragedy could have been avoided if Aang had listened to the warnings. Over time, new heroes and a new king rose to power, many of whom had opposed Aang's decision. This led to widespread resentment toward him and his supporters, the surviving 6 heroes. Their status as warriors was stripped by the new king, leaving them scorned and powerless. Aang is shocked to learn his decisions caused so much devastation. Lena acknowledges it has been a long time, and she has grown used to the resentment. She says the past no longer matters. It is not about who was right or wrong. She often stops by Aang's statue and thinks about the past, and now that he is alive, it feels like a miracle. Aang explains his intentions had been to eliminate the demons permanently and secure a future free of fear. Lena empathizes with his pain but points out that the consequences of his actions are still hard for many to accept, and as their king, he naturally took the blame. Aang asks about the surviving heroes. Lena reveals that 3 of the 6 perished in the battles that followed his death. One hero with a yellow core suffered severe injuries, voluntarily gave up his status, and went into hiding. The blue core phantom opposed the new king, leading to his brutal punishment. His hands and feet were broken, and he was thrown into a dungeon to die. Lena herself is considering leaving the city, as the memories are too painful. Aang is enraged by the treatment of the heroes and asks why Lena has not rallied others to oppose the new king. Lena explains that the new king is extraordinarily powerful, the only known 3-core S-finned warrior. She doubts even Aang at his peak could defeat him. The new 6 heroes, each with dual-core 7-fin abilities, have surpassed their predecessors. But our boy just cannot let Desha rot in the dungeon. They must find a way to save him. He wonders how a 3-core warrior is even possible. Lena says there might be a way, and asks if he knows that demons have the ability to control elemental powers. Aang thinks about the elemental powers, and Lena explains that demons are not just classified by their 6 core colors, but have also evolved into 5 elemental types: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This evolution makes demons much harder to defeat. Aang realizes the earth element is the only one which he currently lacks. Lena further reveals how the elemental powers can fuse with the warriors and give them immense strength. Aang compares that with his own elemental control. Since he isn't exactly sure what it is, he wants her to elaborate. The woman then narrates the gap between 4-finned and 5-finned warriors is huge. The strongest of the 5-finned warriors also look for fusion cores. Lena names one such place where warriors look for fusion cores as Dracula's Boneyard Castle, and Aang remembers leading a fierce battle there with more than 1 million warriors. The aftermath of that battle gave the place its name. Lena adds that beneath the Boneyard Castle lie the cores of countless warriors and demons. Later, a new breed of demon is found. Even the weakest demons are 5-finned. These demons have fusion cores in their chests, crystals that allow warriors to fuse with elemental powers. Not everyone can use them, though. Only warriors at the 5-finned level with great physical resistance can fuse successfully. Aang looks surprised and asks if she can use all 5 elements with one fusion core. Lena replies that fusion only allows control over one element, because the 5 elements are too distinct from each other to work together. She says that no one, not even the new king or the 6 heroes, has ever combined more than one element. Aang is amazed by how strong the warriors are with their elemental cores. Back then, Dylan probably was not showing his true power in the fight because he had to keep up appearances and didn't want to break apart the barrier. If that dude had been using his full strength, Aang would never have survived. She also adds that the new king and the 6 heroes are much stronger than the warriors from Aang's time. They have dual cores and fully represent the elemental powers, making it impossible to rescue Desha from the dungeon. Aang thinks about the 4 elements he already has from the 8-finned demon, but realizes he is still much weaker than these heroes. He decides he should not rely only on the demon's powers and promises to get stronger. To do that, he feels he needs to visit Dracula's Boneyard Castle. Lena tells Aang that he is not yet a 5-finned warrior. Aang responds that even though there is a big difference between the 4-finned and 5-finned levels, he aims to overcome it in his lifetime. Later, Aang meets Paris at the market and tells her about his new plan. He says he will leave only after getting the energy crystal. Seeing how determined he is, Paris agrees to help him and go with him, hoping it will finally fix the energy crystal issue in Helios Town. As they walk, Aang sees Ji Yaotong and his fellows walking right in front of him. The captain is busy telling the team about their plan to visit the Warrior War Department for help. Meanwhile, Paris questions the kid why he has stopped, and as soon as my guy greets his fellows, they all quickly latch on him to hug him, feeling emotional to see him alive and stronger. Ji Yaotong can sense that Aang has grown a lot, while Lan notes that he is also taller now. Now that they mention it, Aang realizes that this might be because of the Demon Corps. Lan mentions that they had followed the commander from Bryan City just to watch the tournament. Thankfully, Liu manages to get some information about his whereabouts. But turns out, the information proved to be incorrect, so they had to go back to Dawn City where Ji Yaotong manages to strike up a deal and acquire some energy crystals. The next thing they wanted to do was to find him, not expecting him to already be in Dawn City. Aang is happy that the energy crystal problem is solved and offers to represent them from then on. Paris watches the group for a while longer before leaving them to reunite. Before she takes off, Ji Yaotong thanks her for looking after Aang. But the woman believes that our boy is the one who has been helping Picadia City. Moving on, Lan suggests Aang to talk with Liu because she has not been eating well since they separated. The photographer maniac also shows pictures of Liu who looks sad and distant. Aang eventually goes to the girl, apologizing for making her worry, and promises not to leave on his own again. Liu becomes emotional before taking his words. All the friends spend time talking and laughing together. Meanwhile, Lena keeps watching from hiding, remembering everything that has taken place in her life with Aang and the other heroes. Seeing them all reminds her of the bonds they once shared. Liu dreams of a devastated area where she is helping Aang, asking him to stay awake and hang on. She begs him not to go unconscious. Finally, they see an elemental crystal, which they manage to snag. For context, if you can't remember, this crystal allows the warriors to wield elemental powers of demons. A demon also barges in and makes fun of them, calling them low-level warriors and saying that even with the crystal, they are just delaying the inevitable. The demon charges at Liu and knocks her down over the ground. Despite the attack, the only thing she wants to struggle for is to help Aang. Suddenly, the nightmare ends and Liu wakes up in her bed, realizing it was just a dream, but it felt incredibly real. Even the sensation of being stabbed. Sweaty and shaken, she decides to take a shower. Just then, Aang opens her door, saying he heard her shouting. Seeing her in a nightdress, she throws a pillow at him and scolds him for entering without knocking. Aang explains that he came because he was worried, but the girl only yells at him to leave. Later, Aang waits outside the hotel for Liu. When she joins him, she decides it is time to go. Aang asks if she cleaned up, and she tells him to call her squad leader. He agrees and asks if she rested well, reminding her of the long journey ahead. Liu assures him she is fine but admits the nightmare scared her. She wonders how he can stay so calm even though the place they are about to visit is nerve-wracking. Turns out they are traveling through a sea-level area on their way to Dracula's Boneyard Castle, and if they hurry, they will arrive by evening. He adds they will need to pass a test of strength to enter the castle, otherwise they will be treated as trespassers. The girl recalls that Ji Yaotong mentioned the castle as an important site where promising five-finned warriors go to obtain elemental crystals. A city has grown around the castle, complete with military grounds and high-level warriors. The area is heavily guarded, not only to prevent unauthorized entry, but also to keep creatures inside the castle from escaping. Aang asks if she is afraid to accompany him there, especially since only five-finned warriors usually dare to go. Well, not only her, but the captain is also worried about him acting recklessly, which is why the captain assigned her, a Green Corps recovery type, to ensure his safety. It is not just about protecting Aang, as Ji Yaotong wants her to grow stronger alongside him and return as a two-finned warrior. She further expresses frustration at how quickly Aang has leveled up, reaching 4 fins in such a short time. Aang then recalls that the other two of their teammates are also supposed to get special training from the captain, and the duo was looking forward to it. Liu, acting as squad leader, says she has to keep an eye on Aang, especially since he once left the squad without warning. Aang gives her a mischievous smile, which irritates her. She accuses him of thinking about the morning incident, but he denies it. At Dracula's Boneyard Castle, warriors are recruiting other warriors in their teams. Some squads require agility-type warriors, while some want Green Corps warriors, and they all should be 5-finned warriors to qualify. When Aang and Liu arrive at the castle, the warriors at the entrance notice them. They refer to Aang as a 4-finned warrior and Liu as a 1-finned warrior, questioning where they are from. Some speculate they must be desperate. One jokes the young couple must be lost, while another claims they will not be allowed to enter since they clearly will not pass the test. Seems like these guys underestimate our duo. A group of warriors arrives, and one of them mocks Aang, thinking that he brought his girlfriend along, but our duo ignores them, determined to enter Dracula's Boneyard Castle. Our girl grows mildly annoyed by the constant mockery, but Aang tells her not to waste energy on their stupid insults. Turns out, the one who mocked them is Uther, the young master of the Mir family from Eula City. The warriors don't expect Uther to come to the castle in search of an elemental crystal with a six-finned warrior. This six-finned warrior is said to be one of the top fighters hired by the Mir family. Someone nearby mentions seeing his information on the hiring board, noting both his impressive strength and his connection to the Mirs. They also say the warrior already possesses an elemental crystal and has gained significant elemental power, so they believe Uther will succeed this time. Uther introduces himself as the young master of the Mir family from Oyla, an A-level city. He boasts that everyone knows his family, the largest warrior guild in the city. He further suggests to Liu she doesn't belong there since she is a green core and offers her a chance to be his personal healer, promising generosity in return. Of course, our duo ignores him, making the bastard annoyed that they are not flocking over him just because he hails from a big family. He assumes they don't know about the Mirs. Bro is really full of himself, and Liu snaps because she had it enough, demanding to know who gave Uther permission to speak to her that way. Uther continues bragging and insulting her, which only makes the girl angrier. The bastard then throws his side chick away, ready to take our girl down. Even though Liu isn't strong enough to face him, she refuses to back down. Furious at his arrogance, she prepares to fight. Uther charges at her, saying he'll teach her a lesson, but before he can strike, Aang steps in to stop him. Uther tells him to move aside and threatens to deal with him as well if he doesn't move. Aang reminds the bastard who started the fight and warns that causing trouble could damage his family's reputation. He suggests Uther think again, since the guards might refuse him entry if he causes a scene. Of course, this arrogant piece of shit refuses to back down. The six-finned warrior with him steps forward and agrees with Aang. He says all the warriors present are strong, and making a scene would look bad for the Mirs. He advises Uther there's no need to rush. Once inside the castle, anything can happen. Well, we can tell what these bastards are planning. Uther reluctantly backs off, saying he won't waste time on weak opponents, then moves forward. The six-finned warrior follows, using his earth elemental power to throw small stones at Aang, which my guy catches easily in midair. Sensing something unusual, the girl asks if something is wrong. Aang replies it's just a minor annoyance, like dealing with mosquitoes, and suggests they continue with the test. The six-finned warrior is surprised at how easily this kid blocked his hidden attack. Even though it was fast, it should have hurt Aang's hands. The warrior tells Uther they should reconsider their top contenders for the elemental crystal, as Aang looks far stronger than a typical four-finned warrior. He admits he can't fully gauge the kid's strength. They should avoid direct confirmation and find a way to eliminate both Aang and Liu first. During the synchronization rate test, Aang scores 54% and Liu scores 42%. Liu asks if they pass, since there is no minimum requirement. Aang remembers Liu's rate had been 39% before, and now she has not only become a one-finned warrior, but also improved to 42%, a notable increase. The woman conducting the test observes that one of them is a four-finned warrior and the other a one-finned warrior, then asks why they want to enter the Boneyard Castle for an elemental crystal when the demons inside are at least three-finned in strength. Aang confirms their decision, explaining that Liu is their squad's medic, and he is a highly agile warrior, so they can defend themselves. Of course, Liu frowns at being called just a medic. The woman explains that no warrior below 5-finned has ever dared enter the castle, making them the lowest level entrance on record. She reminds them that the elemental crystal can only be found on a special demon, and usually only one appears at a time. Once it is hunted, another takes a while to appear. She also warns they will face not only demons but also stronger warriors, and their lives will be at risk. She asks if they still want to proceed. Aang agrees, saying their goal is more than just survival, and thanks her for the warning. She lets them enter. Lo remembers rumors that 9 out of 10 who entered the castle never came out. She admits she is scared, but feels a surprising calm and confidence with Aang beside her. And with that, they step into Dracula's Boneyard Castle. They enter Dracula's Boneyard Castle and hide from the demons. Liu sees the place is full of demons. Aang explains that it used to be a big city like Dawn City, but after the demon invasion, it was abandoned and became a battlefield. The main castle and surrounding area are now taken over by demons, and no one lives there anymore. People just call it the castle to forget its past. By now, Liu is fascinated by how he knows a lot, but Aang downplays his knowledge, saying he just heard stories in childhood. He stands up and decides to start looking for the special demon and its elemental crystal. While doing this, they must avoid battles at all cost. Suddenly, Liu sees an explosion and thinks some warriors are fighting hard. She asks him if they should help, but Aang says no. It is better to stay out of it while they are in the castle. Since she grew up in Heluos, she does not likely know the dangers outside. He warns her that the warriors they saw at the entrance are greedy and tricky, so she should keep her kindness to herself. Suddenly, Aang sees a demon rushing toward Liu, but he quickly pulls her to safety like a Chad he is. The demon is surprised that Aang reacted to his attacks. After all, his water attacks are silent and odorless, which should not be possible to detect. Aang realizes it is a 5-finned demon using silent water and agility to sneak up on them. Liu thinks that if our boy had not acted fast, she would have been hurt. He then decides to deal with this bastard, saying they should not attract other demons or warriors and should end the fight fast. Liu agrees, not wanting more mistakes or to be a burden to him. The demon questions if they really think they can defeat him, noting they are a 4-finned and 1-finned warrior, and wonders how they underestimated him. Then he disappears and jumps down, launching a rain of spikes at them. Ung sees it as an area attack and tells Liu to get closer. He creates a protective barrier that stops the spikes. As he can act cocky once again, he notices a mix of wood and metal surrounding our duo. This makes him wonder if it is elemental power. He is confused about how this kid can control more than 2 elements since human warriors can only have elemental power if they are 5-finned or higher. Ung attacks the demon, and the demon warns he will pierce Ung. The demon uses spikes from the ground to attack. Ung uses his water element to get close and asks if the demon was surprised. The demon smirks, saying it was just a joke, and that even though Aang used water, he is still no match for the demon's agility and water combo. But my guy doesn't share the same thoughts. He quickly signals Liu, who is behind the demon. She kicks the demon, and Aang drives his sword into it. Together, they defeat the demon. Ung is feeling proud of their teamwork, which earned them the water core. Liu takes the core and, as a 1-finned warrior, claims the 4-finned blue core. Ung pulls his sword out of the demon's chest and praises Liu for her quick moves. She goes on with her normal catchphrase about how her family is all about martial arts and that her moves were just basic techniques. Ung puts the sword on his shoulder and tells her they need to move fast because their fight probably attracted more demons and warriors nearby. As Ung starts walking, Liu notices a small cut on his cheek. She points it out and suggests they find a safe place so she can heal it. Ung closes his eyes, touches his cheek, and smiles. He says it's nothing serious, just a little accident, so she shouldn't worry about it. Liu looks serious and reminds him that they agreed she would handle his healing. It doesn't matter how big or small the wound is. If she can't heal him, then her role is pointless. Ung agrees, respecting her determination. He decides not to argue and asks her to fix his cheek. Just then, someone rushes toward them. Liu asks her friend to duck, and they see that it's Uther's bodyguard. As that bastard crashes down, the girl jumps away, while my guy blocks the blow like it's no big deal. The man steps on his axe's blade to exert more pressure. But this doesn't faze our boy. By now, the bastard can tell that Aang is not just a quadruple-finned warrior, he has more potential than that. As for this eye-patch bastard, he is a 6-finned red core warrior and a master of earth. Liu tries to attack, but a kind of green thread covers her body. Turns out it's the nurse from Uther's team who uses her 3-finned green core to paralyze Liu. Our girl was too focused on her partner that she didn't see this coming. The nurse walks up to Aang, and he asks why they're attacking him instead of protecting their spoiled brat leader. Just then, speaking of the devil, Uther shows up, making fun of the protagonist for keeping the tough guy act so he wouldn't look weak in front of his woman. Being called our boy's side chick shocks Liu, making her blush as well as get angry. Uther walks up and spanks the nurse's butt, telling her that he'll reward her once they're back in the city. He gently holds Liu's chin and smiles, saying he'd play with her after she watches her man die. Liu can't do anything even though her switch has been flipped. She has been paralyzed and can't move. The bastard then makes fun of the protagonist, calling him a 4-finned trash and threatening to hurt Liu. Aang's body starts to glow with a purple aura as he is done taking crap. Threatening to hurt Liu is the last straw. He gets angry and jumps toward Uther. His bodyguard jumps in to defend him, but Aang blocks the axe and sends him flying back with a swipe of his sword. The bodyguard has a lot of questions as Aang is controlling the fire element like a pro, and surprisingly he also manipulates wood. Sharp branches come out of the smoke, aiming straight for him. He tilts his neck to dodge, but still ends up getting a small wound on his neck. He is impressed by Aang's ability to handle 2 elements and demands to know how he could control them. The bodyguard gets ready to use his ultimate attack to make Aang spill his secrets, but from the shadows, a 5-finned blue core demon grabs the bodyguard's axe handle and roars fiercely. The bodyguard sees the threat and turns, confused by the sudden appearance. The bodyguard holds his big axe with one hand as the demon slowly comes closer. He is sweating and confused about why he didn't feel the demon nearby. He quickly lets go of the axe and steps back a few meters, putting his hand on the ground as he stops moving. He realizes that the demon is a 5-finned demon. The demon keeps holding the axe quietly, then turns on its blue core. Using water, it rushes at him really fast, leaving the axe floating in the air. The bodyguard stands stunned, watching the demon speed toward him. He realizes the demon can control water and gets ready. In a second, the demon appears in front of him, slashing with sharp claws. The warrior reacts quickly, stepping back and blocking the demon's attacks. He turns his head and sees Aang watching him. He insists our boy put away their differences for the meantime and help him defeat the demon. Aang just smiles, asking why he doesn't realize that the demon is attacking only him. That's when the bastard realizes that Aang is actually the one controlling it. The demon rises and shoots sharp icicles using its water powers. He crouches and turns on his stone element. Rocks and stone branches come up from the ground, making a wall to block the icicles. The demon's attacks go past the rocky wall. Ang watches, impressed by the bodyguard's defense. He says the warrior is skilled, and that it's obvious why a powerful family would hire him. The bastard then summons his axe, with the rocks falling off and making it lighter. The axe starts glowing and spins in the sky. He throws it at the demon, but the demon dodges easily. He runs toward the demon, but a branch shoots up from the ground and wraps around his leg. Confused, he looks down to see a wood element branch controlled by our boy around his foot. The demon takes advantage of his distraction and jumps forward with its claws ready to attack him, but the bastard blocks with his axe, the hit strong enough to crack the ground. Blood starts to drip from his mouth. Dealing with 5-finned demons wasn't actually a problem. He's in big trouble because Aang is there to set up the surprise attack. Meanwhile, Uther pushes the nurse to go fight the demon. She hesitates, saying she's just a healer and needs to watch Liu. As they argue, Liu turns on her green core, seeing she can move her hand. Uther, meanwhile, forces the nurse to go ahead, saying the mission is failing and they won't get paid. The nurse tries to convince her senior, but Liu appears out of nowhere and stabs her with a knife. The nurse tries to move but realizes she's paralyzed. She asks the girl how she broke free. Liu, as a green core healer, says she knows the healing and recovery system well. The nurse closes her eyes, realizing Liu is really good at recovery, and collapses. Liu pulls the knife out, telling Uther that her survival depends on her, as she didn't sever any vital spot. Of course, this good-for-nothing rich kid is furious. He demands to know why she dared attack them by surprise, mocking her as a one-finned warrior. Liu walks over and sees that Uther is breathing badly and doesn't look experienced. She tells him he lacks combat experience and is just a 5-core warrior forced by his family's status. She looks like she's out for blood as she says people like him ruin the reputation of warriors. Uther, angry, insults her more, saying his father spent years and money making him a 5-core warrior through painful methods. He gets mad that Aang and Liu have messed up his plans. As the bodyguard and the demon keep fighting, Uther yells for him to come protect him from this girl. Aang turns on the wood element, sending branches to attack the bodyguard. He dodges, getting small cuts on his face. Bleeding, Uther tells the bodyguard to take care of Liu as he's losing patience. The bodyguard responds, calling him trash and telling him to give up. He calls Uther a waste, saying he can't even fight a finless demon. Uther's expression changes as he points and trembles, angry that trash like the warrior insults someone important. Liu steps in, telling him to stop talking nonsense and mocking his reliance on family reputation and money. At first confused, Uther gets mad and turns on his blue core, confronting Liu aggressively. He pulls a knife, but Liu turns on her green core and appears behind him quickly, stabbing him in the side. Uther turns to attack, but Liu quickly dodges, leaving him screaming as he charges up his energy. This is then Liu looks into his eyes, realizing he never learned to control his energy, and if he tried to release all that energy, the consequences would be heavy. Remembering the professor's warning about warriors losing control of their cores, Liu smiles, thinking it's the perfect end for someone like Uther. She gathers her strength and charges toward him, ready to end the fight. She turns on her green core, and her body is surrounded by a strong energy bubble. She moves quickly toward Uther, who is starting to lose control of his body. He looks angrily at Liu and then smiles, saying she shouldn't have come here to start a fight. Suddenly reaches Uther. He swings his knife, but she dodges just in time. Frustrated, he transfers energy from his blue core to his dagger, making it glow. He starts staring at her with a fierce look and begins attacking her with a series of hits. The girl blocks his attacks with her knife and steps back. Uther mocks her, saying that as a green core warrior, she can't compete with his speed as a blue core agility type. Even though Liu has a green core, she easily dodges Uther's attacks. She gets a small cut on her cheek but quickly finds an opening. She uses her green core's energy around her knife, moves closer to him, and hits him in the chest, sending him flying back. She attacks Uther again, pushing his body aside with precise moves. Uther is surrounded by his blue core's energy and tells her not to underestimate him because he's Master Uther from the Mir family. Anyone who makes fun of his family deserves to die. He stands up with his knife in one hand and stretches the other to the sky, screaming. His body starts to glow with unstable blue energy, and he looks furious. Liu watches as Uther loses control, and his energy turns into lightning bolts that hit everything around him. One bolt strikes near where Aang, the bodyguard, and the demon are standing. Aang senses the danger, turns on his red core, and runs toward Uther. Uther's blue core explodes, creating a huge crater in the ground. Liu shields her forehead, feeling the protective shield hold, but after the smoke settles, she hears someone praise her for breaking through a 5-core warrior's defense. She opens her eyes and sees Aang standing in front of her, holding a wood element shield. He smiles and congratulates her on a good job. Liu sits up and tells Aang that Uther wasn't strong enough for a 5-finned warrior, and that he was weak. Uther couldn't match her skills because he had no combat experience. He notices her injuries and tells her to recover quickly. Liu is surprised and checks her small cuts, which she hadn't noticed. Aang continues to praise her for her bravery and decision-making. The girl looks up at him and blushes. She wants him to stop talking about her. She then asks if he finished fighting the bodyguard. When Liu stands up, they both look toward where the bodyguard is. Ang tells her that the demon he was controlling has been destroyed by the explosion. It is then the bodyguard starts approaching them out of the dust. He says his young master is dead, and that if he leaves the Mir family, he will be hunted by warrior killers who are hired assassins. He explains that these killers are part of a secret group led by greed and that one of them is a 7-core warrior. He puts his axe on his shoulder and looks at Ang and Liu, calling them strong but having lower-level cores for some reason. Ang smiles, thinking there's no point in fighting anymore. He realizes the bodyguard only needed to protect someone who is already dead, so he has no reason to fight now. The bodyguard stares at Ang and asks about his strength and background. My guy smiles once again and says he's only a 4-core warrior with some special abilities. The bodyguard thinks Ang might be a genius warrior because he has skills that regular warriors don't have. Since the kid has already mastered the elemental powers, then why did he even come to the castle to look for the elemental crystals? Ang doesn't want to talk about it as it's nobody's business. Internally, Ang agrees with what this dude said. He originally planned to see if the crystal could let warriors use all 5 elements together. He wants to merge metal, wood, water, fire, and earth into one. Ang looks down, thinking about becoming stronger. He wants to rescue Desha and knows he can't rely only on his demonic powers against new threats. The bodyguard turns his back on our duo, puts his axe on his shoulder, and tells them to leave quickly because Uther's self-destruction will attract more demons or warriors. He says it's better for each of them to save their own lives. He wishes them good luck and walks away. The duo watch him leave and stay silent. A few hours later, the duo follow the demon's trail. They fight several demons, but Ang easily defeats them. At night, they meet warriors around a campfire. Our boy naturally makes friends with everyone, which surprises Liu. Later, they settle at a bridge to rest. Liu gets into a sleeping bag while Ang sits by the wall. She notices how calm he is and asks about his experience. Ang tells her that he just knows how to handle things. Liu, feeling sleepy and confused, teases him, saying he acts like an uncle. Ang smiles and says it could be possible, then says goodnight. The next morning, they wake up because of the noise of a fight. Ang looks toward a new hole in the wall, and Liu says it sounds like a battle. They get ready to move, sensing chaotic energy from the elemental demon. They jump off the bridge, activate their cores, and descend quickly. Liu asks why he looks so excited. Well, of course he is excited. After all, the elemental demon is the kind of species he has never seen before. Even though he fought many demons in his past life, the elemental demon interests him a lot. He charges toward the castle, ready to beat it before anyone else can. They both run toward where the demon is hiding. On the way, Ang tells Liu that the demon has slowed down after hiding and says they should use this time to follow it. Liu asks if he is sure where the demon is, saying the area is big and finding the hidden demon will be hard. Ang replies and assures her not to worry because he could feel the demon's energy earlier to its exact location, like it is part of him. He closes his eyes, focuses on the energy around them, and realizes the demon is moving underground. As they keep running, Liu sees other fighters also looking for the demon. She points them out, confused. Ang stops focusing and sees the fighters getting their powers ready and rushing to where the demon is. He thinks the quick team must have sensed the demon fight earlier, but he is sure that it might take time for this group to find the demon. He decides they have to take a shortcut, grabs Liu's hand, and pulls her toward a deep hole in the ground. They jump in together, and he uses his power to create sticks to break their fall. As they hit rock bottom, Liu opens her eyes and asks where Ang is, to which the guy responds that he is right under her bottom, and Liu surprisingly finds herself sitting on his chest. Of course, he asks her if she can get off him, which she does embarrassingly. They reach the demon's hiding spot, and he says he didn't expect to find a cave down there. Liu comes up to him and asks how far the demon is. As they move closer, they see the demon, a 5-finned creature, sleeping while obviously aura farming. Ang whispers that this is the one they are looking for. Liu looks at the demon, wondering if it has the elemental crystal or if it is just a regular 5-finned demon. She notices its energy seems much stronger than normal. Ang explains that starting a fight would bring other fighters, so they need to grab the crystal and leave quickly. They have only 5 minutes to defeat it and he will need her help. Liu feels nervous but trusts Ang. They sit down as he explains a plan to use strong techniques to take the demon down fast. Surprised by how much Ang knows, Liu once again questions how he learned these moves and how he has so much experience. Once again, my guy keeps it ambiguous. Ang steps closer to the sleeping demon, getting ready to attack. As he gets closer, the demon feels his aura and wakes up, ready to throw down. My guy uses his demonic energy, causing his horns to appear as his red power becomes unstable. He faces the demon, ready to fight. The demon stands and makes fireballs and water balls in both hands, asking if Ang is a demon because their energy feels similar. Seeing the demon utilizing 2 elements at once, our boy realizes that his hunch was right all along. He uses fire and water together too, holding a fireball in one hand and a water ball in the other. The attacks hit the demon, filling the room with thick smoke. Liu turns on her green power shield and covers herself to safeguard herself from collateral damage. And the demon fight hard in an epic showdown. The demon pauses as it's hurt and starts healing its foot using wood, growing small branches to close the wound. It asks how can control both fire and water. My guy is busy quickly moving behind the demon, ready to strike again. The demon dodges using water, but predicts the move. He sees the demon trying to heal with wood again, and stops it by enforcing the ground with metal. He traps the demon with his wood release and extends a sharp blade from his arm. The demon stays quiet, watching him closely. Knowing his plan is working, signals Liu to attack. The girl steps forward with a spear charged by her green power's energy. Taking a deep breath, she remembers Aang's instructions to focus her power into a weapon, and she aims the spear at the demon and charges. In another flashback from a few minutes earlier, Aang showed Liu how to use her core energy. She asked if she would be the one to finish the demon. Liu reminded Aang that this demon has 5 fins and was smarter than others, so if its defenses are too strong, they can't beat it quickly. Aang told her that he would make the demon use all its power in one attack. Once the demon is tired, its defenses would get weaker, giving them a chance to strike quietly. Back to the present, Liu throws her spear with all her strength using her green core. The demon looks back, surprised by the surprise attack. It sees that they have planned the attack and tries to react, but it is too late. Liu's spear goes through its chest, breaking some ribs and revealing the crystal inside. The technique Aang taught her lets her gather enough power to break through the demon's defenses. She can't believe she has damaged its body with her special energy. The demon, now tired from defending itself, lowers its head in shock. It tries to heal using the wood element, but the energy from the spear stops its healing. Aang praises her and then runs at the demon faster. The demon panics and tries to defend itself, but my guy grabs the crystal quickly. Holding the crystal, he steps back, and within seconds, the demon falls to its knees and can't heal anymore. Its firepower starts to fade as it shakes, finally asking why it can't heal. Aang then reveals how the girl's attack uses regenerative energy, which stops any healing that doesn't come from the attacker's own body. The demon's fire dies out and it collapses. Liu rushes to help Aang, worried about him. He tells her that he is fine, and thanks her because they have the core. He calls her a genius for that final attack. Liu blushes and says it isn't a big deal. Aang sees some small cuts on Liu's body and asks if she has used a lot of energy. She says no, that she can still move easily. Just then, they hear the sound of warriors approaching. Liu looks toward the door and realizes they are in danger. As far as Aang knows, some warriors can sense battle energy waves. He says they have to escape quickly. They turn on their cores and run toward the exit. As they are running, he feels a sharp pain in his mouth and falls to his knees, bleeding. The girl hurries to help him as he drops the crystal. The protagonist realizes his body can't handle using his demonic energy too much. With his last bit of strength, he grabs the crystal and tells Liu to leave with it. He knows the warriors are almost here, so he tells her to leave first. The stubborn girl doesn't listen to him and manages to drag him out of the place. As expected, they soon find themselves surrounded by these bastards who popped out of nowhere. Liu is utterly devastated when she realizes that these people are 6-finned warriors. When the bastards notice the crystal in her hand, they all get excited. The leader of their group wants to get that crystal first before disposing of these two. The girl feels utterly helpless against the 6 strong warriors. As Aang stands up, another warrior gives them a choice to give up the crystal for a quicker death or fight them. Aang, feeling his energy fading, knows this battle will be long and hard. The warriors rush to attack Aang, who takes a defensive position. It is then Liu remembers that bad dream she had before coming here, and this gives her a really bad feeling. All the warriors run toward Aang. The Red Core warrior smiles and tells them to kill both Aang and Liu and take the crystal. One of the triplets takes out his dagger and apologizes to Aang in advance. He tells Aang that their team already has someone ready to buy the crystal. Even if they don't use it themselves, selling it will make a lot of money, and sharing the money means better gear for the 3 of them. Aang looks down, shaking. He has about only a minute to take out the warriors. If he uses his demonic power again, his body will only last another minute. He feels very angry because why is his body failing him now? Liu holds the crystal close to her chest, looking worried. Seeing her scared, Aang decides he needs to keep her and the crystal safe. He puts his sword on his shoulder and faces the warriors who are getting closer with their weapons ready, trying to grab the crystal. Blood drips from Aang's mouth as he slowly turns to face them, and in seconds, he turns into a demon. One of the triplets is shocked by Aang's change. The Red Core warriors are shocked and confused if this kid is turning into a demon. As the warriors get closer, Aang grips his sword and hits the ground with his other hand, releasing the fire element. Immediately, Aang disappears, and the warriors try to use their abilities to find him. Suddenly, Aang appears behind them, ready to strike. He has 58 seconds left and counting. Before one of the triplets could attack, Aang uses his speed to stab him in the chest, causing a lot of pain. Aang looks into Triplet 3's eyes, smiling badly, and starts an attack. Now there are 55 seconds left. Seeing their brother dead, the remaining triplets, well now twins, are shocked and confused. The Red Core warrior and others stop moving toward Aang. Meanwhile, the new twins charge forward, wanting to avenge their brother. Aang has only 54 seconds left, and before they could do anything, Aang pulls his sword and cuts them into pieces. He goes ahead to use the gold and earth elements to shoot gold branches from the ground, breaking parts of the triplets and piercing their bodies. The three warriors move back a few meters, watching the protagonist in amazement at his speed and skills. With the triplets stuck on the gold branches, Aang looks at the remaining warriors and walks slowly toward them. The Red Core warrior asks the others to work together, use all their power, and fight Aang till the end. He can't believe they can't defeat a single demon. The green-haired and blue-haired warriors agree without hesitation. Suddenly, Aang feels something wrong and starts spitting blood. He feels like his insides are about to burst. Definitely bad news for the protagonist. The warriors watch, confused. Lu realizes that her teammate's body can't hold on anymore. The Red Core warrior smiles, remembering seeing Aang badly injured even before they arrived, and planning to take advantage of that. Taking the crystal from Liu is easy for him, but dealing with Aang is important. The three warriors move quickly towards Aang. The Red Core dude commands for them to go in for the kill. Aang, seeing they want to attack him together, smiles and teases them to try him. He grabs his sword with both hands and slams it into the ground, creating a shield of red energy around him. The warriors get confused and move towards Aang, attacking the shield directly and using all their abilities to break it. They attack for several minutes, but nothing happens. The blue-haired warrior keeps hitting the shield, while the Red Core warrior realizes the shield is shrinking. He figures out it's a trap and orders them to stop attacking, but Aang smiles and says it's too late to escape. Turns out, all the damage to the shield will come back to them. He uses his rebound ability, and as the timer hits 0, the shield explodes, sending a strong wave that kills the warriors instantly. To stop the remaining energy from reaching Liu, Aang focuses all his energy into the sky in a burst, but it becomes visible from far away. A nearby warrior sees it and tells the others it's related to the elemental crystal, and all the warriors run toward the explosion. Seconds later, the energy fades, leaving a big crater in the ground. Aang kneels with his sword stuck in the ground. The explosion wave was so powerful it even burned the warriors attacking him. Lu rushes to him, asking if he's okay. With his last strength, Aang looks at her with one eye closed and the other open, smiling despite the blood from his mouth. He closes his eyes, feeling calm seeing she's safe. Him controlling the explosion's size was a good move after all. He lets go of the sword and falls to the ground. But just before he hits the ground, Liu moves quickly and catches him with both hands, holding his neck. With his last strength, he tells Liu to leave first because the leftover energy from the explosion will attract more warriors and demons. Liu asks if he would leave his team if he were her. She grabs the crystal and decides to carry him on her back. She places Aang's shoulder on top of hers, and as they walk out of the crater, she says she'll handle the rest because she can't let him fight alone all the time. This is the same scene she saw in her dream. Aang and Liu run into a nearby building to escape the chasing demons and warriors. When Liu opens the door, she feels a strong, evil presence inside. Luckily, the demons there are already dead. After making sure the room is clear, Liu puts him back on her shoulder, and they start running down the hallway. Carrying Aang is tiring, but Liu encourages him to hold on a little longer. Even though she is really tired, Liu keeps going. She tells Aang to stay awake because they are almost safe, but after a few moments, Aang goes unconscious, and Liu panics and calls his name, reminding him that they can't rest now. She holds on tightly, begging him to wake up. They have been through so much together, making this moment even harder. Slowly, Aang begins to wake up. He opens his hand and drops the elemental crystal to the ground. The crystal rolls away, and Liu quickly picks it up. As she stands up, everything around her looks very familiar. Liu can't remember when these visions started, but her dreams have prepared her for this moment. She starts to sweat and turns her head, only to see two powerful demons above them, just like she saw in her dreams. One is a green core wood-type demon sitting on a sharp branch, staring at her. The other is a blue core water demon flying above. Holding the crystal tightly, Liu knows they are in big trouble. She activates her green core and uses her last bit of strength to try to escape. She knows she can't fight both demons alone since she is just a single Fin green core warrior. The green core demon quickly moves above her and turns its hand into a sharp sword made of wood. It pierces Liu's chest, causing her intense pain. She screams as the demon pushes her to the ground, making her drop Aang and the crystal. Both fall, and the two demons start to approach them. Liu is bleeding from a wound in her chest. She tries to heal herself with her green core power, but it is too severe. The water demon moves toward Aang, forcing him to face up. It tells the other demon that Aang is still alive, which surprises them both. The demon notices the strange demon scent coming from Aang and decides to cut off his head to figure out what's going on. As Liu struggles to stay awake, she reaches out to protect him, telling the demons not to hurt him. Even though she is weak, Liu refuses to give up. The water demon kicks her hard in the chest, sending her flying back. She watches as the demon prepares to decapitate Aang. Feeling guilty and exhausted, Liu realizes she can't save him. Just then, a portal opens, and the black-finned queen steps out. She is one of the 6 royal fins and can control space and time. She stops time with a wave and walks toward Aang to check on him. At first, she thinks about helping him, but remembers that the Crimson King Finn has told her not to assist Aang directly. The queen looks closely at the kid and sees that the Crimson King Finn is still inside of him. She realizes that Aang has been holding on because of his incredible willpower. She wants to see if the Crimson-Finned King is still there, but he doesn't respond. Then she sees Liu's body floating nearby and recognizes her immediately. The queen approaches Liu and sees something special in her. She realizes that as a human, Liu can't use all her powers, so she decides to help her become stronger. She says that since the Crimson King asked her not to assist the protagonist directly, she might as well do it indirectly. She gently places her hand under Liu's chin and looks into her eyes. Then she kisses her, transferring her own power to her. Liu's green core turns black, and she gains the ability to control space and time, just like the queen. The queen is amazed that Liu can handle so much of her power. She believes it is because this girl really wants to become stronger. Before leaving, the queen tells Liu that becoming stronger is up to her. She jumps back into the portal and time starts flowing again. Liu is thrown back to the ground, now transformed into a 4-finned warrior with new powers. As the wood demon tries to attack Aang, a mysterious hand grabs the dagger and saves him. The demons are confused, realizing the hand comes from a portal. The water demon is shocked to see Liu still alive. It becomes clear that the queen has empowered Liu. Now, she has 4 fins, black and white flow elements, and can control space and time like the black-finned queen. She goes full ballistic and throws that bastard away for daring to touch our boy. The demons realize that she's just like them now, but she tells them that she can never be the same as animals like them. The blue core demon launches itself to attack her with killing intent, but she easily counters with some kind of matter cube which she drops on him like an anvil. The demon is surprised that she's able to use space manipulation but tells her not to look down on it, as one single construct isn't enough to kill it. Liu responds by asking who said it was only one construct. Immediately, she forms many constructs above the demon and drops them all on it, creating a massive deep sinkhole from the impact. No way he's surviving that one. His demon friend wonders how she did that, saying the other demon was squashed to smithereens. Liu says it's his turn, and it slowly starts to back away, remarking that despite looking like a weak and tender human, her aura is quite intimidating. It gets confused and demands to know what they both are, saying they have to be demons to have powers like that. It adds that it's extremely rare to have spatial manipulation power, and her comrade has terrifying powers as well, so what in the world could they be? Liu gives him an answer, telling him that they're human warriors. The demon laughs it off, asking if she even believes the words she just said, as it makes no sense how she went from a mere single-finned warrior to a 4-finned warrior who can easily obliterate a 5-finned demon. Liu replies by ripping him apart, telling him that he's too noisy. She bends down and puts her hand on Aang's face, telling him that he's been the one protecting her ever since, so from now on, he should leave it all to her. She uses telekinesis to pick up the core, and with that, she picks him up and they leave together. Over at the gate, the warriors sense humans on their way out, so they open the gates to see an injured Liu and an unconscious Aang walk through. They immediately call for medical help. They soon notice a horrifying scene. All the demons have been compressed inside these cubes with the help of spatial manipulation. Meanwhile, as Luz is drifting inside her consciousness, the black-finned queen tells her that she was right to think she would be a perfect vessel for her power. She can tell that there's a special power Liu has yet to unlock and is looking to transfer it to her. With that, Liu immediately wakes up on a hospital bed. She recognizes the place as an infirmary in the city's outskirts. She wonders what and who she just dreamed about, and how her wounds have miraculously healed too. She tries to remember what happened in the castle, but it's difficult because her memories are very hazy. She immediately hears Aang telling her that she rescued him from the castle as she persevered till the end. He praises her for such determination. She asks him where the core is, and he shows it to her, saying he found it in his clothes when he woke up. She then gets up and decides to leave immediately. As she exits the room, Aang notices an aura surrounding her similar to his own. He got a lot of questions about what happened back when he was unconscious. Later, he and his lady ride away in a car. They're looking for somewhere they can cultivate the integration core so that they'll be able to fuse with it smoothly. Since the integration core demon was able to use all the abilities, Aang should be able to get the last element that he needs, the earth element. He wonders what would happen if he combines them all at once. Liu then recalls her dad telling her that rank B cities have empty spaces for cultivation. It's usually utilized by warriors for their practices, so it might fit his criteria. Aang finds it a coincidence since they're already on their way to a B-rank city. They arrive at Salamanca City Rank B, built with ancient architectural plans and a popular trade hub. They see the city as quite popular, which is why they see a lot of foreigners from other continents. Liu spots a hunting team, and Aang is surprised that she knows about them. She tells him that it's general knowledge, as hunters are just warriors that live outside cities and don't have a particular base. Despite having firearms, they act like a big and dangerous organization. They enter a huge super cultivation room building where they're asked to pay with battle points. Aang doesn't know what battle points are, which surprises the cashier, as anyone who's a warrior like him is meant to know the global currency for warriors. He even feels that Aang might be cosplaying as a warrior since it's common knowledge. Liu asks him to scan his finger on the machine to see how many he's got. He does so and realizes that he's got absolutely 0 battle points. This makes the cashier mad and causes everyone in the room to laugh at him. While the cashier is busy yelling at him, leaving him wondering why he's always broke, Liu checks hers, which announces that she's got 1.2 million battle points. She immediately demands their biggest room and asks them to hurry while everyone in the room stares in awe. Apparently, Liu's dad is also the richest man in Helua City, so it's a piece of cake for her. The guy promises her that he'd pay her back in the future, but she wants him to forget it. He knows she is rich, but he doesn't know she is a bonker amount of rich. Anyhow, they enter the room and it's indeed very large. Liu tells the owner that she'll pay the entire month's rent all at once when Aang is done with his first round. As he heads inside, she wants to take a look around the city, so she leaves him, and he begins immediately, still very determined in rescuing Desha and taking out the new king and 6 talents. Meanwhile, Liu takes a walk outside and begins to remember what happened last night. She wonders what exactly this power is capable of doing. Immediately, she spots a battle arena for warriors and decides this is the best opportunity to test out her new powers. She decides that she has to be incognito, so she buys a few disguises registered under the name the Rakshasa Cat. The organizer welcomes Rakshasa Cat to the arena and asks if she would be joining today or some other time. She replies, telling him that she wants to fight right now. He is pleased with this, as there haven't been many female warriors in the arena for a while now, so he immediately calls one of his servants and asks the kid to lead her to the registration counter. As they walk in, the kid explains the rules of the arena to her. He tells her that the highest participating warrior in that city is a 5-core warrior, but he adds that she doesn't need to worry, as that's for the men's arena. Apparently, men and women fight on different stages, and the highest participating female is at the same strength as her. Rakshasa Cat asks the kid why men and women fight in different arenas, to which he explains that few of the female warriors would ever choose to join an arena competition like this, unlike the dudes who are always willing to join. The reason is because there was an arena where both male and female fighters fought against each other once, but over time, most male warriors refused to fight against female warriors. They said that if they were to lose to those women, their pride would be severely wounded, and if they won against them, they'd feel embarrassed. After that, very few female warriors joined the arena, but the girl believes that only a person's strength determines whether they'd win a battle or not, so there's absolutely no reason to feel embarrassed. Her talk makes the boy blush and feel weird, making him feel that she's so cool. They finally arrive at the arena, and she sees that there are so many people watching for some reason. And if she has to be honest, she would have been nervous if she wasn't wearing her mask. The kid encourages her to fight and win the prize money, but of course the rich heiress isn't moved by the thought of prize money. She says she'd rather raise her rankings as the prize, as there's nothing more important to a warrior than their glory. At this point, the kid is in love with her. She is a bold 10 out of 10 baddie. After she steps onto the stage and all the formalities, they introduce her opponent, the only female warrior left, the gorgeous Ling Hua. She walks in and throws air kisses to everyone, which makes them all respond inappropriately. Rakshasa Cat finally understands why many female warriors don't participate here, and why there are so many people watching the females' event. It's because the crowd is really there for the dirty appeal. Her opponent walks in and greets her, telling her that she's curious about who she really is, and makes a bet with her that if she wins, she'd take off her mask. The fight begins, and Ling Hua uses her special move, which is like the equivalent of a love potion spread in the air for the audience. Rakshasa Cat gets disgusted by the way her opponent feeds on the appeal and ends the fight very quickly with a career-ending slap. She goes on to tell her opponent that she's not worthy of calling herself a warrior, since all she does is give in to fan appeal. Everyone watching is left with their eyes bulging out in shock. They can't fucking believe that their goddess has been rendered useless. The crowd begins to discuss how amazing Rakshasa Cat actually is. And soon enough, the entire cult-like audience changes their religion and begins worshipping their new goddess. My girl, meanwhile, demands to be moved to the men's arena, which ultimately shocks everyone. Over at Salamanca City Marketplace, people are wondering why there's this weird dude wandering about in nothing but a bathrobe. He's carrying a little girl on his shoulders, and they're all curious whether she's his daughter or little sister. They appear to be demons in disguise, and when the little girl spots a stand with sweet delicacies, she immediately demands to have some. They approach the seller, who cheerfully attends to them. But instead of buying just one or two like normal customers, the big dude casually carries out the entire stand, shocking the seller. The saleswoman immediately tries to confront them, After all, she is a former arena fighter, but they use their mind control powers to make her back off. They say to themselves that all the threats have either been eliminated or have left town, so now it's like playing on easy mode. With that, they plan to wipe out the city after completing their mission. Meanwhile, over at the arena, it's announced that a female warrior wants to challenge the male arena. This receives a relatively good response from the audience as they cheer and support her to teach the male warriors a lesson. The announcer calls her out, and even though the male warriors initially refuse to come out, one finally has the courage to show up and fight Rakshasa Cat, a four-finned warrior just like her. They announce the rules: no killing and no crippling injuries. The two contestants move forward to shake hands, but when the dude tries to make a deal with her to purposely make it a draw, she withdraws and says that warriors like him aren't worthy of a handshake. He gets furious, saying he doesn't care about the rules, and tries hitting her with a powerful sucker punch that cracks the floor open, leaving people thinking she's dead. Just as the dumbass dude thinks he's won the cheapest victory ever, Rakshasa Cat's demon hands appear on his face, and she emerges from one of her portals. She recalls what her dad says about desperate situations and how it helped her activate the black core. The whole crowd cheers as she stands to face her opponent, who charges at her furiously. But surprisingly for him, she dodges all his attacks like she's reading his mind during the fight. She then grabs his hands and smashes him to the ground with her feet. Rakshasa Cat continues to use her ability to beat up the four-finned dude, and he keeps asking what sorcery this is. She tells him that his pace and timing are off, and he wonders how a black core warrior could use the power of a green core to numb his left arm. He decides to level things up and equips his pair of nanometer gloves to teach her a lesson for being too arrogant. She continues to overwhelm him by sticking his hands and feet in portals, so he retreats and takes a step back. Rakshasa Cat decides that since he wants to be on the defensive, it's her turn to attack. Meanwhile, the announcer checks her synchronization rate with his super expensive instrument and sees that it's rising very rapidly, reaching beyond 60%. Rakshasa Cat starts to remember everything that happened the other night, how to use her powers fully, and even the demon that bestowed such powers on her. While her opponent is caught off guard and stunned by her synchronization rate, she immediately conjures a cube out of matter above him and drops it, smashing him into the ground. This is too much even for the audience, who are thrilled by violence. Her opponent laments that he can't lose to a female warrior, he'd rather die in fact. Hearing this, Rakshasa Cat approaches him and threatens to fulfill his wishes by conjuring even more of her matter bricks. He immediately throws in the towel, and Rakshasa Cat claims victory, asking for the next opponent on the roster immediately. Meanwhile, over at the practice room, we finally see our protagonist again after a while. He seems exhausted from trying to activate the integration core, having tried for more than half a day. He then realizes that since he got the core from a demon, regular breathing techniques wouldn't work on it, so he channels the demon energy he didn't want to use, and it starts to work. He finally gets the earth element as a result of this. Back in the Salamanca neighborhood, the two mysterious people are up to no good again. They see the blast of energy from the protagonist's experiment, but ignore it for now. The man asks the girl if she's finally ready for her mission, stating that if she passes this, she'd level up to a 5-fin. With that, she activates her demon powers and gets ready to strike terror. Meanwhile, celebrations erupt around the city as everyone hears that a female warrior named Rakshasa Cat is owning all the men in the arena. They all rush to the arena to see for themselves, hearing that she has defeated most of the male warriors. The kid tells his boss that everyone in the city is flooding the arena, and they don't have enough space. What's bad news for the kid is good news for his boss, who celebrates that he's going to be super rich after this. People storm outside, struggling to buy tickets, while the kid struggles to even catch a breath. He's annoyed that he can't watch his celebrity crush fight anymore. Inside, the crowd sings her praises as she battles another dude. She's not making it seem easier for this one, who looks exhausted and is calculating all his moves. He resorts to weapons and pulls out his knife. Rakshasa Cat pulls hers out too, and they cancel each other out, throwing both blades away. Her opponent has another blade, and just as he feels he has the upper hand and powers up, Rakshasa Cat's hands appear out of a portal and throw him out of the ring, winning the battle for her. Her opponent just claims that he was caught off guard due to a blind spot. He wants to go back in and fight before the announcer tells him that the fight is over and the next fighter should enter. Of course, the glasses guy gets mad at the announcer, and just as he is about to ask him to delay the next person as he still intends to continue the fight, someone walks out from the tunnel and he sure looks like bad news. The warrior starts sweating profusely as he knows this new challenger is someone not to mess with. He's rumored to have strength equal to that of a co-captain, and he's the champion of the arena as well, the dancer of Lulan Kylo. The cheers from the crowd stop as at this point they are more concerned for their female champion, saying that putting him against her is pure hostility. Rumors say that there were warriors who immediately surrendered just from the fear of facing him. The kid immediately calls his boss and asks him to call off the fight, asking how he could do something like this. But his boss replies that he's only following her orders as she requested, and it doesn't matter anyway because he's making a ton of money by selling tickets for 10 times more than the original amount. Her opponent has a grim aura emanating from within him, and he tells our girl that he has seen all her moves and he's not a newcomer, adding that he's destined to flatten her to the ground. She tries using her time-reading power and predicts him to throw an aerial at 5, but he surprises her by attacking her straight in the face. This surprises her, and he tells her that her powers won't work on him. Rakshasa Cat gets her mask broken, and she wonders if she made a mistake somewhere. She is clearly confused, asking how her opponent acted differently from what she saw in her prediction. She wonders if her prediction was wrong, and her opponent tells her that if that's all she can do, then winning against her won't be that thrilling. Everyone would say he's bullying a young girl who can't defend herself, and that would make him upset. She gets frustrated and tells him that she was originally impressed by what he did, but now he's pissed her off. She calms down and looks at his footwork carefully. He gets furious from her words and charges at her, saying that he happens to like girls like her who act all tough. She predicts that he would attack from the left, but he fools her again and hits her in the face from the right, threatening to break both her mask and her skull together. The whole crowd can't look as they know how brutal and sadistic Kylo can be, and they think she's dead already. But fortunately, there is not a crack on her face as she manages to block his attack at the last second. He's so fast that she only managed to block it as a last resort, and that she can't continue being careless now as he's a red core user. He has immense strength and speed. She realizes that her precognition skill isn't wrong. Instead, he uses his lightning speed to make many faux movements, and her skill shows her only one outcome. She now has to use the black core to outsmart him by taking the initiative and attacking him. She uses her special ability to swiftly get close to him, which he sees through and creates a defensive and offensive barrier around himself that, according to him, can't be penetrated without having her face whacked away. But she is one step ahead. She emerges from beneath his feet and gives him a devastating cut that forces him to the ground. He feels that his leg muscles have been cut so deep that he can't even stand anymore, forcing him to wonder how she even pulled off a trick like that. She tells him that his injuries aren't major and can be healed easily, but she can heal him with the green core if he begs. He realizes that he underestimated the black core way too much, and now Rakshasa Cat is about to be crowned the winner. The crowd goes wild, and the kid runs toward the arena, having a bad feeling about the crowd's immense cheers, thinking that something bad has happened to his warrior sweetheart. But when he arrives, he realizes that the opposite is the case, and his boss announces that the #1 rank in the male arena is finally going to change. He advertises some other Rakshasa Cat product and hands the mic over to the kid to take over as host. Just as he is excitedly going to make himself a fortune, he encounters that strange little girl from earlier. He stops and tries to nicely attend to her, offering to help her find her parents, but she immediately reveals herself as a demon and leaves his head away from his body. Meanwhile, in the arena, that kid acting as commentator hypes up the moment, quoting what Rakshasa Cat told him earlier about power not being about gender, but their strength instead. Meanwhile, our girl conjures a spatial cube that sends her opponent flying toward her while she charges at him, ready to end it. He feels completely ashamed at how she's pushing him around like her toy, so he tries to show that he's still got some fight left. As they're about to clash, Rakshasa Cat feels a sudden interference in her head and gets a vision of that demon girl. She stops for a moment and wonders what it is. Her opponent sees that as an opening and tries to attack her. She immediately evades his attack and casually steps on his head like she's actually toying with him. After putting little distance between her opponent, she questions herself why a demon would appear in a rank B city like that, but she can't be mistaken. She's sure of the aura she felt must be of demons. Kylo gets furious at her for embarrassing him like that and promises to kill her there. The crowd makes fun of him for being pushed around the arena like a pinball. The commentator kid starts to wonder what she could possibly be looking for at a time like this, and the crowd soon starts complaining as well. Kylo gets even more furious at her for getting distracted while fighting him, seeing it all as her just making fun of him. She tells him that she doesn't think he'd believe her, but she sensed a demon just now and that they should put their battle on hold for the meantime. He laughs and says there's absolutely no way a demon would appear in a B-rank city like that, then charges at her because he thinks she's just wasting his time. Just as he makes his move, a sharp tentacle stabs him in the back. They both soon realize that it's that of a demon, and the demon girl slices his body in half. She reveals herself, and Rakshasa Cat tries to get the host to use his mic to alert everyone, but she sees the host on the ground trembling. That's when she decides to do it herself and shouts to the crowd to run away. The crowd is very confused, wondering where Kylo went and how a little girl just suddenly appeared on the stage. As soon as they realize what's going on, they all run out quickly, and the demon mocks them all, calling humans weak trash. Rakshasa Cat wonders how a demon is in a girl's body, and the demon tells her that her mission is to kill 6 5-finned warriors, and Kylo was her first. After that, she and her master can kill everyone in the city, She starts to transform into her demon form and walks toward our girl, threatening to play with her for a while. Meanwhile, over at the huge building, Aang stops what he's doing because the feeling he's been having is getting worse. He's sensing trouble. He can tell that something is off in the city but has no clue why. He senses two strange and powerful auras and wonders if he is being too sensitive to the auras around him. But he is confident and will not let anything interrupt or disturb him now. The reason for the integration of the crystal is to bestow elemental powers on warriors due to containing a pure and immense amount of the 5 elemental energies. These elemental energies were originally impossible for him to utilize, but if he resonates with them, he will be able to find the earth element that he needs. As long as he manages to completely sense and extract the earth element, he will consolidate metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, having all 5 elements within his body. He plans to combine the 5 elements and see what happens. Meanwhile, the people struggle to leave the battle arena while yelling at each other to make way and screaming for help out of fear. The demon is pleased with all the screaming. Master Fledgling told her that humans are creatures with low tolerance to fear and terror, and fear is a negative emotion that makes an individual lose their calm and rationality. She goes on to say that demons are not controlled by emotions as they are beings of higher existence. Rakshasa Cat thinks for a little bit and agrees with the demon. She is not going to let herself be fazed or misled by its childlike appearance. She is an incredibly high-ranking demon. The demon talks and thinks differently compared to regular demons. Rakshasa Cat asks the demon who the little fledgling is, and how many of her kind have infiltrated the city. The demon reminds her that she only has 1 minute as she launches an attack, appearing right behind our girl and attacking her with tentacles. But of course, Lu avoids the hit. The kid soon realizes that Rakshasa Cat has a spatial ability. She can also tell that the powers our girl is using has been given to her by the Supreme Being. The aura is really familiar to the Supreme Being she knows, so she is interested to learn who gave Liu these powers. Meanwhile, our girl is also amazed at this kid's superb agility, which is a clear sign that she is truly a high-ranking demon. She tells the demon that her powers were given to her by the same Supreme Being she just mentioned, which indicates that they are on the same side. She asks for her reason for infiltrating the city, to which the demon says it is to complete the mission of evolution. Rakshasa Cat thinks demons rely on consuming other demons on the same level or higher levels to increase their levels. She asks what evolution is all about, and the demon responds that only lower-ranked demons use the method of consuming each other to evolve. There are other ways to evolve as well. Rakshasa Cat worries about other warriors not knowing about these methods this girl is talking about, so she decides to keep obtaining information from her, especially about the Supreme Being. The demon realizes that Rakshasa Cat lied about being on the same side with her and gets pissed. After all, if they had been on the same side, Rakshasa would have known about these methods. She is totally pissed and starts messing with Liu for lying. That little girl packs a big punch. She unleashes beams so devastating that it literally rips the ground away, which our girl barely managed to avoid. She is thankful that she was able to familiarize herself with her abilities during her battles in the arena. That crazy kid decides to go all out once again with flame ignition beams, but Liu quickly outmaneuvers her using her spatial abilities. After appearing right behind her, she decides to hit her nape, only to realize that this little piece of work is about to self-destruct her. So the girl quickly jumps backwards, putting enough distance between them. But turns out, this demonic girl was just taking her formal demonic form, known as blue flame form. This comes as a great shock to our girl, who realizes that she knows very little about these demons. Meanwhile, the warriors arrive to fight the demon without their captain and vice captain. They find it strange that the demons keep appearing in peripheral areas. The demons seem to be causing serial killing cases all around the city, with people being killed mysteriously, including high-ranked warriors. They proceed to the arena confident that 3 quadruple-finned warriors who are also candidates for the position of vice captain can take down one demon. Little Fledgling sits on a roof and thinks about making the killing look more like an accident, while also wondering how strange humans can be. Humans end up not noticing things they should, but notice things they shouldn't, as well as having strange ideas. He plans to go and look at how Little Bean is doing. Seems like he is referring to that demonic little girl as Bean. Meanwhile, Rakshasa Cat and Little Bean's battle is still ongoing. Our girl doesn't let the blue flames touch her, although she feels the heat from the flames despite being far away. The demon realizes that she is avoiding being hit. She considers Rakshasa Cat as her big sister, a comment that makes our girl disgusted. After diminishing the distance between them, she creates a portal and pushes the demon into it, which leads to a free fall from the sky and successfully pushes her through. The demon is shocked as to how it worked on her and wonders how high of a level that spatial ability is. She has only seen this kind of spatial power given to veteran demons. It's impossible for humans to research spatial ability to this level with such depth. Rakshasa Cat is burnt severely from just a little touch, but realizes her ability to tolerate the pain because of the demonic energy. She needs to take advantage of the demon as it is unable to use its speed-type core in the air. This move utilizes the advantage that both bodies are in the air to throw and wrestle the opponent to the ground. Rakshasa Cat decides to utilize her spatial ability to raise this move to a fatal level. She finally pulls it off by crashing down like a goddamn meteor from the sky, inflicting huge damage to the demon girl. She then questions the injured demon just how many demons like herself have infiltrated the city. Little Bean is surprised that a human has forced her into such a situation. She comments on her spatial ability, saying she got it from the Black-Finned King. Otherwise, there is no other way a human can obtain such a high-level spatial ability. Rakshasa Cat remembers the Black-Finned King. She had seen the Black-Finned King in her mind. She soon realizes that the female is the Black-Finned King and still wonders about the rank of the Black-Finned King. While the demon is on the floor, she is not pleased with the human warrior. She soon agrees with Master Fledgling, who says that humans are just a bunch of disgusting and despicable creatures. Soon the demon generates purple fire and blasts Rakshasa Cat. After taking the hit, she can't move her body and thinks the purple core is a psychic attack. The concerning part is that the demon has grown another fin. The demon knows that Master Fledgling would be disappointed in her if she is seen like this, so she plans to use all of her strength. The warriors soon arrive and sense that it's a quintuple-finned demon. One of the warriors urges his teammates not to get distracted by the rank of the demon, saying that they can still beat down the demon. They all launch toward the demon to attack, but the demon is too powerful. She says that the warriors are not even worthy enough to become her mission targets or prey. She freezes them with her hypnotic voice and makes them slay each other. After dealing with the worthless trash, she turns to our girl, complimenting her that she is different and worthy of being her prey. She further tells Rakshasa Cat that she is worthy of becoming her target, the target of her exam mission. Upper-ranked demons can obtain the qualifications to evolve after passing their exam missions. Her exam mission is to kill quintuple-finned warriors and examine an entire city. Master has helped by attracting the attention of the mere troublesome captain and baiting them outside the city, since having them around would have been troublesome. There are more quintuple-finned warriors in the city, which she finds sufficient enough. The demon admires the strength of Rakshasa Cat, although she is just a quadruple-finned core warrior. Rakshasa Cat has already been given all the qualifications to be considered her target. Our girl is in a tough spot, and the only thing that springs up in his mind is Aang in this perilous situation. The demon decides to put an end to Rakshasa Cat and blasts her with her purple beams. Inside her mind, she hears the voice of that demon queen telling her that she can't keep interfering and saving her all the time. They all have someone they wish to protect, and she has given her abilities to her already. The Demon Queen notes that Lu has also familiarized herself with utilizing the spatial abilities, and how she makes use of them depends on her self-enlightenment and interpretation of how to use it. Of course, our girl doesn't like taking cues from a filthy demon, and breaks out of her trance with a powerful burst of energy. The demon girl is flung backwards due to the shock waves. She is actually bowled out of her mind after feeling this oppressive energy, assuming that it must have been given to her by the Black-Finned King. She goes on to belittle her, calling her a mere human warrior while wondering if the demons have been betrayed by the Black-Finned King. Rakshasa Cat doesn't care, and is willing to accept any ability given to her without question, so she can keep protecting him and becoming stronger. The demon tells her not to think she's as powerful as a demon just because she got demonic powers. To make an example out of it, she decides to kill our girl and take her head with her. Rakshasa Cat gives her the open challenge to go ahead as she's determined to kill her at all costs. Meanwhile, that demon dude from before is watching all this from afar, feeling thoroughly pleased. He is approached by warriors who seek his identity. He is unable to provide it. The warriors warn him about the demons in the city, but the guy doesn't seem too concerned. They then ask for his identity again, to which he replies that he is just a regular passerby. When the pressure rises, he pulls a prank on the warrior who decides to kill him for joking at such an odd hour. As they plan to attack, they soon realize that he is a demon, so he snaps his fingers and slays them all. Blood slashes his face, but he hates blood. They wouldn't have been killed if they hadn't attacked the demon. He sees a cultivation practice room and realizes the reason he has been sensing the energy. He then decides to go take a peep. Over there, Aang is meditating. He is finally about to obtain the earth elemental energy. He has to ensure that the earth elemental energy stabilizes within his body, and with that, he will have gathered all the elements. Afterward, he attempted to combine them, but he didn't realize how taxing it would be on his mental strength. If he breaks his concentration even for a second, he will lose all the elemental energy he has gathered. He is determined to focus and can't afford to be distracted. Outside the room, people wonder why Aang is using a huge cultivation room all alone. They hear on the news about demons infiltrating the city and urge everyone to stay home until the situation is properly handled. Soon that same demon walks in. They ask him questions and point out that he doesn't look like a warrior. So, they insist him to leave as the facility is closed temporarily. But the dude proceeds to the cultivation room, and they ask him not to go in since it is for warrior use only. He goes on to slay them all as he keeps going further. He wonders how the aura he sensed is from a human warrior. He is not sure of the room in particular, so he walks into all of them and kills the people inside if they don't match his target. Meanwhile, Ang has exhausted his willpower and mental energy, but still decides to continue. There is only one room left as the demon decides to barge in. He decides to send in his greetings first and stretches his hands toward the door, but is intercepted by another demon. He is surprised that the door didn't break, and the other demon phases out of the door. And that demon is the Crimson King. The bastard who was once cocky begins stuttering in the presence of the mighty king. It doesn't take him to recognize that the demon in front of him is an 8-finned demon. Crimson King suggests this bogger to be quiet as he doesn't want Aang to be interrupted. He is looking forward to his evolution and erects a sound barrier just so no voice reaches our boy. The demon is in awe to see the king. The rumored legendary Crimson-finned king is in the flesh. Cutting to chase, Crimson King questions the bastard if he is the Amethyst-finned king's subordinate, to which he agrees. He bows to his majesty, saying that the lords have always been the strongest existence to demons, which also includes the Crimson King. The red guy commends this dude's strength, adding that he should be considered one of the stronger generals in the Amethyst-finned king's army. He then senses another demon in the city. It is one of this guy's comrades, and they intend to evaluate the boy's strength. The higher-ups have given that boy a chance to prove himself. If he passes, he will be bestowed the power to evolve. The king understands this, especially since he had set the rule to kill warriors and exterminate the city, but he currently does not want the boy to be disturbed by anyone. He tries to warn him that the boy is not just a mere warrior. Aang is his little secret, and he cannot let this dude go back and expose Aang's existence to the Amethyst-finned king and their allies. Of course, the demon promised not to tell anyone about this, but this edgy king doesn't want any risks and simply exterminates the poor guy, making his head explode. Turning back to our boy, he then commends Aang's amazing growth. He is able to conjure up the image of various elemental energies in his consciousness, even though he is just a regular human with a regular body constitution, yet he wishes to forcibly integrate all 5 different elements within his body. He believes this is greedy, but he likes it. He imagines him to be in pain as he is unable to sense his presence despite being right in front of him. The ability to completely enter one's consciousness is already an amazing feat for a regular human. He knows that Aang is the strongest human warrior in the history of humanity, which makes him the right vessel for a king like him. He is to return to Aang's body now, since he only came out in order not to disturb him, which wasted a lot of psychic energy. But it's all worth it. Aang's constitution will end up enhanced, which will be beneficial to him in the long run. Aang starts to generate lightning. This surprises the Crimson-finned king, who forms a protective cover for himself and watches. Aang is trying to drag all 5 elements into his body and integrate them at the same time. He questions the possibility as Aang becomes full of energy and starts shouting. The energy he emits ends up destroying the building. The Crimson-finned king seems to have underestimated this human. He isn't just evolving into a quintuple-finned warrior. He is also utilizing the 5 elements to control and integrate each of them, and he ends up creating a unique lightning element in the process. Though he is uncomfortable with the white lightning, he thinks it is an awful attribute. Rakshasa Cat notices the lightning and wonders what it is. As she is distracted, the demon is surprised by her strength despite only being a quadruple-finned warrior. She is truly someone with the finned king's strength. Rakshasa Cat realizes that she won't be able to hold out any longer if this continues. Even if she awakened the quadruple-finned strength in her body, she is still faced with a double-core demon. Though she is aware that help is coming, she decides to make some changes to her tactics and drag things out until others arrive. The demon seems to be aware of her plans and attacks her. Rakshasa Cat remembers instructions given to her when she was younger. She is to widen the space between her and her opponent and search for weaknesses. The demon makes fun of her spatial energy and uses a hypnotic voice to freeze her and pierce through her leg. Rakshasa Cat will not be able to heal in such a short time. This city has caught the eyes of the demons and is destined to become one of the dead cities. Even if she fails, her master Little Bird will turn the city into ruins. She asks Rakshasa Cat to give up, blasting her with a beam of energy which is intercepted by lightning. At first, she has no clue what happened, but soon realizes it is Aang. Yes, she has been saved by Aang, who is now a quintuple-finned thunder god form. The demon is not very happy to see Aang and asks who he is. Our girl is equally shocked and wants him to confirm if it's him. Aang responds to her saying it's him. She then warns him about the demon. It's a dual-core demon and she isn't like other demons. But our boy assures her not to worry, confident that he can take down the demon since taking down high-ranking demons is his specialty. The demon over there can sense that their auras are like those of demons. Aang warns her not to compare them with creatures like her. He is being trained to kill demons. Seeing the lightning crackling over our boy's hand, the demon girl is sure that she is screwed. After all, demons hate lightning the most. She blasts Aang with blue flames. My guy pushes Rakshasa Cat out of the way and tells her to let him handle it. He then proceeds to split the energy blast apart. The demon wonders how he is able to do this, and starts to question what that lightning of his is exactly. Aang thinks he has obtained quite a good upgrade from combining all 5 elements. he notices that his lightning is very effective against demons. He remembers the pain he felt while combining the 5 elements in his body. He assumed it was the elements rejecting each other, never knowing it would create a new lightning element. He wonders what the lightning would do when it comes in contact with a demon's body. The demon realizes his plan to kill him and tells him that he is overestimating himself. She plans to fully unlock her core's potential here and crush our boy to pieces. Hearing this, Aang recalls that the demon's core potential is similar to activating the core's strength to boost one's strength to its peak within the shortest amount of time. It seems like the demon's last resort. After activating her full strength, she launches continuous attacks toward Aang, and he is yet to be familiar with utilizing his lightning. He fears that if he continues to have the high ground, they will be the ones disadvantaged. He can form wings but can only maintain them for a short amount of time. The demon admits that humans like Aang with demonic energy have changed her perspective on their adaptability, but lowly humans will always be lowly humans. She proceeds to show them the strength of a demon and makes a tornado. The demon had originally planned to use the tornado to turn the city into complete ruins. It's a pity that she had to use it this early. Aang quickly carries his girl and starts running away. The demon girl is confident that they will never escape the tornado. In the aftermath, she is certain that they are dead by now. But turns out, they had escaped using the spatial ability and returned to the demon, telling her that warriors never back down. After getting right overhead, Aang zaps the demon to the ground with lightning. Battered and bruised, the demon wonders why it is so powerful, as her entire body has gone numb. Aang tells her that lightning causes paralysis, which will slow down her movement. He warns the demon that tonight will be his last. The demon is not happy as Aang tries to kill her, warning that her master will seek revenge if he dies. Her master is immensely strong and immortal. Aang has no idea who this master is, but is ready to kill the demon repeatedly until she finally dies. Of course, the demon isn't very happy with Aang as he looks down on her master. They have no idea how powerful he is. Well, my guy believes everything will be alright as long as he is stronger. Liu wishes to help Aang, believing that it will give him a stronger propulsive force, and Aang agrees. Together, with Liu's spatial ability and Aang's lightning, they blast the demon. As she dies slowly, she calls on his master and also remembers her past. She feels she has disappointed her master and feels sad. The demon is finally dead. Liu points out that it was a high-ranked demon, even though it was still in its growing phase. That is why she is proud of Liu, as she was able to battle against her. He then notices blood over her toe and asks about her injuries. Well, she has utilized her green core energy to stop the bleeding. It will still need time to heal, and she needs a secluded place to recover. Suddenly, they both sense auras. Liu is confident that it is a warrior aura. It must be captain-level warriors returning from their mission on the outskirts. This plan of attack was probably designed by that demon and its master, misleading information and redirecting all the captain-level warriors out of the city. This was probably one of their plans. He decides to fill in the details about the demons to the captains, as well as their plans. She believes there might be demons above the rank of septuple finned. Aang notices she is starting to realize things. The knowledge that humans have of demons is limited. They have no idea about the different types of demons. Liu goes on to explain how she got her powers. She had borrowed and tapped into demonic energy, and now it appears that they both are similar in this regard. Aang is concerned that other humans and warriors will not view them as humans and suggests they leave. He grabs her and flies her somewhere she will heal up. They are to continue the journey afterward. At the cultivation room, the bastard Crimson King killed regenerates, and he is thankful for his revival ability. By now he is certain that the Crimson King is far too terrifying. He needs to pass this information to the Purple-Finned King. He also needs to stop the evolution mission and get back home with Little Bean, but he can't feel her aura anymore. Seems like Little Bean is gone, and he is right about that. She is already pushing up Daisy's. Meanwhile, the rest of the captains have all spread out to find the remaining clues. They present the remnants of the broken core pieces they have managed to gather to the head captain. They believe the pieces are from a quintuple-finned demon, but they are completely devoid of power and energy. The head captain thinks they are useless, and asks them to send the pieces to the analysis team to see what information can be gathered from them. The head captain believes there is something wrong with the attacks. He feels there was a plan to ensure the deaths of high-ranked warriors. He still senses a strong demonic presence and energy in the battle arena. This is definitely not an average quintuple-finned demon. He wonders who fought against this demon and who killed it. He feels there is more than one demon. Others suggest it could be a battle to the death among demons, but the head captain doesn't agree. The guy with the analysis team thinks this is his time to shine. His chance comes whenever there is an issue or an accident, and he feels the captain pays more attention to his abilities. He sees a chance to get promoted in the near future. Meanwhile, that same demon guy in the shadows summons the site worker with a hypnotic voice. The warriors have no idea that he is being controlled. The demon questions him about the details of what happened in the arena. He explains to the best of his knowledge. Upon soaking up all the juicy enough, the demon believes that Little Bean is dead. He wonders if the Crimson-Finned King could be behind this, but realizes the entire city would have been wiped out if it were. The demon asks him to open the case containing the collected remnants of the demon's broken cores. He tries to see who killed Little Bean. He activates his soul-seeking ability, which allows him to control consciousness and use energy to invade the core and see the last scene the core's owner saw before death. The more complete the core, the more information about the surroundings can be gathered. He sees Aang and Liu and becomes enraged. He kills the guy with the analysis team and threatens to kill some other bystanders. Meanwhile, Aang is trying to heal his girl. Turns out, she is unable to heal because the battle has used too much of her energy. His wood element is as good as her green core regeneration. Liu is thankful. She had never let anyone touch her foot before. She then wants to know where they will go next. They had originally come out with the goal of finding the integration crystal that could combine all the elements in his body, and now that it is complete, they are to move on and finally gather some information. Liu wonders what sort of information. No one else knows about Aang's reincarnation except Lena. Liu is unaware of his plans to rescue Desha, who has been captured. Doing such things openly goes against the new king and the new 6 heroes. He wonders if Liu and the rest of his team will stand by him if they find out about this. He finally responds to Liu, thinking it will be better if he continues his journey alone. As Liu's strength is almost comparable to that of a quadruple-finned warrior, Aang encourages her to tell Captain Ji Yaotang that she has completed her mission. Liu wants to know if he is setting off alone. Aang says he will return with her first as he needs to speak with Captain Ji Yaotang himself. As they chat, he has completely healed her and suggests she not do any intense exercise as it will still be painful because he has just regenerated her muscles. With that, they are ready to leave. 3 days later, in Helios City, Rank C, the warriors wonder when Liu and Aang will be back. Everything is boring without them. One of the warriors thinks they are probably working on leveling up themselves and suggests they do the same. She is still bored without them, and also wants to go out and go through some trials. It is really slow for her to keep leveling up in Helios City, but it is then they catch a familiar voice teasing them. It's their team leader Liu. They are happy to see her and ask about Aang. Turns out, he has gone to look for Captain Ji Yaotang to revoke his status as a warrior. They are shocked to hear this. The captain is unhappy with the news that Aang wants to revoke his status as a warrior of Hela City. Everyone demands to know why. Aang had left the city to train for a while and now seems to look down on associating with the city. They misunderstand him, thinking he is being ungrateful, but Aang insists he wouldn't do something so disrespectful. He explains that he doesn't want to implicate the other warriors in his future matters, which might end up affecting Helios City as well. The warriors demand a better explanation, reminding him that revoking his warrior license isn't a small matter. Aang struggles to explain himself. He thinks revealing too much might implicate himself, and he gets a headache. He can't just tell them that he is Aang who reincarnated, or share his plans to overthrow the current king and the new 6 heroes. He says it's something he cannot talk about or explain, and pleads with them to trust that he has his reasons, hoping to avoid dragging anyone else into danger. The female captain isn't happy with his refusal to explain and encourages our brute captain to scold him too. She worries that Aang is planning something dangerous. The captain, concerned for Aang, proposes a challenge. If Aang can defeat all 3 of them, they will agree to his plan. Aang is confident and sees this as an opportunity to demonstrate the results of their outdoor training. The captain asks him to choose his first opponent, but to ease their worries, Aang decides to take all 3 at once. Meanwhile, in the warrior training room, Aang's friends are still worried about Aang's decision. They believe he wants to cut himself off completely from the rest of the warriors. They want to understand why, but Liu doesn't know the details of his reasons. On their way back in the past, Aang confesses to Liu that he plans to do something that could be considered treasonous. He wants their past experiences to remain memories only. The people he plans to challenge are far above them in power. He wishes to rescue an old friend and needs to revoke his warrior identity to avoid dragging others down with him. Liu asks why this sudden decision, and she even considers revoking her own status to help out. Aang refuses her offer, insisting this is his fight alone. This is all Liu remembers. The photographer girl feels that Aang sees them as burdens, but Lan sees him as someone who deeply cares for his comrades. They refuse to give up on their team of 4 and decide to do something about it. At the warrior mock battlefield, Aang, the captain, and others gather. They remind the kid that he is up against the protectors of the city. But my guy isn't fazed and goes on to ask about the winning condition. The captain explains the side that fully subdues the other wins. If Aang is truly determined to revoke his warrior license, he should treat this as a serious test. The captain acknowledges Aang's growth and talent after his training, but thinks challenging all 3 at once is arrogant. Aang is willing to accept the lesson. The warriors believe Aang is overestimating himself and plan to teach him a hard lesson. They launch their attack with no mercy, simulating a real fight. The captain jumps off the ground to land the first blow but is immediately stopped by Aang. The captain wonders how this is possible. The captain has been nerfed so hard that my guy suggests they all attack him together. The rest of the warriors watch in awe as Aang blocks Jiao Tang's strike with his bare hands, stunned at just how much stronger he has become. Realizing they must combine their efforts, they channel the explosive energies from their cores and launch a coordinated attack. Aang carefully avoids hitting them directly, using his wood element to pin them against the wall instead. Captain Jiao Tang narrows his eyes, noticing a strange expression on Aang's face, even calling him a demon. Aang quickly asks everyone to calm down, insisting he has no intention to harm them and was only demonstrating his power. He reminds Jiao Tang of his last expedition together, when he and Liu explored the cemetery of Dogora's castle and discovered the integration core. By some stroke of luck, they managed to refine and integrate that core, gaining mysterious and powerful abilities. However, using this power alters their physical appearances. Aang explains that since Liu obtained similar powers, they both understand the integration core well, and this explanation might help the others accept their newfound demonic-like abilities. The warriors become curious about Liu's strength. Aang says she still needs more practice to fully master her abilities, but is currently on par with a quadruple-finned warrior. They then ask how strong Aang himself is. He claims to be as strong as a quintuple-finned warrior and can become even stronger by activating his lightning element. The warriors find this hard to believe, but Captain Jiao Tang remains quietly proud. He reflects on a painful memory. Years ago, when his brother was around Aang's age, Helios City suffered a minor demonic onslaught. His brother was kidnapped by demons and later found dead. From that tragedy, Jiao Tang swore to become a strong warrior who could protect those around him. Now seeing Aang and Liu, he's reminded of his brother. Unaware of this backstory, Aang listens as Jiao Tang advises him not to misuse his strength and to accept the stress and responsibility that come with it. The captain is deeply proud of them both. The rest of the warriors are left uncertain about the deeper meaning behind Jiao Tang's words. Finally, Captain Jiao Tang approves our boy's request to terminate his warrior status, trusting that Aang knows what he's doing and choosing not to press further. He remarks that young people always have their own paths and futures to face. My guy is overjoyed to hear this, and thanks his senior respectfully. One of the captains fondly recalls how weak Aang once was during his early tests, and wonders how far he will progress now that he's leaving the warrior ranks. They also realize Aang shares a name with a legendary figure from the past. Jiao Tang believes Aang's future accomplishments might even surpass those of that great man. As my guy departs on his journey, he contemplates raising his strength to the level of a sextuple-finned warrior, feeling it would be safer to do so before attempting to rescue Desha. Nearby, he notices a demonic rift and decides to seek out more cores to level up faster. However, he soon discovers a box, and to his surprise, it contains Liu and his teammates, who had been in his truck all along. Of course, the boy is clearly not pleased with the unexpected discovery. He is not happy with Liu and the other warriors tagging along. They had already discussed this, but Liu does not want the team to split up like this. Lan and Suiju had been stuck in the city, suffocating while Aang and Liu were taking a trip. They had no choice but to tag along. They are all willing to be part of Aang's business no matter how dangerous it gets. Aang realizes that they are really determined and they are right. He has to inform his team members about his issues and problems, though it's not convenient to tell them about his reincarnation. It is up to them to believe the rest or not. He urges them to make their decisions after hearing what he has to say. He warns them about the potential risk to their safety and tells them his plans to rescue Desha. They are in shock as they ask how he intends to pull that off, which is a secret. He believes this would be enough to scare them, but instead, they are excited and don't want to miss out on the fun. Helios City has been loyal to the past king. Lu's grandfather, Situjie, was a subordinate to the 6 heroes under the leadership of the deceased king. He had established Helios City with a couple of his friends, and he bet her father would agree with her choice. Aang realizes why he finds the name Situ familiar. He remembers the first time the 6 heroes brought him, looking fresh and nervous. So much time has passed. Moving on, Aang doesn't think any of them present here are strong enough to join him. Since they all wish to join him, he also wants to add another person to the roster. Virelina, one of the old 6 heroes, a septuple Green Corps warrior. He wants her to train his team, as it may be difficult to carry out his plan all alone. Lan wonders how Aang knows someone almost like a god to them. What's more, he is close enough to ask her to train them. She agrees to train them, but cannot control how much stronger they will end up getting, as it all depends on their own skills and abilities. She still wants to know if Aang is seriously bringing all 3 of them, but Aang has no other choice. Well, it's expected of our boy. More and more people will stand by him, and he's someone who would never leave anybody behind. She also hears that Aang is able to invent the lightning element. She is impressed with this new body of his, but this much is expected of him. After all, he is Aang, a guy who can accomplish anything. The rest of the team, while watching Aang and Lena, are unable to hear what they are saying. They wonder why Lena has not aged. Liu thinks the Green Corps is responsible for that. She has regenerated her body and keeps maintaining it at its peak. This is an ability only someone as strong as her can pull off. Ang announces to everyone that he wants to be a septuple-finned warrior and wants the rest of the team to become at least quintuple core. He is going to level up all by himself. In his journey to get stronger, he also needs to find a method that would help his friends raise their strengths even further. Meanwhile, Lena is up to the challenge of training these newbies to quintuple cores. She starts by telling the rest of the team that raising their strengths within a short period will be very tiring and painful, asking if they would be able to bear it. Of course, they all agree. With that, Aang sets off. If he is able to get more integration crystals, he might be able to do something more incredible than before. Suddenly, the Crimson-Finned King appears at his truck, thanking him for helping him regain some of his strength. He is willing to help our boy with integration crystals since he knows a thing or two. He had said he'd be in a deep sleep, but now has psychic strength, all thanks to Aang's integration, although it's way too little. He had wasted a lot of his psychic strength when helping him resolve the troublesome issue he had. He decides to help Aang find the crystals he wants within a short period of time. Aang wants to know why he is helping him. He suddenly brakes and the Crimson King hits the dashboard. He asks Aang to warn him before he suddenly brakes, but Aang asks him to buckle his seatbelt. The Crimson King seems to remember the fight our boy had with a double-core demon. This makes Aang realize that the king is not oblivious to the world while inside his body. Turns out, the double-core demon he had fought was low-ranking, otherwise our boy would have been able to obtain a demonic revival core. Aang wants to know what it is all about. He asks if it is the same as the integration core. According to the red guy, the results it gives will always be strong and never weak. Regular demonic evolution happens by consuming demons of the same level or higher. Ranking demons can only level up by refining an incredibly rare revival core. If he is to refine this demonic revival core, he will be able to obtain an immense amount of power. His friends can do the same to enhance their strength. Aang wants to know how he is supposed to refine the demonic revival core, to which the king reveals that he needs a double-core demon that is septuple-finned and above. Aang wants to know why he is telling him this. Perhaps the demon plans to control his consciousness. Otherwise, why would he betray his own kind? He does this because the demons are chaotic except the higher-finned demon kings. He is sure that Aang would not understand the situation the dark species are currently in. So it's basically a waste of time even if he tried to explain it. And as for why he is helping this kid evolve, they both share evolution, and if Aang gets stronger, so does the demon. To emphasize how powerful he is despite his weak state, he immobilizes our boy without breaking a sweat. Aang wants to know where he can find core sextupled demons. He believes they are hard to find. The demon wonders why humans are so impatient. Reaching his goals depends on him. Now that Aang thinks about it, he recalls a place where he can find high-level demons. Though he thinks going there is already dangerous, if what the king said about revival cores is true, then it's worth giving it a shot. They set off to the City of Dawn. They get there until night, and Aang suggests they chill there since it is in the city's blind spot. The king then reveals that he will not be appearing again unless he obtains a revival core. After all, appearing again and again costs a lot of energy. He then suggests Aang should not let his friends forcibly refine it, or try to get enlightenment from it. It will only cause their minds and consciousness to explode. Aang asks him for help. He wants him to change his appearance. He needs to find a way to become a part of the high-ranking crusades. He also needs a weapon. While that broadsword is good for him, but it is not enough when he utilizes it. The demon decides to help him because they are one after all. After helping him change his appearance, he lends him a sword named the Crimson Tide. My guy expresses his gratitude to this demonic bastard and on his way to deal with crusading team. It's the City of Dawn, northwest side. A voice welcomes all warriors from outside the city who want to help with the current cleanup mission. They request warriors who are not below quadruple-finned cores. A reward awaits them when they succeed. The outsider warriors are requested to move to the training ground in an orderly manner. The warriors hear that the strongest warrior in the city will be leading this team. Aang sees all sorts of people signing up for this mission where they are to hunt demons. He believes the more people, the better. Captain Ranyang thanks all the people who have joined the mission. The warriors spread rumors of how the captain had killed a quintuple-finned demon all on his own. They are to start the week by tracing the steps of another team that had been tracking demons. The demon traces had disappeared 3 kilometers to the north of the City of Dawn, within a rotten forest, and the 6-person team that had been sent out had all been eliminated. A quintuple blue-core warrior who happens to be a friend of the captain led the team. It wasn't a weak team at all. The last bit of information they have, sent by the tracking item, indicates that it's most likely they fought an extremely strong demon, probably a quintuple-finned demon, a double-core-finned demon, or a high-ranking demon as well. They view this as a threat to the City of Dawn's transportation and its surroundings. This is why they need external warriors. Aang realizes there is a possibility that there is also a double-core sextuple-finned demon, which is perfect for him. The warriors set off after the captain's explanation. All the while, the people cheer them on as they leave. The road is 3 to 4 kilometers long, and there are a few demons on the road as well. All warriors are instructed to be careful and follow the team closely while maintaining silence. If not careful, a warrior can get lost and attacked by demons. Ung thinks they are already attracting the attention of demons after leaving the city gate. A team member asks the captain not to treat them like rookies who do not know any better. They believe the team is made up of capable warriors. He gets attacked soon before the captain is able to warn him about raising his voice. It's a sand-type demon. It likes to ambush living things from their hiding spots in the sand. The sand-type demons had encircled the team from behind. With this quantity, they are almost akin to a small-scale triple-finned demon horde. The captain urges the warriors to form teams and fight together. They are just a mere bunch of triple-finned sand-type demons and aren't strong enough to be considered enemies. The team soon splits but is instructed to gather together and fight. Ung soon takes on the demons and asks his team member to join the rest. It is more convenient for him to do this alone. A team member is about to be slain, but he is soon saved by the captain who tells him to join the others and not fall behind. Everyone in the team gathers. They notice injured warriors walking from a distance. The captain wonders how they made it despite being so far away from the team. He asks if there is any other person behind, and he is told about Aang. He had saved them but had to stay behind and hold off the demons. The captain feels this was a foolish decision, but the injured warrior remembers Aang saying it was more convenient for him to fight alone. The captain thinks this is arrogance. They all believed he was dead. The captain feels that Aang's decision to stay back distracted the demons enough for them to move away. They decide to go back and find him, whether dead or alive, as he is a comrade and warrior. The captain warns them to be prepared for a fight as there may still be demons left. They find the place and head toward the spot. The captain encourages everyone to be vigilant as they look for Aang, and they finally find him. My guy wants to know why everyone is there. He thought they should be moving forward as he was preparing to chase after them. The captain notices his strange aura and wonders if it's because he is covered in demon blood. All the teammates only get further shocked when they realize that Aang has killed over 10 sand-type demons. The team struggles to believe this. They think there is something special about Aang. He explains that he is as powerful as a quintuple-finned core warrior, although my guy knows his powers surpass that. Even if he were to fight a sextuple-finned core warrior, he would be able to survive. Despite his explanations, the captain still thinks it's difficult to fight against 10 sand-type clan demons alone. Ong explains his made-up strategy. He had thought of this a long time ago. He further sold them the narrative that his specialties were prolonged battles and escaping. This is a more reasonable explanation to the captain, who commends him and tells him that his actions gave the team enough time to regroup. He instructs the team to change directions as they move onward. They finally make it to the location where the last team was last seen. There are 3 entrances to the rotten forest. A team member suggests exploring all 3 entrances at once. They decide to form 2 teams to ensure they have enough fighting power, but are still worried about the 3rd entrance. This is then my guy volunteers to go in through the 3rd entrance alone. They hear a loud roar from the entrance. It sounds strange, but they have no time to hesitate and must go in. From the captain's past experience, he suspects the entrance holds more than just quintuple-finned demons. A team member asks how big the forest actually is but gets scolded by the captain, who tells him to obey orders. The captain admits he doesn't know exactly how large the forest is and has no estimate. The original mission of the team was to scout the forest's proportions. Aang still insists on scouting one entrance alone, adding that the team won't be affected if anything happens to him. He believes he can finish before sundown. Other team members start seeing him as a show-off since he had taken out 10 demons all alone. Despite his arrogance and overconfidence, they still think he has a point. As the warriors try to split into 2 teams, violence erupts because everyone has conflicting opinions. These outsider warriors always act violently in tense situations, which is something Aang despises the most about them. The captain yells aggressively for everyone to calm down, telling them to follow orders. He intends to be the opponent of anyone who still wants to fight, but the whole team stays silent. The captain has seen how poorly disciplined the outsider warriors are. They need to finish this quickly before more problems arise. Before Aang sets off alone, the captain reminds him that there won't be any help if he's in danger. Aang understands this and states he might finish right on time before others arrive. This statement makes him look even more arrogant as they split up. As the captain is barking orders and telling the teams to prioritize rescuing rather than engaging in fights, Aang is walking alone on his path when he suddenly gets attacked by a demon, which he quickly kills. He had come into the forest alone to use his powers without hesitation and plans to kill them all until the strongest demon appeared. Cutting to somewhere else, we learn that it is always dark in a forest as dense as the rotten forest, and very silent. So, one of the team members warns the entire team to be careful and not let their guard down. The demons will not attack if the warriors stick together as a team. Some team members wonder how Aang is doing all alone and make fun of him. Suddenly they see something. It's a scouting team uniform, meaning it's a survivor. The team members believe things are going smoothly. They have found a member of the scouting team, not knowing it's a demon. The team member, still excited as he gets closer to the creature, asks what it is digging. The creature suddenly turns around and attacks him. Turns out it is a sextuple-finned demon, and they need to inform the captain about it immediately. One of the warriors uses a signal flare, but the demon is not a fan of bright lights. It launches at incredible speed to put out the flare, leaving the warrior amazed at its speed. The team realizes they cannot handle this demon, so they retreat, but the demon is not done with them yet. The captain notices the eerie silence and strange fog. They haven't heard a single sound from other team members, even though the forest isn't that large. He suspects they are isolated from the rest, though others don't feel the same. The team is also worried about Aang. They soon stumble across bodies that seem to be from the scout team. The captain spots a demon and prepares to strike, but Aang stops him because the captain was about to slay his own teammate. There is no demon, just an illusion. They have all been hypnotized by the demon's illusions. A purple core demon is affecting their consciousness. It seems stronger than most purple core demons. The captain admits he would have killed a teammate if Aang hadn't intervened. Everyone is seeing illusions of their worst fears. The demon aims to spread confusion so the warriors will kill each other. The captain asks our boy how he saw through the illusion and thanks him for preventing a tragedy. Aang explains he was attacked too, but he fought them all. He soon realized the fog forces people to see illusions and unintentionally lose themselves in it. The captain wants to know more about Aang's abilities, but Aang isn't willing to disclose them. He suspects the demon they just encountered might be the dual-core sextuple-finned demon he needs. The captain hears cries from the other team and orders everyone to join him in the rescue. The demon notices there is someone unaffected by the illusions and senses Aang's aura. She wonders who he is. It's a sextuple-finned core demon. Aang realizes that if he rushes over, he'll just fall into its trap, but he decides to follow the rest of the team. He doesn't want to abandon them. They run toward the demon as the captain warns them this is no ordinary foe. They see the bodies of their fellow warriors, and the captain orders them to stop. He suspects it could be an illusion, but Aang says otherwise. It really is the bodies of the scouting team. He also notices the demon nearby. They hear cries from the warriors calling for the captain to save them. The captain and another team member try to rush forward but are immediately stopped by Aang, who urges the captain to look closely. Finally, the demon reveals himself, impressed that Aang has seen through its disguise. It also finds it strange that its illusions don't work on him, and considers the corpses useless now. Enraged, the captain blasts the demon with a powerful energy beam. For a moment, they wonder if the demon is dead, but it quickly mocks them, calling them impatient humans. The captain insists on continuing the fight until he injures the demon. Aang thinks there are too many people there, and they're all blinded by their emotions. The captain tries to slice the demon but ends up slicing through smoke instead. Soon enough, the hallucinations once again start to mess with their heads, and they start to feel that Aang is the demon. My guy soon realizes what's going on. The demon is making him look like the target, while that bastard is sitting somewhere safe watching it all happen. The captain is first to swing at our boy. My guy is also ready to counter. He never thought he would ever be fighting him. The demon is happy to see them turn against Aang. She thinks it is interesting. She had never seen a mutual slaughter. Aang sees that the demon is treating them as circus monkeys. He decides to test out the true strength of his lightning element. Meanwhile, my guy has flung all the warriors away, making others believe that the demon is blocking Ranyang's red core attack. Aang, on the other hand, is positive that the lightning element surpasses the demon energy. The rest of the team charges against him. They are willing to kill him to get revenge for the fallen warriors. Aang wants the captain to take a little nap. He blasts lightning and throws the warriors off. The demon is also intimidated. It begins to wonder what power he is using. The lightning has a strong demonic energy to it, and also gives the demon an oppressive feeling. Aang realizes that he is right. As long as he controls his strength well, he can wake them up from their conditions and the demon's illusions. The demon is still in the sky. It notices that he is deactivating her illusions. My guy yells for her to come down from the sky. The demon also notices the lightning energy in his voice. By now it feels Aang is more than capable compared to the others. So before shit gets serious, she wants to end it all by striking him. But my guy strikes the demon, sending it flying backwards. The demon realizes that Aang is a dual-core sextuple-finned demon. He strides towards her confidently, glad that he made the right decision by coming here. The demon also notices that this boy isn't afraid of him. He is excited instead. It's almost as if he is the demon. Aang launches himself and strikes, shattering the ground while the lady manages to dodge. She then creates clones of herself. My guy tries to strike them all down, but the demon keeps dodging Aang's attacks with its cloned bodies. It is then Aang decides to identify the real body of the demon through his lightning eyes. Eventually he spots her and closes in the gap between them, but the lady retreats right away, frustrated by his lightning trait. She then dances around him, but still ends up located by our guy. Before splitting her apart, he insists she hand over the revival core to him. The scene then cuts to the City of Dawn. From the cliff, Lu can see my guy's aura clearly. Meanwhile, the photographer girl is taking L's in her training. Lan and her notice Lo looking at the lightning ahead and inquire about it. Lu fills them in that Aang must be right in that spot, though they aren't sure. Lan says it could be a storm over there. Right then, Lena shows up behind them and asks why they are spacing out. If they are not powerful when Aang returns, they will be nothing but a burden to him. Aang had asked her to work on their physique. He had pleaded with her, and Lena agreed to do whatever he asked of her. So, she asks them to prepare for battle. They are to last 10 seconds against her in a battle as she will be attacking them. Suiju is shocked because lasting 5 seconds against Lena the last time was a very tough challenge. Back to our boy, he is about to stab the demon with his sword. The demon is sure that her teleportation ability will save her, but my guy still ends up cutting her hand down. To our boy, the demon is stupid to think that it is faster than lightning. He then further drives his sword right into her chest. Instead of handing over the core, she decides to take Aang with him as he plans to self-destruct. Aang notices the demon's plans to self-destruct and zaps him with lightning. The demon cries out in pain and asks if the boy is really a human or a demon. My guy claims he is just a regular human warrior. And with that, my guy successfully takes the demon's revival cores. Somewhere in the forest, the captain wakes up. He lost consciousness when everything had happened. Seeing the others, he wonders if they were unconscious too. My guy greets the captain. Seeing our boy, the captain goes on a high alert, asking for the whereabouts of the double-core demon. Aang assures him that he had finished him off. He also cleaned up the demons in the surrounding area too. So, they have absolutely nothing to worry about. He asks the captain to have some water. Of course, the captain struggles to understand how he has killed a double-core demon all by himself. Aang then briefs the captain about how he handled the situation. Unfortunately, he was unable to do anything about the other team. The captain is still in awe. My guy had just battled a sextuple dual-core finned demo, which makes the big guy wonder exactly how strong Aang is. He only wants to know how he surpassed the demon's illusions. Aang reminds him that the most important thing is that they are still alive. He wants to go around and check if there are still demons around the area. He asks the captain and other warriors to rest as it is still midnight. It will take a while before they start waking up. The captain believes the demon's illusionary technique is truly difficult to fend off. He had fallen prey to its technique. Aang explains that a dual-core demon is a demon with first-rate abilities even among other demons of the same rank. With double cores, its abilities aren't as simple as having twice the power of a single core. To encourage the captain a little, Aang points out that the captain is also incredibly strong as he had woken up quickly. The captain believes that a sextuple finned warrior like him is considered the peak of the City of Dawn's forces. To be looked down upon by the demon and his inability to hunt it down infuriates him. As the person in charge of the mission and captain of the team, he is no longer going to investigate Aang's identity since he had saved them all. The captain, still trying to wrap his head around Aang's ability to handle a sextuple finned dual-core demon, wants to battle Aang to see how he compares in strength. He suggests they have a light spar, but my guy wouldn't dare question the captain's strength. He explains that his inability to defeat the demon was due to lack of information, but the captain insists. He is personally intrigued by my guy's actual strength and pleads with him to spar against him. Aang realizes that the captain is competitive and battle-thirsty, but these are the attributes of a strong warrior. So my guy doesn't mind. Later, they find themselves in an open space. They get ready to battle as the captain reminds him not to hold back as they had previously discussed. He genuinely wants to experience Aang's raw strength. My guy understands Captain's sentiments. After all, he too had been battle-hungry in his past life, and plans to spar the captain seriously. My guy begins it by sending these red slashes that even cut through the ground. With Captain approaching, he disappears and appears above him to deliver an attack. Their weapons clash, resulting in a massive shockwave. As the dust settles, the aftermath results in the captain getting cornered. No matter how many times they spar, Aang will always find an opening to disarm him. He asks the captain if he is still willing to fight. The captain realizes that this is too powerful, so they suggest they end the fight. Aang feels like a kind and elderly senior, cold at times but warm as well. He stretches out his hand and helps his senior up as the captain accepts his loss. The senior is genuinely curious why Aang chooses to join a team like this. As powerful as he is, he believes that Aang is the strongest warrior after the new 6 heroes. But my guy doesn't agree with him. He believes he is still weaker than them. The captain narrates that being a septuple finned warrior means you have reached humanity's peak. The strength difference between a sextuple and septuple finned warrior is greater than the difference between a single finned warrior and a sextuple finned warrior. The new 6 heroes' powers are not something a regular sextuple finned warrior like the captain can achieve. He believes their strength has reached levels none of them have seen before. There are rumors that one of them solo cleared an ancient king's plague tomb himself and managed to return safely as well. It's a feat none of them can pull this off. This shocks our boy, because he too has first-hand experience with King's Plague Tomb. This makes him really suspicious of the new heroes, and wonders what exactly they are hiding. It is daybreak. The captain believes the other warriors will be awake soon. He asks if Aang will return with them. The boy responds positively as there are things he needs to settle there. He wants to see the revival core's effect on him. Back at the city, the captain reports to Wu Kongyao concerning their mission to the Rotten Forest. He had heard about how Aang had battled a sextuple-finned dual-core demon and how he had played a crucial role in the mission. Wukong Yao wants to know Aang's true strength. The captain reports that Aang is just a mere quintuple-finned warrior. He had performed pretty well as the mission progressed, and other members were equally good as they had sacrificed themselves for the city. Wukong Yao considers asking Aang to stay in the city and work. He dismisses the captain, telling him to submit the detailed report later. We then learn that our boy had asked the captain to downplay his contribution to the mission. He had joined the team in order not to get noticed by the upper echelon, and the captain agreed. Aang is in a hotel within the city of Dawn. He had finally washed himself clean from the blood of those demons. The demonic cores he has are different from regular demon cores, especially in terms of demonic energy within the core. He wonders about the potential consequences if it is absorbed by a regular warrior. Right then, Crimson King appears and says that the consequences will be dire. He is glad for Aang for obtaining his first demonic revival core. Aang wants to know why he suddenly appeared. The edgy king keeps it all mysterious as he reveals that literally no one can utilize this particular core. But our boy is an exception, because he is unique. Just with the mere touch of the Crimson King, Aang changes to his demon form, which our boy doesn't appreciate. He is infuriated by the demon getting friendly. Cutting to the chase, the demon warns Aang of how dangerous the core could be. It can be chaotic, which can make a warrior end up in madness. It may even cause them to explode. But there are two things within him that can suppress that chaotic energy: his demonic body type due to the demon's existence, and the lightning element he had created when he advanced. Aang shows him the lightning, which even the Crimson King dislikes. The demon tells him how powerful his lightning element is. It is incredibly effective against demons and can suppress their energy. It also seems capable of purifying demonic energy within this demonic revival core. He can help other warriors integrate with this demonic core, but they must have extremely tough physical and mental strength. Without immense mental fortitude, it is easy for them to be negatively affected in the process. Aang wants to know how he is supposed to combine both energies together and how the king can help in the process. The demon says it should be done face to face with their bare bodies. Aang is uncomfortable with this. Combining energies is the integration of energies and extending senses beyond bodies. He just needs to guide his energy flow into the other person's body. Of course, Aang is worried. He is worried about getting naked with Lan and Suiju as they may mistake him for a pervert. He also realizes it would be much worse getting naked with Lan. After all, this ain't a JoJo universe. Later, Lena gets to meet up with Aang again. He asks about the three of them, and they soon show up. Lena had taken good care of them. They are all happy to see him, and Suiju even notices that he has changed again. Liu is already used to that. It's easier to feel his presence. With pleasantries over, my guy wants to discuss something serious. He tells them the method of transferring energy he had discussed with the demon, which involves getting completely naked. The entire team is triggered. As expected, Lena gets pissed and thinks Aang is perverted. In her previous life, he would always have been indifferent to her hints about raids. She now thinks he is a player, but our boy tries to reason that he is getting forced. The demonic revival core needs cooperation to work. Without Aang, they will be completely corrupted by the demonic energy within the demonic revival core. Eventually, Lena leaves angrily, asking them to let her know when they are done, and bangs the door. The room is quiet for a while as Aang tells them the method is strange and risky as well. The demonic revival core can only help one person. He asks if anyone is interested. Suiju thinks it will be embarrassing to be naked with someone of the opposite sex even though they are comrades. There shouldn't be a problem with Lan though. Liu stutters for a moment and says she already has a bit of demonic energy in her, which might make it easier. She wants to volunteer but is immediately interrupted by Lan. He thinks he is the guy to call for something dangerous because of his physique. Aang thanks them for believing in him as Suiju pledges her support. Let's not forget about poor Liu, whose dream to lay naked is down in the drain. As they take off their clothes, Aang notices that Lan's physique has been greatly strengthened by Lena. The brute admits that he feels stronger than before. He asks if he should take off his underwear too, but Aang refuses, knowing that it might affect efficiency. The both girls peek from the door as the guys get ready for the show. As usual, Suiju admires the perfect angle she is getting for the photo, but Liu is unsure if they should be peeking. Hell, even Lena can't resist but joins in with the other girls. Anyhow, the boys begin their mojo. Lan holds the demonic revival core in his hands. Holding it alone makes him tremble given the power it contains. Aang asks him to place the demonic revival core in his hands and relax. He tells him to close his eyes, use his energy to sense it, and establish a connection. He warns him it may be a little painful but assures him he will be beside him to assist. Lan sees the yellow energy. It is just like his original core. He wonders if the demonic revival core will identify the power that suits him. He wonders if he should approach it as he advances further. As he gets closer, he finds the demonic energy terrifying. He begins absorbing the mighty demonic powers all to himself, and the entire process is quite taxing, making him scream. He is being tempted by this demonic energy, and will soon become a mindless monster once his spirit is consumed entirely. Crimson is here to warn him once again about the consequences. So he suggests Aang to make his move before it's too late. The primordial demon consuming Lan's spirit didn't expect to see the crimson-finned king there. Aang asks if this demon is conscious as he had thought it was an illusion. The yellow primordial demon can be seen as the source of demonic power. The crimson-finned king is considered the purest existence closest to this primordial power. The king cannot make a move against this primordial power. If Aang wants to save his friend, he has to act quickly. Without further ado, Aang launches off the demon's hands and dives straight towards him. The primordial being senses something very unpleasant. It is Aang's aura. He thinks it should be completely eradicated, and promptly blasts our boy away. This new yellow demon is a six-finned primordial demon. He is mad that others are here. Crimson King reveals that Aang has to deal with the illusion demon of this core first before he is able to save his friend. He then sits down in order to watch everything like a king he is. The battle begins, and they start throwing hands. Aang tries to take a look at the demon's powers, only to notice that the power has increased because both cores have now transformed into yellow cores. To push this bastard away, he delivers a lightning kick, but the demon is still intact. By now, he is sure that using feet and fists might take some effort. I guess this much is expected. The yellow core is known for defense after all. The monster then conjures a demonic shield which is both offensive and defensive. But my guy is sure that this is no match for him. He puts his lightning and demonic energy into use, and kicks the bastard hard. Turns out he used an upgraded lightning move he picked up while fighting a demon previously. After taking down that primordial demon, he directly strikes that ball of energy to help his friend's consciousness escape. I don't really know what in the hell is going on, but in a nutshell, my guy manages to absorb the excess power of the revival core into himself, which not only allows him to evolve, but he also manages to save his friend in the process. Even the Crimson King thinks it is impressive as he absorbed part of the energy from the core. It is enough for Lan to awaken his demon powers. In the real world, Lu has already dozed off, while the photographer girl is busy doing her thing. Even Lena is tired of waiting. Suddenly she notices his eyes, which look demonic. Right then, he gives off an explosive energy burst and begins to evolve. After the transition, he has 4 arms. His evolution has also been completed, making him a 4-fin demon. Lena refuses to believe what she is seeing. Through the core, the demon power has truly fused with Lan. Aang tells them not to be surprised as they have important things to worry about. The energy burst from Lan's evolution process is too intense. He believes it will definitely be noticed by Dawn City, so they need to hurry. Lu rushes to guard the entrance, but Lan stops her as he has a solution. They all grab him by his arms and he takes off like a goddamn meteor. Seriously though, what in the Omnitrix malfunction is this? Suiju meanwhile can't help but admire how amazing the dude has become. In his takeoff, Bro had left a huge hole in the roof of the hotel. People gather around the hotel premises as the authorities investigate. They are told to leave as it was just an accident. Investigators have no other clue except the hole in the roof and the fallen sign. The captain of the Dawn Warrior Guard is sure that there was a demon, but it makes no sense how the demon vanished in just a few minutes. Suddenly, they notice someone landing from the sky. It's Van Dillen, the cheap copy of Homelandar. They both kneel in the presence of this douchebag. Van Dillen is the strongest dual-core medic warrior, so it makes no sense why he would come here to attend such an insignificant event. Meanwhile, Aang and his team finally find a perfect spot to lay low. After getting down, they ask Snow how he feels. In response, he reveals that he feels like he is filled with the power of demons. He quickly switches to his human form. This sight fascinates Suiju beyond words. Meanwhile, Lena finds it is surprising how he can evolve to 4 fins at once. Perhaps it is because of Aang's assistance. Lan then reveals his side of the story. When he felt his consciousness was unclear, Aang had helped him and even adjusted the power of the demon core. Because the demon power is too intense, he needs to adapt to it first. With his current tolerance, he was only able to evolve 4 fins at one go. Otherwise, he would have gone for 5. Moving on, Aang feels they won't be able to return to Dawn City for a while. They have attracted quite a lot of unwanted attention. He apologizes to Lena for that. But the homegirl doesn't seem to like Dawn City anymore as it is no longer the Dawn City it used to be. She sees no need to go back. In this case, they see this as an opportunity for Suiju and Liu to evolve together. Of course, Suiju is already liking the idea. She wants to become stronger too. From now on, Lena wants the team to act together. In order to test what Lan is capable of, Aang suggests they should try hunting down a dual-core 6-finned demon together. The transformed Lan appears a bit uncomfortable in the next scene because Suiju's crazy ass won't stop taking his photos. As for Lena, she appears lost in her own thoughts, until Aang comes around to question what's bothering her, especially when she's usually the talkative type who doesn't beat around. Sharing a spot next to her, he asks if it's something about Lan that's keeping her mind busy. A worried Lena shares her concerns, expressing her discomfort at the idea of a human warrior merging with demonic powers, especially when she comes from a time where this kind of suggestion would be unacceptable. Though Lena perfectly understands that the current Aang also shares demonic power in his body, At this point, she doesn't know how everything will wrap up. If humans and demons are together, then where does the future lead? Our boy understands her situation completely, recalling his own previous experience, how he found himself repulsed by the sheer idea of using his demonic power. Despite hating it back then, he ultimately had to come to terms with the realization that this power is necessary for them to grow as warriors. It's similar to the concept of absorbing cores, and if they refuse to use this kind of power, Aang thinks they won't be able to tackle absurdly powerful demons to come. Right now, the demons aren't even their only concern anymore. When you think about it, the new king is terrifying in his own right, as well as his battalion of the new 6 heroes. Even Lena expresses her sheer shock, going as far as to say that the new king is terrifyingly powerful. She remembers the weight of death pulling her when she met the king. That kind of power is unfathomably strong, to the point that Lena thinks it's impossible for a normal human warrior to even possess it. Though she's ashamed to admit, Lena shares that she was genuinely afraid to be in the king's presence, and that's saying a lot because she's one of the 6 heroes herself. Pulling her back to reality, Aang smacks her head, assuring her that everything is going to be okay now that he's here to protect her. Their conversation is interrupted by the rest of the gang, who has rested well and prefers relocating to a different town. Our boy gets up, preparing himself to hunt the dual core demon and extracting the remaining 2 demonic cores. He thinks they'll have an even greater chance of succeeding, now that they've got the legendary warrior Lena by their side. The scene cuts off to a desolate land, where one particular demon is chewing down on its food. Our gang observes closely, questioning what the demon is doing. Lena reveals that it's common for 2 fin demons to be here and there, and it seems like they've stumbled upon some kind of demonic nest. Without wasting a breath, our boy chucks a long sword at one of the demons, killing it instantly, while the other 2 draw away from the enemy invasion. Donning his 6th finned form, Aang hopes to discover dual-core demons in this wretched mess. His mere demonic aura terrifies the lower-level demons, who fail to comprehend how a human is even capable of wearing their power. The demons are so busy fixating on our boy that they completely forget about Lan, who emerges from the shadows and smashes both their heads together, killing them instantly. I can't lie, Lan looks badass with his 4-armed form. Suiju is rather impressed by their teamwork, while our boy reveals that Lan can easily annihilate any 4-finned demon or below at his current power level. However, just within this lair, he senses an immense wave of aura bursting out, implying that a compounded demon core must be inside. Liu urges to participate in the battle, but our boy stops her, arguing that her demonic form must be used later on because they need to preserve their energy. In fact, Aang is of the opinion that they should only fight until they've merged with their compounded cores. The reason for this is that Lan is already facing an immense toll on his body every time he transforms, so Aang doesn't want to risk expending too much of their fighting force at the beginning. Instead, he tells Lena to take care of the other girls. The demons come bursting out of the nest, roaring to kill the humans who dared to challenge them. Lan wants to aura farm and tells Aang he can handle it all on his own. This meme vanishes in the next second with such incredible speed that he takes down one of the demons instantly. The other 2 express their shock at the sight of demonic power being used by a human, but before they can do anything about it, Lan beats the ever-living crap out of them. Observing the scene, Suiju finds herself excited because she wants a piece of that power too. But Aang claims that it's uncertain what kind of power they'll get, because it changes from person to person. Deploying one of his skills, Lan activates Dual Bloom, destroying the demons casually without any problems. The way he's effortlessly tearing them apart reminds him of the time he was weak and pathetically useless. He couldn't even defeat a 1-finned demon or protect his friends, and the best course of action they took against a 2-finned demon was to run away. But this is the birth of a new Lan, a man who breathes his every breath to instill fear into the hearts of demons. From the distance, Aang notices a lump of aura concentrating in one place. This means that an entire horde of finned demons is coming their way, emerging out of the nest. This small army of demons is by no means easy to take down, which is why Lena even urges to help them out in case necessary. Thankfully, our boy agrees, expressing that it's best for them to obtain the compounded core as quickly as possible. Preparing herself for combat, the legendary warrior channels a bolt of green energy. Her fighting stance excites Suiju, who is honored to fight in the company of the great hero. Releasing herself like a projectile, Lena unleashes hell on the demons. She's out here cutting them like butter, with a speed so fast that even Liu is impressed by the green core's might. As for Suiju, she couldn't even take a single photo because of Lena's immense speed. Even Lan, who was just a minute ago reveling in his great power, is shocked by the unique ability being used by Lena here. Satisfied, our boy reveals that so far the badass Lena hasn't even used any special skill. All she did was deploy her protective barrier to smash the demons away, allowing them to clear a path. Aang orders them to keep moving forward, while reminding the 2 girls to conserve their energy. Lena, on the other hand, has forged a path to a wide space ahead, wondering if the demons came from this path. Entering inside, she releases her barrier, staring up at the main culprit above. Sitting comfortably at his throne, the dual-core demon expresses his surprise at the humans making it this far. He's genuinely impressed by Lena's abilities, but the girl doesn't want to chat and immediately jumps right into the air to eliminate the threat. Her incredible blast obliterates the six-finned demon's throne, and he's forced to avoid the attack. The demon expresses his anger at the warrior for ruining his favorite throne, but the badass Lena couldn't give a damn and emerges with a battle axe. She drops a crazy one-liner, deeming the lowly demon unfit for a throne. Provoked, the six-finned demon unleashes his fury in the form of earthly molten vines. But right then, the four-armed warrior comes out of the blue to play his part and stops the creature's attack. While the six-finned demon is distracted, Aang sneaks up from behind. Before the demon can even process their strategy, Aang is already preparing to slash him. In the end, the attack connects, and the demon is one shot thanks to their brilliant teamwork. Thanks to that, they've uncovered yet another compounded demonic core, with only one more left to hunt. Strangely, Lena appears gassed out, expressing that she expended a ton of energy just now. Unfortunately, her green core is almost out of energy. It's not every day that one comes across a seven-finned core, so finding it is a pain in the ass, especially when the new 6 heroes were told not to use this kind of power anymore. Lena's prime has already gone past, so she isn't on the same level of the 6 heroes humanity always looked up to. However, what she's most happy about is that Aang is in a league of his own, and will eventually shift the tides for humanity again. Frustrated yet determined, the once strongest warrior of humanity promises her that they'll reclaim all that was taken from them. In the next scene, our gang relocates to another city hotel. It appears that they also managed to obtain the final compounded core off-screen after hunting. Our boy wants to help the girls evolve and requests Lena to guard him until then. The good thing about this town is that it is relatively low-ranked, so there shouldn't be any troubles. Hilariously, Lena teases our boy, wondering if he's going to be fine in a threesome. Flustered, Aang expresses that it's nothing like that. From inside the room, the girls are wondering what's going on. Our boy enters the room and switches on the lights, wondering who's going to be up first. Liu musters the confidence to recommend Seoju first, and with the way these girls look right now, I don't think even a 9-finned demon could hold our boy back. Aang is fine with that, but trust me, our boy is genuinely struggling where to look, and the manhwa artist is making sure to give us all the angles. Seoju butts in and explains that Liu wants to go first, but she's shy and doesn't want to reveal her feelings. Even though she tries to deny it, Aang comforts her and agrees with the suggestion. Seoju decides to give them some alone time and promises not to take any photos, but something tells me this creep won't stop. Now that they're alone, our boy takes off his shirt, revealing his cardboard cutout abs. He wonders what's keeping Liu's eyes busy on his body, and I think it's obvious that this is the average girl's biggest dream. The nervous wreck Liu can barely contain herself now that he's taking his clothes off in front of her. And goddamn, she even recommends taking off her own top if necessary. With the way they're talking, Seoju and Lan are embarrassed and shocked. A couple of quiet moments later, Aang sits in front of her, popping open one of the compounded cores. He hands it to her, while Liu questions if this kind of power is the same one she has inside her body. Even now, she has no clue how she was able to obtain such an ability to begin with. But one thing is for certain, ever since she got that power, she's been awestruck to chase its might. Many times she dreams of a terrifyingly large demon comforting her in her dreams, a kind of indestructible force unlike any other. By the way, it's clear enough that this is the other 8-finned demon, just like the Crimson King. Aang doesn't know it though, and he's hoping to get an answer soon. Instructing her to turn around, he tells Liu to keep the compounded core held tightly in her hand. Now that she's ready, our boy places his hands on her back, while the girl sinks to a state of meditation. At once, she is tossed into a spatial dimension of her mind. Here, a demon is guarding the core, a 6-fin source demon in fact. Slowly walking up to the core, she senses an incredibly dark aura coming from the source. Suddenly, the demon chants, "Open," causing it to release waves of energy. At first, Liu is afraid, but eventually she succumbs to the allure of her new power, drawing her closer and closer. The core is overwhelming her mentally in an effort to turn her into a servant of the demonic race. But right as she's about to lose control, the black-finned demon arrives and snatches her hand. She's the enchanting woman who has been haunting her dreams. The 8-finned demon casually toys with Liu's body, expressing that she has claimed the human for herself so she isn't going to let go of her. The Black King Fin is one of the 6 great King Fins, known for her ability to manipulate time and space. The primordial source demon is surprised to see her grant a portion of her might to a mere human. The Black King Fin expresses her personal interest in the girl and wants to create a smooth process for her transition. Liu finally speaks her mind, revealing that the demonic power dwelling within her comes from the Black King Fin. It's her first time being in the presence of a demon far superior to the likes of a 7-finned monster. The Queen of Black confirms this, while another voice greets them. Even the Source Demon is shocked to see 2 Kingfin demons interacting with each other. The Crimson King is annoyed that she's tampering with his plans. As for Aang, It's his first time realizing that Liu shares the might of an 8-finned demon too. Funnily enough, both of the hot babes are reduced to little fangirls after seeing Aang and the Crimson King. The Black-Fin demon is out here showing off her curves in front of her crush, pointing out that she was in fact following his instructions by staying away from Aang. However, she required a personal human to spy around on her own. At this point, Aang is out here losing his marbles. Two of the strongest demons are standing right in front of him, catching up to each other, making him question what they're plotting. The Crimson King lightly smacks her head, emphasizing that her involvement is causing him trouble. In response, she tells him that she's worried something might happen, but the Crimson King is confident in his judgment. Understanding that he doesn't want her to mess around anymore, the Black Fin decides to come up with the outrageous idea of killing Liu right away, believing that she's useless to their cause. But the moment our boy sees her trying to do that, this man goes right up to his 6th form and charges right at her full speed. But in his effort to look like a hero saving Liu, he forgot about one critical fact. Bro is going up against an 8-fin demon. The Black Fin isn't even afraid, and with a tap of her finger, sends this dude packing back to his human form. Aang is knocked out of his demonic state while Liu rushes to check on him. Oh, but not just that, this guy is paralyzed. The Black Fin casually remarks that she's trapped him in a mode of time where he's feeling constant pain, finding it insulting that he went ahead to attack a kingfin. Ultimately, the Black Fin decides to release him from the bind, causing him to pant and recover his breath in terror. With the Black Fin towering over at him, Aang realizes just how outclassed he really is in front of a being beyond his league. As for the Black Fin, she's started to grow fond of Liu and decides to change her mind, no longer finding it interesting to kill her. So what she does is pull Liu back to her grasp, while the Crimson King begins walking away, believing that their intervention is unnecessary. Our boy pitifully urges to protect his friend, causing the Crimson King to stop and give Aang a brutal reality check on who he's going up against. His opponent is none other than a creature that literally governs space and time, one of the most powerful beings to ever exist among their kind. The Crimson King assures the boy that if the Black Fin really wanted to take either of their lives, they wouldn't even comprehend their own deaths after it happened. Now that's the definition of aura. But not just that, the Crimson King emphasizes that it's the first time ever for the Black Fin to ever spare a human on a whim, which means she's already being favorable as much as she can. The Crimson King orders Aang to get up and leave, knowing that the Black Fin can handle the rest from here on out. Before leaving, Aang angrily tells the demon not to do anything unnecessary, which is funny to me because honestly, she could kill him for this remark alone. Anyway, both he and the Crimson King decide to opt out of the state, leaving the Black Fin to talk about how boring it is now that her beloved Crimson King has left. The primordial orb demon doesn't even resist and simply allows the Black Fin to do whatever she wants. The Queen of Demons gently taps Liu's head, forcing her to enter the same powerful state she donned once before, sharing an appearance with the Black Fin's form. In this state, Liu can confidently sense the assimilation of the green core with her body, allowing her form to bloom even more. In the outside world, Aang is no longer assisting Liu with the assimilation process, and instead waits for her to wake up soon. All of a sudden, Liu's body jumps into a hot demonic transformation, immediately evolving her to the 6th fin form. This version of her is called the Achromatic Liu, and while our boy can hardly believe that she's the same person, the Crimson King explains the evolution process. You see, thanks to the Black King Fin's energy, Liu has awoken in a slightly different state. Deciding to test her powers, she aims her hand towards our boy and pulls him in with a telekinetic wave. Achromatic Liu stops him for an important question. You might be wondering if this question has something to do with her powers. But no, all she wants to know is if Aang actually likes her or not. Our boy is stunned for life and realizes that Liu in this form is batshit crazy. Even the Crimson King is a bit put off to hear her say that. The strongest demon finds himself utterly lost trying to comprehend the mind of humans even after attaining godlike power. Hearing the boom, Lan and the others barge their way inside, or more like flop their way inside out of curiosity. But when Suju turns to look at what's going on, all she sees is our boy getting toyed with by the demonic baddie. Suddenly Liu realizes what's going on and her form fades. She is reduced to embarrassment, clarifying that all of this is happening because of her new form. Next up is the pink-haired photographer. Holding the core in her hand, she remarks how warm and light it is. Strangely, Aang thinks she's messing around and points out that she must take this situation seriously, because in the worst possible case, she's going to get devoured by the core. Suju and her Jupiters playfully agree with the remark, while Aang is starting to think she'll never learn. Anyway, he coaches her to calm her mind in order to properly assimilate the compounded core. He also tells her that she's going to meet the Source Demon very soon, and likely endure hellish physical and mental shocks. The same happened to Liu and Lan, for example. However, Aang promises to help her out and consistently reminds her to keep her focus so that the core doesn't consume her body. But their first task is to enter the region of the core in the first place. Surprisingly, while it took Liu and Lan quite a bit of time, this girl instantly enters the space and terrifies Aang with her compatibility with the core. Realizing that he must also enter at once, Aang transforms into his sixth finned state and opens his eyes. The Crimson King is right next to him, commenting on how strange Siuju is in particular. Different from the others, she experienced absolutely no pain or any kind of obstacle in her path. Instead, the girl is easily able to absorb the Source Demon's power like a cakewalk. A confident Siuju not only engulfs the orb, but also the Source Demon's essence itself, a fact that shocks Aang and impresses the Crimson King. It goes to show just how compatible her body has become with the compounded core. Siuju's body is engulfed in a blue, before unleashing a shockwave that begins to transform her. And well, I think we can all agree that these demonic forms do the bare minimum of covering a person's skin because look at her. Aang didn't even have to intervene for the completion of the transformation this time. By the end of the transformation process, Siuju's eyes turn blue and she maintains jagged horns throughout her form. This is the official awakening of the Blue Core 6 Fin, and she surprised herself at how easy the process was. She looks at Aang, before staring back at her fairy-like wings. But I'm confident none of us is looking at the wings. With incredible speed, she vanishes and pops right before Aang, showcasing her incredible figure and not at all fan service transformation. Our boy agrees and internalizes that Siuju might have been a hidden genius all this time. In the next scene, all four of the humans invoke their six-finned demonic state and burst out of the sea-level town, amazing citizens with their colorful streams. Aang's carrying Lena, believing it's time for them to transition to a different location where they can safely test their powers and work on their team abilities. To that, Lena recommends heading right towards a gigantic demon cave near Dawn City, a cave so massive that not even the valiant warrior teams dare to approach it in fear. Aang thinks it's going to be an excellent environment for them to test their powers, while Lena is starting to believe that these four now possess the ability to go head-to-head with the new 6 heroes thanks to their new powers. However, in the very next scene, Lena makes a surprising announcement to withdraw from the team. Unsurprisingly, Aang is curious and wants to know if he made her upset in any way, but she clarifies that it's nothing to do with him. It's just that her core is nearing its depletion, meaning she won't be able to fight at full capacity anymore and will only get in the way. Our boy flicks her on the head, quickly reminding her that she's literally one of the 6 strongest heroes of the present era, so there's no way she's going to become a thorn in their path. He's also ready to obtain a brand new 7-finned core for her if it's going to keep her around. Though he's happy to help her out, Lena expresses that she's fine on her own. The thing is, she's feeling doubtful of her own ability, and argues that even with the new core, she won't be able to help out much. The truth is, soon after the death of the strongest warrior, the original Aang, she stopped fighting and barely participated in combat. Soon after, the new king took over everything and basically allowed her to live a normal life, away from the duties of a warrior. In fact, she never would have donned her battle armor back on if not for Aang's re-emergence. Our boy is rightfully concerned about what she means when she says she won't be able to keep up anymore, even with all her experience. Lena cuts him off and shares that age is doing a number on her. The only reason she's maintained a youthful appearance up until now is thanks to the Green Core's powers. If it wasn't for that, she'd be an old woman at her final moments. She even teases him that after Aang claimed a young body for himself, he quickly forgot that she didn't get the same opportunity, and that she's well beyond her fighting capabilities now. But for the rest of his friends, Lena remarks that all of them have experienced tremendous growth, and they're bursting with life, even mastering their demonic states. She thinks that accompanying his team any further will only lead to becoming a burden. Grabbing his hand for one last time, she assures him that it's her own choice to leave, and that she'll always be supporting them from the side. Though it pains her heart to do him like this, it's her choice to make. Aang is still stubborn and wants to convince her, but she stops him in his tracks and instructs him to find her later on a mission to rescue Desha. She also hands him a special device called the locator compass to find her at any time. The design of the device reminds me of the dragon radar used to find Dragon Balls. Anyway, the beaming green pointer is Lena's status on the locator, and this thing even has voice command among other features. Aside from the compass, Lena also hands him a whole bunch of different demonic nests for Aang's team to target on their own. He takes the records and wonders where she's headed next, fearing that she'll return to Dawn City and put herself at risk. The legendary warrior assures him that ordinary warriors are no match compared to her even in this state. Her goal is to gather her stuff from Dawn City and relocate to another small town, living out her days there in retirement. Aang genuinely feels devastated to hear the word retirement coming from her, and wonders if Lena is ready to say goodbye to his team. Unfortunately, she doesn't want to make the farewell emotional, especially after sharing a life all on her own for decades. Before leaving, she does part with one solid piece of advice for Aang regarding Liu. Her mention of Liu makes him turn to look at her. The flustered chick returns him a warm smile and turns away, Clearly Lena has taken notice of Lu's feelings for him, so she wants our boy to be responsible for her. She's well aware that he's not the smartest tool in the shed when it comes to emotional affairs for that matter. With everything settled, Lena turns to leave, intending to use the transport system of a nearby small town to return to Dawn City. As she's leaving, Aang roars at her that if he does find a new seven-finned core, she better not refuse it. In her mind, she simply calls our boy an idiot, and hints that she actually loves Aang but is willing to move away from him because he's found Lu by his side. The team quickly catches on after seeing Lena leave, questioning Aang what happened. Our boy merely suggests that she's going to tend to some personal affairs, keeping it simple. Lu feels sad that she couldn't thank the legendary warrior for her incredible guidance. Meanwhile, Lan wonders if they're going to head straight to the demon cave she told them about. To that, Aang confirms, highlighting that it's an excellent opportunity for them to test their new power against the demons. Also, he's fired up with a proper goal this time, the goal of securing a new seven-finned core, so he can help Lena. Fired up, all of his friends transform into their demonic states, ready to rumble. The scene cuts to Dawn City, where Lena is carefully making her way. However, because of Lan's awakening from last time, security has gone up, making it difficult for her to navigate undetected. Luckily, she makes her way to her home through the open window and secures getting inside. Time is of the essence for Lena, because she's aiming to rush and leave with her valuables. While she's rummaging around, Lena completely forgets about the fact that someone is spying on her. The man casually remarks at his surprise, shocked to see her return to the city. Lena's worried eyes dart back to stare at Van Dillen's face, the same man who is known as the strongest dual green core warrior. She roars at him for breaking into her place without a notice, but Dylan knows that she returned for a reason. He shows her a tiny red box, wondering if this is what she's looking for. Lena's eyes widen in shock the moment she spots the object, questioning how he was able to obtain it. The scene kicks into a flashback sequence she shared with the original Aang. During one of his hunting missions, he decides to gather a bunch of materials to craft her a nice little necklace. Lena took the necklace, remarking how beautiful it looked, which is the same reason she came back for it. Dylan makes fun of her for living a casual life and still keeping a crafty ornament treasured in a box. He thinks it's pointless to treat a stone necklace with such care. He continues to make fun of the mysterious person who gave her the necklace. His provocative words are enough to piss her off, causing Lena to lunge at him. While she does manage to grab the necklace, Dylan shoves a heavy knee kick in her belly, launching her into the ceiling with a loud bang. Her body has barely recovered from the impact when Dylan blitzes her and reappears from the top, ready to kick her again. This time she manages to react in time by putting up an energy barrier, but his forceful kick still sends her flying. I have to admit that the action scenes of this story are amazing. Lena manages to recover, but the same can't be said for her fractured arm, which withstood the heavy blows. Van Dillen levitates like a god, remarking how Lena's energy appears no different from an ordinary warrior at this point. He belittles her by calling her an old hag. Pissed off, she screams at him for daring to defy the new king's orders by meddling with her life, even if she no longer serves the path of a warrior anymore. Dylan agrees with her argument, but he has strong reason to suspect that she's plotting something behind the scenes. Preparing an energy lance, he mocks her for ever believing the idea that the new king would care for a useless hag. Damn, this guy is the king of disrespect. As he's preparing to unleash his attack, Lena suddenly spots a cat on the rooftop, fearing that Dylan's attack is going to kill the innocent creature. Having a heart of gold, the brave warrior jumps to protect the cat the moment Dylan unleashes his spear. The projectile connects and leaves a gigantic blast, but luckily, Lena not only survives the encounter, but also saves the little one, allowing it to run away safely. But that's the problem. While she's distracted, the scumbag dashes past her, mocking her for foolishly withstanding the blow. The strongest warrior pulls her with a ruthless amount of force, dragging her all the way outside the city. Lena's body is ragdolled and thrashed into the forest with a heavy impact, reducing her to a gravely injured state. Dylan goes up to her, highlighting the state of her depleted core. He talks down on her, how the legendary warrior once saved 600 people using her bare hands. The sadistic bastard enjoys the thought of shattering her hands, so her accomplishment is replaced with new memories. Tragically, the scene cuts with Lena's painful screams reaching the sky. Meanwhile, Aang and his team are making crazy progress. With the 4 of their combined efforts, they were able to take down a 7-finned demon. Though our boy thinks they need to work on their teamwork, he's still glad that they managed to uncover a 7-finned core. But suddenly, Aang senses something in the direction of Dawn City, causing his friends to wonder what happened. Deciding to use the compass locator device, Aang checks on Lena's position and learns that she's critically close to death. The voice alert shocks all 4 of them as Lu urges them to return at once. The 4 of them rocket outside with hyperspeed, trailing down Lena's location using the compass. In the distance, they finally spot her. However, Aang senses her fainting aura, even though she's moments away from her. Suddenly, when the group finally reaches her, terror sets in, shocking them all. The legendary warrior's arms have been severed, while she holds the necklace in her mouth, barely breathing. The horrific scene is unbearable for Suju, while Lan is supremely pissed off seeing her disgraced like this. Liu ushers them to try and save her first, because she's already lost way too much blood because of her arms. In a last-ditch effort, Liu focuses on the healing process, while Suju and Lan decide to monitor the area, thinking that there's a dangerous enemy lurking close by. Both of them get into position while Lena is receiving recovery. While she's being healed, Aang stands speechless. He recognizes the necklace he gave her, recalling how happy she looked when she took it. It finally makes sense why she came back to Dawn City. She wanted to take back the necklace, the same shitty necklace that Aang didn't even put any thought into. Overwhelmed with guilt, Aang is furious, but Liu sheds light on yet another concerning matter. Lena's internal organs have been severely damaged and her green core is fully depleted. In her current state, she can't heal on her own anymore. Her youthful looks are also reverting because her green core can't sustain her anymore. Liu takes notice of this and shivers in fear, realizing that there's barely anything they can do to help her anymore. Even as strong as Liu has gotten, she confesses that it's going to be impossible for her to save her. A desperate Aang wonders if the seven-fin core can help her out in any way. Unfortunately, Liu believes that she can't reverse Lena's tremendous injuries. However, what she can do is put her in a state of a time block using the power of the Black King Fin. She could freeze her in a dimensional block, delaying Lena's death as slow as possible. However, if this happens, Liu will compromise her own ability to move and will require every last bit of focus to maintain the time block. She thinks it's an unrealistic solution because the moment the sun rises again, Lena will meet her end. What's bothering Suju the most is how on earth could a demon reduce her to such a state, even if the legendary warrior is in a weakened state. To that, Aang simply gets up, instructing Liu to focus on healing and the others to guard her in case any demons show up. He tasks Lan to come along, implying that he has a rough idea of who's responsible for doing this to his friend. Aang reveals the man's name. It's Van Dillen of the Six Heroes. The name frightens everyone, but Aang can tell with certainty that it's that guy because of his familiar sharp aura. Not just that, he's already faced him once before in battle, and fully understands that Dillen intentionally left Lena in a crippled state. Even though Aang is ready to go, Liu highlights the dangers involved with this strategy. Even though they've all entered the realm of six-finned demonic strength, the fact of the matter is that the rest of the six heroes could pose them severe trouble. However, despite her wise reasoning, even Liu understands that with the face Aang is making right now, it's going to be impossible to stop him from going. This man is royally pissed and knows that Lena is being used as a simple bait to lure them out. Clenching his fist, Aang bursts out with his demonic aura, promising to not only kill the hero, but to also take his core. The scene cuts to our boy heading straight for Dawn City alongside his partner. Lan points out the dangers of the plan, believing that a fight in the city is dangerous to the innocent people. Not just that, Dawn City is going to be tough to navigate as it is lauded as humanity's strongest S-ranked city. Even Aang agrees that the city's tremendously powerful defense barrier is so strong that it can withstand a blow from a seven-finned demon without a problem. However, that rule only works from the outside in, because just like last time, the barrier posed no trouble when they tried to leave the city unharmed. Lan is rather stunned by Aang's knowledge of the inner workings of the city. Knowing that he can't possibly invade past the barrier, our boy decides to take the opposite approach and intends to lure Dillen to come outside. So what he does is crash land into the outskirts of the city walls, terrifying the watchguards. The warriors are put on alert, wondering if it's a demon invasion. But when the smoke settles, they come to recognize two demonic humans being responsible for the destruction. One of the warriors orders to unleash the might of the defense beam cannon, reflecting how annoying it is to deal with humanoid demons because they can't be detected by automatic systems. All turrets are manually aimed at the two demonic humans. The situation is rather ironic for Aang, reflecting how it feels strange being targeted with the very same weapons he once ordered the construction of in his prime. It pisses him off that he's being fully handled as a mere demon. Deciding to take things the easy way, our boy roars at the city warriors, demanding that they send Van Dillen outside. He clarifies that they're not here to invade or attack, but this provocative demand puts the warriors on edge, as they take it as a sign of disrespect towards their great hero. They're choosing their own deaths at this point because Aang is out here pissed off for what happened to Lena, and is ready to kill anyone who stands in his way. One of the turrets releases a powerful beam cannon in an effort to destroy the demons. Before the attack could reach Aang, the four-armed muscle brute steps in, blocking it all without even a scratch. His incredibly strong defense shocks the warriors because what he just did isn't just something any demon would be able to do. While they're busy calling for backup, Lan turns to his buddy and suggests our boy to calm down, questioning if he's really out here for a bloodbath. But this version of Aang is one reason away from slaughtering the city. He clenches his sword in uncertainty and a gush of emotion, while the Crimson King urges him to annihilate the ants in his way. Thankfully, our boy's humanity tries to resist the demonic urges as much as he can, deciding not to slaughter the warriors. The same can't be said for his enemies though, because they're actively calling for backup to gather around and stop the demons. Suddenly, a figure darts up into the sky, taking his place in front of the crescent moon. Van Dillen is aura farming again, and this time he personally lunges to attack our duo. The durable behemoth charges his barrier to maximum capacity, hoping to withstand the attempt. But the moment Dylan makes contact with his barrier, it releases a shockwave upon impact, shattering it and sending Lan flying back. Aang quickly saves him from behind, as both of them stare at the strongest dual-core warrior. Van Dillen smirks, finding it impressive that Lan managed to withstand that hit. With his official appearance, the warriors think that the city is no longer under any harm. Aiding him in battle, they charge up all of the beam cannons, prepared to help their hero whenever he requires. The scumbag hero finally realizes Lena's affiliation with the humanoid demons, and wonders why the demons are suddenly deciding to pair up with the old 6 heroes. Disgustingly, Dylan goes as far as to mock Lena for offering services to the demons and disgracing humanity's name. If what he did to Lena wasn't enough, his words certainly did. Aang's temper flares up to the very top as he summons a surge of lighting. Dylan takes notice of this aura and wonders why it's so similar. He still has no idea why Lena is collaborating with these humanoid demons. Meanwhile, our boy gives Lan his one and only instruction for this match. All he cares about is that he takes care of the backup squad of warriors that is planning to support the hero. As for Aang, he calmly declares his next mode of action. He's going to kill Van Dillen with his own hands. Aang lunges forth to attack his target, and as expected of the mighty Dylan, he projects an energy shield and blocks it quickly. Despite his effort to shield himself, the sword still manages to cut through, filling up Dylan with an air of familiarity with Aang's aura. The rageful demon lunges yet again for another strike, causing the hero to deploy another protective barrier. From that same energy sphere, he clashes with his opponent using energy waves. One of those attacks successfully hits Aang, pushing him back. But to this guy, it's nothing but a mere setback. He takes the energy strand and proceeds to tug it with all his might, pulling Dylan towards him. Aang lands his first successful kick with a gut-wrenching kick to the belly, showing this guy what pain really feels like. In an effort to counterattack, he grabs Aang's body, using his manifested arm, and launches away up in the sky. The warrior laughs at the demon, wondering if Aang is fighting so ruthlessly because he shares a grudge against him. After saying that, he slings our boy into the ground with a thunderous smash, causing his sword to spin away and plummet close to Lan's battle with the human warriors. However, this battle is quite one-sided, with the 4-armed behemoth casually pushing the warriors away with a strong energy wave. This causes the warriors to become confused, as normally the demons would always aim for the kill, and Lan just now had the perfect opportunity to do just that. The thing is, even this musclehead is starting to get tired of holding them back without killing them, and hopes that Aang's battle concludes soon. All of a sudden, the man is hit with a beam strike from the top of the wall. In the distance, there are 2 prominent figures. Both of them are the captains of the attack squad, who are surprised that the demon is capable of withstanding their wrath. In case you guys haven't noticed, both of these warriors are literal monsters, boasting 7th fin status. The 2 march right into the battlefield, ready to kill the invaders. As for the city warriors, they're also preparing to shoot down defense beams to allow support for their heroes. Lan is starting to realize that they're in neck-deep trouble, and that if he doesn't hold the 7 fin warriors off, they'll get to Aang. So this man carves up an ultimate shield, becoming the only thing stopping them from getting to his friend. Speaking of Aang, our boy is in a rough state. Despite possessing a 7-finned dual core, he's still incapable of defeating Dylan, even after what he'd done. His opponent is ready to unleash a barrage of energy spears, ready to finish the demon off. In this fleeting moment, our boy turns to check on Lan's condition. Unfortunately, they got him. His barrier has been destroyed and he's down for the count. The sun is almost about to rise while Lena's condition reaches her end. In this pathetic final moment, Aang gives his everything to beg for the Crimson King's help. As for Dylan, he initiates his final attack, laughing at the demon for daring to attack Dawn City and overestimating itself. But that same arrogant attitude gets crazy humbled when out of nowhere, Dylan's ear is blown off, making him terrified about what's going on. That previous attack of his should have been enough to nail the killing blow. Emerging from the smoke isn't Aang, but a being dozens of times stronger. The Crimson King mocks him for keeping up his pride when he shouldn't have given up sooner. As for Dylan, this man is quivering. He doesn't get why the demon has suddenly grown his strength to such a degree. The Crimson King does a badass pose, pointing at his sword and pulling it back to his hand. It's been a while since he's used his majestic sword, the Crimson King Tide, and he plans on showing the kid how to really use it in a fight. Having taken over Aang's body, the Crimson King expresses great joy after being reunited with his beloved Crimson Sword. In his mere presence, the demon cores of the surrounding warriors are shaking from the king's aura, causing them to wonder what the hell is even happening. Realizing that they had absolutely no chances of defeating this guy, the warriors start turning tail and running back to the city. One of them orders her subordinate not to flee from the battlefield, or else she personally executes the ones who did. As for Snow, even he is at a loss for words after bearing witness to Aang's indomitable newfound power. By the way, We will be calling him Snow from this point onward. Previously we used to call him Lan. It's as if his aura completely changed from before, and now wears an uncertainty that was never there. That is the authority of the King of Demons, and the might of the eight-finned monster. As he's staring up at Van Dillen, the man expresses his intrigue and thinks that Aang was actually holding back his real trump card all along. His supreme evolution makes him wonder if Aang has entered the ranks of a seven-finned demon's strength. However, the arrogant warrior thinks that seven-finned demons are no match for him, so he claps his hands and unleashes soul-devouring vines just to take out this new threat. To Van Dillen, he's unafraid of anything, as he already wields a dual seven-fin core, making him an extremely powerful force of nature. But right as he's flexing his rank, the Crimson King is already speed blitzing him by popping right over his head for an aerial slash. Van's cocky face goes to shit the moment he realizes he's about to get his head cut off. Reacting as fast as he could, he uses his soul-devouring vines to block the sword slash in the nick of time. However, the force from the impact is so dominant that it launches his body into the ground, thrashing him all the way. In the eyes of the lower-classed warriors, they can't even fathom how their greatest combatant is currently being ragdolled by a demon. It's an unbelievable sight for them. Meanwhile, the Crimson King starts to notice a few cracks appearing on his vessel's body, implying that even after a short display of strength, this body is far too weak to handle the Crimson King's true power. Even though he's fully taken control of Aang for now, that the Crimson King pities the current version of him, which makes you wonder just how powerful this guy was in his prime. Back to the scene of the fight, the lower-classed warriors are worried for their great lord. Van Dillen managed to survive that last attack thanks to casting another energy shield barrier before impact. In his thoughts, he analyzes that the previous attack was far beyond the caliber of a typical seven-finned demon's strength. He fails to comprehend how a godlike being has emerged from the body of a weakling. Dylan's ego is getting in the way, and he doesn't want to be humiliated in front of his peers again. After all, if he gets embarrassed here, it will reflect on the rest of the city's strength. Then there's the problem that the demon is fighting way too close to the city, which threatens Dylan's reputation even more. Deciding to change the scene of the battlefield, the dual 7-core warrior surges with strength and takes off like a rocket to charge at his opponent. Clasping his fist, this arrogant guy is planning to blow the demon away far from the area. However, the Crimson King remains unimpressed and merely decides to take the attack head-on. The moment their clash connects, the 8-finned monstrosity cleanly cuts his way through Dylan's body, severing his arm clean from him. Shivering in fear and astonishment, Van Dillen screams in agony. The warriors looking up to him are suddenly beginning to question his ability to win this battle. Frustrated that he got humbled in front of his own gang again, Dylan turns around with a murderous stride, this time unleashing waves of energy scattering around and targeting the demon. In response, the Crimson King casually prepares his sword. Right after, the attack connects with an incredible explosion, leaving everyone to brace from the shockwaves and impact it released. When the dust settles, Van Dillen stands exhausted in bafflement. Missing an arm, he can't believe that even an all-out attack like that was blocked by the demon with ease. In response, the Crimson King calls him a clown who has fully lost his mind. He wonders if the esteemed warrior has stopped caring about his city, because he aimed an attack that was going to hit the city if the demon simply chose to evade just now. The Crimson King points out the irony of a demon protecting the human city from a warrior, which I have to say probably annihilated Dylan's ego right then and there. While Dylan is mouthing things off in frustration, a voice echoes from within the Crimson King's body. It's Aang, and for the first time in forever, he shares such a personal grudge against Dylan that he is enveloped by bloodlust and a need to torture him. He begs the Crimson King to sever this guy from limb to limb, to offer him a taste of the treatment he gave to Lena. Bro basically signed Dylan's funeral confirmation right here. Unfortunately, the Crimson King admits that he can't stay in control of his body for far too long. More cracks are starting to appear on his face, indicating that Aang's body can't take the abuse for much longer. He even gives Dylan credit where credit is due, by admitting that he is truly one of the greatest warriors of the modern era. Despite that, the 8-finned demon assures his human vessel that before his time runs out, he's going to show off a bunch of skills to Aang so he can use them in later battles. Going back to the scene of the forest, Aang's friends are busy taking out all of the demons in the vicinity by making quick work of them. Suiju is being a badass and chopping them around like they never even existed. Her demonic state is incredibly powerful, but even she is starting to reach her limits. Lurking in the forest were tons of demons that were planning to attack her, and she had no choice but to take them head-on to buy some time for Liu. Speaking of Liu, she's still busy in the healing process. But as things are going right now, they're losing out on time, and if Aang doesn't return with the 7th core quickly, things won't be looking so good for Lena over here. The scene returns to the Battle of the Century, where the Crimson King goes head-to-head exchanging blows with the strongest human warrior. From their clashes, it appears that Dylan is the desperate assailant hoping to get a clean hit on his opponent. But even when he surrounds the demon with numerous soul-devouring vines, the Crimson King merely cuts them all off like child's play. This man is practically flexing at this point. The same soul-devouring vines grow even stronger and jagged with energy when Dylan exudes his maximum output. Even though he causes a mass-scale destruction, none of it matters because the Crimson King speed blitzes his ass again and appears right behind him, cueing the "oh fuck, he's standing right behind me, isn't he?" moment. Before he can even turn around, the 8-finned demon annihilates the human with a piercing stab in his abdomen. Things are looking bad for Dylan, and he knows it. He's well aware now that he's fighting a demon well beyond the ranks of the 7th fin. By simply engulfing his aura, the Crimson King was able to extend the range of his weapon and connect the earlier blow. Anyway, even the prestigious warriors that were in awe of Lord Dylan's strength are watching helplessly, witnessing how the fight is going in the opposite direction for their hero. In an effort to back him up with support, the warriors are about to take off, when suddenly, Snow grabs both of them despite having been taken down before. This man is the ultimate homeboy and refuses to let any of them interrupt Aang's fight. The hasty warrior stabs him with a beam in an effort to free him from the demonified human's grasp. But despite that, Snow endures the torture and copes with his suffering. He realizes the extent of his own limitations, as he couldn't help but be demolished by a 7-core warrior. Still, Snow doesn't want to give up despite the gulf in strength. He too wants to exact justice for Lena's sake, and this time, he intends to use the power that he kept in reserve during his demonization process. Cracks appear on his back, and suddenly a wave of energy erupts from the defeated demon's body, alarming the warriors around him. The higher core warriors can't fathom how one demon is capable of expressing so much willpower. They bear witness to the birth of the 5th fin demon in his evolved state. Snow's body now glows with traces of gold trails covering him, and he's filled with the resolve to carry out his only objective in this fight. Back to the scene of the battle, or should I say the one-sided massacre, Van Dylen is tossed around like a rag doll and has to use his own magic to stop himself. Retaliating accordingly, he creates dozens of mines with his energy. This attack is called the Void Render Blast. Hoping that this will be enough, he sets off all of those mines in the form of concentrated strikes aimed at his opponent. The Crimson King doesn't even have to use a special skill to respond to them. All he does is lift his sword, and in the next scene, all of those mines are nuked with a single slash. A few moments later, the arrogant hero's body plummets to the ground with a heavy smash. When the dust settles, we see a bug squashed into the ground, exactly where his place is meant to be. At his current state, Dylan has lost his other arm as well. His body has endured far too many injuries. The warrior now realizes that he's being rendered the same treatment as what he did to Lena, and instead of fearing for his life, he finds the whole thing entertaining. As for Aang, he's starting to collapse from the limitations of his body, and instructs the Crimson King to kill this guy and take his core. Responding accordingly, the 8-finned demon channels his strength into his blade, erupting in red aura. Observing that the demon is about to finish him off, Dylan is provoked and thinks that he's being mocked far too much. Thanks to his energy manipulation, he capably carves out 2 arms for his body, regenerating as if they were never even gone. A smile creeps up on his face, as he confesses that before this battle, it was intended that they would never reveal their trump card in front of the world because of the new king's order. In a plot twist, Dylan's body spurs out demonic energy wings as he confesses that his only option now is to kill his opponent. Both the Crimson King and Aang express utter shock when Dylan completes his transformation. The hero reveals his trump card through demonization, and despite his distaste for demons, he seems unbothered using their power for himself. The new and evolved Van Dylen is a 7-fin dual-core warrior supercharged with the strength of demonization. This is astonishing in the eyes of the suppressed Crimson King, who points out Dylan's genius plan. You see, throughout this entire fight, his mission was to lure his opponent away from Dawn City, to avoid anyone witnessing his demonization transformation. Thanks to that, no one will know that their esteemed hero is a demon too. Amused, Lord Dylan offers praise to the clever demon for quickly grasping a hold of things. He also reveals that he's never used this form against an enemy until now, simply because he was far too powerful even without it. Even though he completely despises his demonic state, he had to set aside his ego just to stand a chance against his opponent. Vanishing in thin air, the demonified Dylan pops out of nowhere and calls his form invincible. This time, he actually manages to connect his attack against the 8-finned demon, smashing him into the ground with his abyssal soul-devouring pillar. Refusing to let this fight be finished already, Dylan uses the same spear and nukes the 8-finned demon's body by sending out even more blasts, causing the ground to erupt with explosions. At the end of his attack, he stares down at the remains of his opponent. Despite having taken all of those hits, the Crimson King appears unharmed, as he blocked everything thanks to his sword. It seems that he's still untouched even after the strongest human warrior has undergone demonization. While the Crimson King admits that Dylan's power has truly evolved far beyond his calculations, the 7 dual-core warrior is impressed with the endurance of his opponent and praises Aang for holding his ground. But I guess alongside his evolved power, his ego has also evolved because he thinks he is truly invincible in his current form. The Crimson King loves a challenge and expresses that it's the first time he's having to hear that from someone standing in front of him. Gripping his sword, the eight-finned demon erupts with demonic power, sending out ripples of crackling electricity and shockwaves so powerful that the surrounding earth can't even withstand his mere presence. While he's surging with unmatched power, Dylan finds himself questioning how one demon could even possess such terrifying might. In response, the eight-finned demon expresses great joy to show the difference between both their strengths. But then it happens. Just when this fight was going to take it to another level, Aang's body shivers to keep up with the eight-finned demon's strength. At this point, he's starting to bleed out from his own strength. Having endured the brunt of the entire fight, it can no longer sustain the Demon Lord as his vessel. Unfortunately, the Crimson King understands that if he keeps going, it's going to be problematic for him in the long run, because Aang's body could fully collapse and destroy the Crimson King's body in the process. He considers it a truly pathetic sight that he couldn't enjoy a powerful battle with an opponent showing promise. He was already bored after resting in Aang's body for far too long. To make things right, he mutters a chant to disperse Aang's strength. To Dylan's complete shock, he senses an immediate shift in aura, as if his opponent depowered back to what he was before. After a clamoring explosion, Aang can barely hold onto his sword after reclaiming control of himself. He doesn't get why the Crimson King dispersed just like that, just when they were reaching the climax of this battle and could have had the chance to kill Dylan. Despite his frustrations, the Crimson King reminds the rage-filled human that it was the only choice they had. If he hadn't submitted control back to him, it would have resulted in Aang's death, and that goes ultimately against the Crimson King's goals. But I find it hilarious because by returning Aang his body, he basically guaranteed our boy's death anyway, because it's not like he's about to call Goku to fight Dylan for him or some shit. Aang even points out this obvious fact that even at his normal state, he could barely hold a candle against Dylan, and now that he's entered the realm of a godlike being with his demonization state, things will be even worse. Lena is at the verge of death, and his friends are relying on him to finish the job. The Crimson King offers our boy a way out by highlighting that his weapon and sword, the Crimson Tide, is still a gateway to much of his power. That means, if our boy is capable of harnessing its endless strength, he could stand a chance. He even teaches Aang to allow his spirit to become one with the weapon's soul, and it will instruct him exactly what to do. Baffled, Aang questions if he's really about to have a conversation with a damn sword of all things. Despite his ridicule, the Crimson King laughs, and goes on to explain that this sword is the most reliable companion he's ever had. This thing has been through countless battles well beyond the threat of the current one. All Aang has to do is focus his strength into awakening the sword. The Crimson King forwards that if our boy is incapable of defeating human garbage like Dylan, then maybe he's not so special himself after all, which is funny because bro just said no balls, just to make this guy act. Connecting the dots, the demonized Dylan expresses his understanding of the situation. He now knows that the overpowered version of Aang wasn't him just now, but some other powerful force in his body, a force that is well beyond his grasp right now. Realizing that this is his golden chance to end Aang's life, the demonic hero unleashes his soul-devouring vines again. Meanwhile, Aang pays no mind to his words and immerses all of his concentration to connect himself with the sword. He calls out to the Crimson Tide, pleading with the sword to answer his call. In response, the sword exudes demonic energy, implying that it has awakened at last. Let's transition back to the forest and see how Suiju and the others are holding up. Even now, she's working overtime and speed blitzing all of the surrounding demons in the forest to buy Lu as much time as she possibly can. So far in this battle, she's starting to feel the fatigue, and it has quickly become a fight of attrition against the low-level demons. Suddenly, the lurking demons in the forest who were about to pounce on her hear a terrifying shriek. This roaring sensation made them tremble to the point they all started retreating away to give way to the superior demons. Emerging out of the forest, a six-finned demon has brought more of his friends, all boasting a higher rank than the others. The demon is attracted to the scent coming from the human, which lures them all out. Things are looking bad for the camera lady over here because now she has to face even stronger opponents when she was already struggling against dozens of low-level demons. Liu inquires what's going on because she can't afford to come and take a look herself. In response, Suiju remains quiet. Despite her struggling state, she tells her friend to lock the fudge in and keep on hammering the healing process for Lena, though she admits that her upcoming fight is going to be a lot tougher than all the previous ones she had. One of the higher-level demons expresses his excitement over Suiju being a humanoid demon, and suggests that they keep her alive to enjoy her body later. Even the demons are freaky in this story, but Suiju doesn't care because she's about to head right into overdrive and annihilate them all. Sharing no intention of leaving any of them alive, the incredible warrior tackles one of the higher-level demons with her incredible speed. Her goal is to take one of them out right away to decrease the load later on. However, while she's busy keeping one of them busy, 2 more are already aiming at her from behind. Both of the demons manage to give her backshots, manage to slash her back. Somehow Suiju uses the momentum from their attacks and pulls out a backflip, surprising the demons with her quick maneuver. She turns and wrists her body upside down, before unleashing a fury of slashes in the surrounding directions. The attack kills another one of the demons, while the last 2 six-finned demons escape the Tempest Waltz. Having pushed back to such an extent, the demon even praises her for being tactical and forcing them back despite incurring an injury from their attacks. Having seen her use deadly skills just now, the 6-finned demons decide to prepare a skill of his own by wrapping his hand around flame energy. But before he could react, Suiju's already on top of him, and connects a killing blow that destroys the demon in one hit. However, Suiju's body is growing closer and closer to its limits after expending so much energy in short bursts. Then comes another problem. Remember the first demon she took out in her assault? That bastard somehow manages to get back up. His wounds are quickly healing thanks to its healing ability. He mocks her for thinking that he was dead, and promises to show the human what a taste of pain feels like. Saying so, the 5-finned demon bursts with incredible speed, but this time, he goes after Liu, who is defenseless and incapable of doing anything. Despite his bait-and-switch strategy, Suiju somehow still catches up with him, and recreates that one scene from Naruto where Minato destroys Obito's back with his Rasengan. Suiju refuses to let this plan fail and succeeds in protecting her friend. Liu is really happy that she was able to make it in time. But unfortunately, because she was distracted and fully focused on protecting Liu, Suiju completely forgot about the other demons and ended up getting mauled by a powerful attack from behind. Blood shoots out of her body while her friend screams her name in worry. Suiju pants in exhaustion, knowing that her body is incapable of enduring more of this torture. Pissed off, she retaliates accordingly by slaughtering the higher-finned demon with another slicing ability called the Blade Fury. After chopping its head clean off Eren Yeager style, she grips her weapon tightly, knowing that the rest of the lower-level demons are still aiming to attack her. Suiju no longer gives a damn and threatens the demons to come and get a piece of her. But her show of confidence and her ability to slaughter 6-finned demons just now has instilled a deep fear into them. Instead of attacking her, the lower-level demons choose to scatter away instead. Filled with happiness, Liu thanks her friend for staying strong until the end and holding her ground. However, even though she's calling out to her, Suiju appears unresponsive. Having endured dozens of wounds and exhausted herself throughout the encounter, Suiju ends up fading to unconsciousness on her feet, which in my opinion is one of the coolest ways for someone to go out. This is the result of her defeating 2 6-fin demons, 1 5-fin demon, 6 4-fins, 16 3-fins, 22 fins, and 45 1-fin demons all in one night, while at the same time ensuring Liu's safety. Now let's go back to Aang, who has freshly awakened the Crimson Tide. The sword is offended at his ability to have a conversation with the blade because he isn't supposed to be the Crimson King. Meanwhile, our boy is enjoying the fact that he finally managed to communicate with the sword, but the way he is caressing the sword is giving me sus vibes. While he's marveling at the wonder of his new accomplishment, the demonized Van Dillen refuses to be mocked and ignored openly. He sends out a burst of soul-devouring vines to end Aang's life, claiming that he no longer possesses any chances of beating him, now that he's lost the support of the demonic force inside of him. In retaliation, the once strongest human of humanity urges the demonic blade to help him kill this guy. But hilariously, the sword outright refuses his order, shocking our boy. I just love how it said no, and basically left our boy getting thrashed around by the vines because of it. Aang is fully restrained by the vines tangling around his body and holding him down. They're not just putting him down, but also siphoning the energy in his body, which means the longer he stays trapped, the worse it gets for him. Demonized Dylan, or Double D over here, emphasizes that his poisonous vines devour one's energy until they're nothing more than a pool of blood. Aang struggles as his energy is robbed from his body, and there's nothing he can do to protect himself from it. Pleading to the Crimson King Tide again, he questions why the blade refuses to heed his command and fights alongside him. The sword giggles in amusement, expressing that no one besides the Crimson King himself is capable of fighting alongside him and wielding its strength. It calls out to Aang, questioning who he even is. At this point, our boy is getting tangled up by dozens of vines, and it's slowly becoming a cage covering every inch of his body. Van Dillen is observing the scene, until suddenly, red beams of energy flash out of his vines before the cage explodes with crackling red lightning bursting it away. Aang now stands on his own 2 feet, possessing the might of the sword, declaring that he'll die on his feet if it comes down to it. At this point, Van Dillen fails to comprehend how this guy possesses the lightning element, as it's something that Aang has been using since the very beginning. Knowing that he can't afford to let this guy live any longer, Van Dillen intends to put him down for good with his next attack. The demonic sword, observing all of this, suddenly begins to cackle like a madman. The blade has sensed a unique power coming from Aang as a result of the red lightning he produced, and hence it considers him worthy to be his companion. Now that the two are unified together, Aang raises his demonic sword into the heavens and urges the weapon to comply with him. But to his shock, the blade shatters into 100 pieces. And no, this isn't because of that ugly green clown's attack or anything. It's because the sword is capable of manipulating its form based on the user's strength. In our boy's case, the Crimson King's tide reforms itself and materializes on his right arm, allowing Aang to access its full might. With a newly powered weapon becoming a part of his body, our boy smiles, because finally he stands a chance against Dylan. He praises the Crimson King tide for being incredibly powerful. While he's busy glazing his weapon out here, Dylan feels left out and fails to comprehend what the fudge is happening. He's seen so much character development out here that he no longer cares anymore. Demonized Dylan manifests his strongest ability yet, summoning Leviathan-sized serpents out of portals, which is one of the coolest abilities I've ever seen. Dubbed it as the Dimensional Python Array, he sends these gargantuan pythons aiming to kill his opponent. Aang stands face to face with the three creatures and prepares himself. Taking off with lightning speed, he's able to dash his way into the pythons. Thanks to his boost in strength he received from the Crimson King tide, Aang nukes his way out of the snakes' bodies, shattering Dylan's strongest skill, a feat considered impossible for anyone to have accomplished. In his final attempt to save himself, Dylan does what he can to block the hit, but our boy is already seconds away from blowing his face off. The attack connects, resulting in a cataclysmic clash that blinds the sky with its rippling shockwaves and a deafening bang. Demonized Dylan is continuously baffled by Aang's ever-growing strength, and questions how he's able to evolve to the point of defeating him. Our boy puts his ass down to the ground by reminding Dylan that he's just a scumbag hero, too arrogant for his own good, while he is the literal embodiment of the former king of humanity. Love how Aang used his strongest move, Aura farming 9,000 to finish this guy. The words former king are incomprehensible to Dylan, who can't fathom how the original Aang would be capable of returning back to life. The fight reaches its climax as Aang's punch shatters through Dylan's defenses and impales his abdomen with a crunching blow. In that same stride, Aang's earth-shattering punch annihilates Dylan's body until there's nothing left of him. Having succeeded in his mission, he spots the dual 7 cores that emerged out of the demonized human. Our boy quickly grabs both of them with speed and blitzes back into the air to return to his friends. The perspective shows the destruction unfolded as a result of the battle between the two fighters. Everything is in ruins. Meanwhile, Snow is holding his own in an energy barrier against 2 higher core warriors well beyond this league. The old warrior fails to comprehend how this guy is so resilient that he refuses to give up despite receiving dozens of attacks. The girl points out that aside from this demonic human's sturdy defense, his aura only continues to evolve the longer the fight is dragged on. It's as if they're going up against a creature that will never go down, no matter how hard they try. Thanks to his shield barrier, Snow has become an impenetrable shield to hold these 2 warriors down, just so that they can't intervene with Aang's battle. Despite his accumulating fatigue, he simply tells them that they cannot pass. At this rate, both of the warriors decide to plan out a finishing blow, combining the best of their abilities to annihilate him in one move, fearing that this fight will negatively impact their soldiers' morale. Both of them launch into the air in a burst of energy. Their energies combine mid-air, swirling into an explosive strike headed right towards Snow. Even the newly evolved 5-finned demonic human knows that it's going to take his everything to block an attack of this scale. Knowing that he's about to be killed, he wishes the best to Aang and hopes that he's finished his battle. But the devil arrives at the final hour to save his friend, stomping the ground and blocking their attacks. While the warriors are stunned for words, Aang prepares a powerful fist, and with a single thunderflash strike, he knocks the daylights out of both warriors. As their bodies collapse into the ground, Snow finds himself happy to see his friend returning even stronger than ever before. The Crimson King's vessel glances back at him, assuring his friend that he's secured the cores and that it's time to go. In the next scene, they're both hurrying their way back to the forest to find Lena. Even from this distance, Aang is unsettled by a strong scent of blood. Moments later, they find the source of the smell, and it's linked to dozens and dozens of higher-level demonic corpses. Dashing from the forest, Suiju blitzes with impressive speed and tries to punch Aang, thinking that he too was an intruder. Our boy is alarmed to find Suiju in such a state. It appears that she's literally unconscious, and yet her body is still trying to protect her friend. He asks her if she's responsible for taking down all of these demons all by herself. Aang's lips quiver in sadness, knowing that his late arrival has pushed his friend to her absolute limits. Hearing those comforting words, Suiju's body topples at last, breaking into Aang's grasp as he catches her. Lu, who is still busy healing Lena, explains that Suiju went all out protecting them even after she was knocked unconscious. She kept going until she sensed that everything was going to be okay with Aang's presence. After that, Aang hands her the dual 7 cores he retrieved from Dylan. What's even more surprising to Liu is how he was able to demolish one of the new 6 heroes at his current level. Using her powers, she manipulates the cores and fuses them with Lena's body, causing the ground to render shockwaves that are visible from the sky. Lena's oldened state returns to her youthful looks the moment she gains the ability to heal herself again. Her arms begin to reform with spirals of energy, filling up Aang's face with joy to see his old friend finally recovering. However, at the cost of her recovery, Lena exposes her entire strength and topples on the ground. Her friends call out her name as she drifts into unconsciousness. A while later, Snow confesses that it's not as bad as it seems because Lu fainted out of fatigue. With two of their friends knocked out, he admits that these girls gave it their all, expiring every last bit of energy reserve they had just to keep going. Even Aang admits that he has been blessed with two amazing warriors, as both of these girls are persistent and stubborn to the end. He jokes around saying that they won't be waking up anytime soon, but hears no response from Snow. Aang suddenly realizes that even his homeboy ended up dozing off because of the exhaustion. It soothes his heart that everyone around him gave it their all. Aang promises to watch over every one of his friends while they are resting. In his heart, he thanks them for making this mission a success. In the following sequence, the majestic Lena wakes up in a field of grass. She takes a moment to question her reality, wondering if all of what she experienced is just a result of some dream she had. Then she hears Aang's voice, who teases her for dozing out on them. Surrounded by his fellow warriors, he asks her why she looks confused. Lena reveals that she must have had a really long dream, one in which she lost both of her arms in an effort to fight until the very end. The old king teases her for being exhausted and having weird dreams. Among the warriors came a woman who gently held Lena's hand, comforting her and assuring her to relax. Mist Queen Selene was the strongest purple core of her era, and shared a face similar to Lu. The old king shares that the construction of the main city has nearly reached its completion. Dawn City will officially become the first S-rank city to go down in history. The beautiful fort he built with his own hands would go on to become the new city of hope for the rest of humanity. Lena also saw the second strongest red core of the era, the blazing flame Carlos, who is supposed to be a lookalike to Snow. The residents of Dawn City decided to personally carve out a statue of their king, just to show their appreciation, even when Aang refused their offer. The strongest yellow core, Great Earth Ran An, told him that he was the one true king, and the one responsible for giving them hope. So he deserved a statue to reflect that. All of the strongest warriors of humanity collectively agreed that Aang deserved every bit of his fame and appreciation. The old king thought of them as nothing more than a bunch of chatterboxes, and decided to stride towards the city. This is when the strongest black core, Xavier the Void, expressed his suspicions regarding the ancient king. He wondered if it was a wise idea to send an investigation team to look into the matter. However, Aang prioritized building the city firsthand, sharing his intentions of creating underground tunnels for easy access to all resources as well. He also shared his knowledge of a new religious force taking the surge and actively going on a rise. While they're heading to the city, Lena appears to be dazed out and gets told to follow them. She happily agrees and tries to get up, but the moment she tries, the warrior is traumatized with a sudden nightmarish feeling of her arms getting ripped clean off. She begs for her friends to wait for her, begging for Aang to stay. Lena helplessly calls out his name many times until the dream sequence eventually comes to a close. The next shot we see of her is when she has regrown her limbs. Catching a glimpse of Lena's state, Aang is startled and gently puts Liu down on the ground. He rushes to catch up with her, happy to find her awake while she's still processing what happened. The dual 7-core warrior realizes that her body is rejuvenating with incredible energy thanks to the fused core. Trembling, she can't believe how her arms grew back all on their own in perfect condition. Hearing her doing well makes our boy really happy as he goes in for an immediate hug. The forest is silent. The bodies of the demons rest quietly, and Aang's friends are sleeping too, leaving them to experience a moment just between the two of them. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lena is brought to tears when she connects the dots and realizes that Aang went out of his way to endure so much just for her sake. He apologizes endlessly for her mistakes, knowing that she is responsible for Aang putting himself in danger. In response, our boy calmly assures her that everything is okay, and that all of them did this because they wanted to. At the end of the day, they were lifelong friends who took liberty in knowing that they would sacrifice their lives for each other's sake. Well, after that, Aang basically explained everything from the very beginning and how he managed to kill Dylan and save Snow in the process. It comes as a shock to her system that he managed to kill one of the new 6 heroes, but an even greater problem arises because now, Dawn City and the new king will be sending out the rest of the heroes to hunt for them. Fearing for the worst, Lena urges them to leave this place immediately, knowing that it's going to get ugly for them. Our boy agrees with her words, expressing that all of them are currently far too weak to take on any more threats. Of the original 6 heroes, 3 died in battle, 1 was imprisoned, but there is the yellow core Ran An, who managed to survive. After enduring a serious injury, he gave up the life of a warrior and went into hiding in a secret town to lay low. Aang shares that they should track him down and find him, knowing that it will be a safe option and a good way to reunite with an old friend. Lena accepts the suggestion but first decides to heal everyone in one go. Covering them in a large barrier, She uses her exceptional healing ability to help recover their strengths. So far, the legendary warrior is thoroughly impressed with Dylan's dual cores. They're riveting with so much energy that it took no effort restoring her arms. This instance serves as a reminder to Liu, who in the future will require a powerful green core to perform similar skills. An excited Lena is satisfied to envision a future where Aang is standing strong with powerful allies by his side again. Switching topics, he asks her about their incoming journey. Though Lena explains that distance won't be an issue, she thinks their old comrade might not accept their reunion. The thing about Ran An is that right after Aang's death, the poor guy fell into deep despair. It could be said that he succumbed to hatred, despising the fact that his king abandoned them and left them all alone. It was specifically because of Aang's downfall that everything went into chaos. Knowing that he has to do the right thing, our boy strengthens his resolve to explain everything to his old friend when they meet. In the following scene, the perspective shifts to a barren land. Here there is a demonic cave acting as a breeding nest for the demons. One of the new 6 heroes has personally come here to eradicate them, expressing his disgust at the mere sight of these creatures. To his surprise, he receives a sudden emergency call from his watch, which is odd because the last time he had one was many years ago. The transmission line connects, and keep in mind, the demons are still lurking in the cave staring at him while this is happening. The voice questions him if he has collected the item, which the new hero confirms that he has, though he doesn't get the point of asking such a pointless question through an emergency call. It's starting to bug him that this person doesn't trust him even after everything he's done for them. Until suddenly the news reaches him. Dylan is officially declared dead, and the hero's face sinks to horror upon hearing such a wild statement. The messenger continues to explain that apparently, 2 incredibly powerful humanoid demons arrived out of nowhere to attack Dawn City. Lord Dylan led one of them far away from the city, way beyond its borders. But when the battle ended and an investigation was conducted, they received Dylan's death signals. Not a single part of his body remained, not even his bones. As for his dual 7 cores, they were also stolen by the same party, and they've yet to uncover the party's objective. Well, the messenger reminds him that the 6 elite heroes have shrunk down to the number 5. The current king is unaware of this news, as he's in seclusion. Leo, an incredibly strong dual red 7 core, is given immediate orders to return right away. But this command bothers him, and he refuses to sit around upon his return. He is filled with rage, and he doesn't give a damn if they're gonna stop him because he'll still investigate on his own. Leo begs him to do this, to which the other person decides to agree with, telling him that he's going to inform the other 3 heroes. Leo promises to send the results of his investigation a bit later, which would help the overall search mission. The caller emphasizes that Leo should calm down, understanding completely why he feels this way because Dylan and him shared a childhood. Though they're also grieving the guy's passing, nothing can be done at the moment to help their cause. The call cuts off, and a flash of their childhood passes by in his mind. He remembers the time they were just dumb kids playing around in the grass fields together. Overwhelmed with emotion, Leo grieves the loss of his best friend, questioning what the hell could have taken him out. Fury overwhelms every fiber of his being, and he erupts with a rage that demolishes the demonic cave with a terrifying outburst. His energy touches the very skies, and he assures Dylan's murderers that they're not even going to have a single part of their body left when he's done with them. Going back to our boys, Aang and Snow are flying full speed to reach Ranan's secret town. They're carrying Lena and the others since they're still too exhausted. In fact, our boy glances back at Liu and wonders if they should stop here for a break, but Liu assures him that she's okay alongside Suiju. It's just that Snow might be feeling the pressure by having to carry 2 people at the same time. Aang's homeboy also assures them that he's completely fine and urges them to keep going. Lena boosts everyone's morale and reminds them that stopping will be a death sentence now that they've killed Lord Dylan. She knows for a fact that the other 5 heroes are already investigating his cause of death as they speak. They can't waste time when faced with a life-threatening situation like that, and it's absolutely necessary to reach Ranan's town before the evening. Aang thinks everything will be okay and keeps going ahead. His comment draws the attention of Liu, who doesn't share any thoughts. A few hours later, the group finally arrives at the location of the secret town. This majestic place is surrounded by a stream of water, earning its name Oasis Town, with a classified level of C rank. Stepping foot in here, Aang celebrates his shock and returns to his normal form. He can't fathom how a C-rank town is in the middle of effing nowhere. The sight of the beautiful flora stuns them. Lena explains that this little town is the place that Ran An always intended to visit, and he even told her about it before he took off. They pedal forward to find the former hero, while Liu confirms their intentions regarding Ran An. Aang explains that it was Lena's idea to come here, knowing that they were in grave danger at the time and would be surrounded by the other heroes soon. But that part seems to be obvious to Liu. It appears that she's busy focusing on something else. Smiling at her, he wonders what's keeping her mind busy. Liu stops walking for a moment to face Aang directly, questioning his identity, his actual identity. That direct confrontation just now is something that leaves Lena with a sad look on her face, and she knows what's coming. Concealing his identity like always, Aang responds that it's a stupid question because, well, he's Aang. But Lu's not convinced. She knows that he is indeed Aang, the one they know and love. It's just that she's been wondering about his actual identity. She overviews the start of their journey, and from all of the experiences they went through. His unquestionable evolution and strength is a mystifying factor, and then came his association and connection with the legendary hero Lena, one who stood as a historic figure for humanity. It really boggles her mind, making Lu's brain question the obvious. Her mind has been racing for speculation, and at this point, she really wants to know the answer. Aang finally responds, declaring himself to be Aang. But then he gives her the real, authentic answer. He is the King Aang, the once strongest warrior of humanity, and the man who died half a century ago. His words are so paralyzing that they stun Snow into place. Our boy continues to reveal how he got here, stating that he experienced a reincarnation into the present world, having arrived with his current body. Hearing those words, Lu's body trembles, understanding the weight of what he just said. Even Snow is out here quivering in fear, questioning if it's really the truth. Aang confirms that he's just being honest with his friends at this point, since he's got nothing to hide anymore from them. He wants to be open with them regarding what lurks deep inside of his new body. The scene follows up with a detailed explanation of Aang sharing everything, literally everything regarding the timeline and what led to it all. Snow can't fathom the words coming out of his mouth. The idea of time travel and reincarnation seems like an otherworldly concept to him. He can't fathom that his friend is the same man who created Dawn City and led humanity to a path of hope. The once mightiest warrior reveals that he came into this world for unknown reasons again. Only this time, he has also become the vessel of the Crimson King Finn, the strongest King Finns to ever exist. Now this revelation is one that not even Lena knew about, so all three of them are having a reality check right now. Snow's lost for words, while Lena questions how a being even more capable than a 7-fin could exist. Lu understands his words, and Aang forwards by confirming that she too has a similar 8-fin level demon inside her body, with the ability to manipulate space and time. It is directly connected to the Black King Finn, representing the Black Core. Again, it comes as a shock to her system, and though she's already had her suspicions, she didn't think it would be this serious. A curious Lena inquires to know more about the concept of King Finns, and investigates the purpose behind them resting in their bodies. To that, our boy vaguely explains that he doesn't really know for sure, as the Crimson King always keeps his secrets from him, though he does know for sure that he has a good relationship with the Black King Finn. And now comes the most exciting part. His recollection of what actually went down when he as King Aang entered the ancient king's stele all those years ago. That was his first encounter with the 8-fin monsters. These demons were simply way out of his league, reducing him to a bloody pulp at the edge of his life. It doesn't add up why the Crimson King would go on to choose him as a vessel, or why to begin with. But it's clear that the demon has its own goals, and one day it might shift the course of humanity forever. However, Aang doesn't want to be focusing on the bigger picture because he's got other things to worry about. The new king alongside the new heroes are problematic as they are already, and he has to save Desha from confinement too. Finally, his goal is to come face to face with the new king, just to question his vision of the future for the concern of humanity. A worried Lu questions the purpose of the Crimson King and the Black King, and wonders if these demons will live inside their bodies forever. Basically, she's asking about the end of the line for Aang as a person. To that, he simply answers with an, "I don't know," because in truth, he really doesn't know at all. Only us viewers know about the goals of the Crimson King using him to take over his body someday. Well, our boy puts it in the light that he's only powerful because of the King Finn's power, but that very same power comes with a drawback. In every moment he can feel the demon glaring into his soul, observing his every last action, waiting for a chance. With all of that cleared, Aang expresses that he no longer has any secrets to hide anymore. He's opened himself to his companions because he thinks it's necessary for them to know these things. Snow finds himself in a questionable stance, and confesses that those secrets he just revealed are simply frightening to accept. He thinks that if Suiju was awake right now, she would crash the heck out because of her personality. At the same time, Snow expresses that even if a king that led humanity in the past, to him, he's his one true brother, and that Snow will always back him. Now that is a true homie right there. Lu also thanks him for revealing a vulnerable secret, and doesn't know where to go from here. Aang shares his gratitude back, expressing that they've been a huge help in his journey, and that they've already supported him more than enough. Then he turns to Lena and asks her to continue leading the way, because they've got to find Ran An and heal themselves properly before making the next move. Of course, though the legendary warrior is experienced and wise for her time, she fully understands the inner conflicts that Snow and Lu must be facing right now. She can see their frowning expressions, as if they're struggling to process everything. It will take time for them to truly adjust to their new reality. Well, the group moves forward until they're confronted by the city guards on top of the wall to back off. The one Fin Green Core warrior roars that outsiders aren't allowed in Oasis Town. In response, Lena clarifies that they're not enemies and simply require a place of refuge and rest, highlighting that her friend is injured and seeks immediate recovery from an old friend in the city. However, the one-fin warrior is suspicious of their intentions and thinks that it's unwise to trust demons wearing the appearance of humans. Oasis City barely gets any outsiders, so that's not helping either. Pissed off, Lena calls these people unreasonable, while Snow takes his turn and admits that they really need to rest. He reveals that they've come from the city of Helos, but before he can finish his sentence, the one-core hotshot throws a spear at them, declaring that if they don't leave, he'll kill them all. Aang decides to break his silence by aura farming, and with that all black drip and walking forth, questioning how they're going to kill them at all. He grabs the spear and snaps it in half using just his grip, looking raw as hell as he threatens to obliterate their town. Terrified, the one-core warrior sees his demonic eye and freaks out, alarming the other guards that the outsiders are demons. However, Aang's reckless approach just now has threatened their chances. Even his friends think it's a stupid move, but the Crimson King's killing intent is slowly corrupting his mind and forcing him to take an absolute action in every instance. Suddenly, a figure swoops from out of the city, into the air and crash lands right before them with a heavy stomp. Shocked, Aang dispels his transformation and finds himself at a loss for words. It really is the Golden Warrior Ran-An, standing right before his eyes. Ran-An sensed his godlike killing intent, and couldn't afford to wait but check for himself. He's also curious how any of the outsiders are going to get past him to get to the city gates. Witnessing the sight of their lord in action, the city guard informs him of the group's intentions. They're happy that he's personally taking care of these scumbag outsiders. But despite everything, Aang simply smiles at his old friend. Lena rushes up to him, revealing her identity and taking him by surprise. In response, he grabs his helmet and takes it right off, showing us a battle-hardened veteran with a face full of scars. A gush of emotions fills up his heart at the sight of his beloved old friend, as he questions what she's doing here. Lena reveals that they've come to rest because her friend is seriously injured and requires attention. In response, the Golden Warrior orders the guards to open the gates. This is a striking development, and the one-core warrior even objects to this decision, reminding his lord of the murderous aura from earlier. Ran-An assures him that nothing will happen as he's here in case things go wrong. The gates are ordered to open, welcoming them into the city. The scene transitions to Leo, who returns to Dawn City to regroup with his friends. Among the new 6 heroes is the dazzling dual 7-core purple warrior, Trina. She consoles her friend regarding the death of Dylan, though it's clear that Leo is more upset than anyone else and appears dazed from the news. Ignoring her, he takes his suitcase and reveals the new batch of cores that he retrieved from the nest. Among them are 6 different 7 dual cores. From the batch, he takes the red cores and hastens to leave, requesting for Dylan's combat data right at once. As he's leaving, she stops him. Trina shares that he's not going to be going alone on this investigation. Those are the orders they received from their leaders. Shocked, he turns around to ask if it's the new king who ordered them. Cutting them off, a shadowy figure appears, expressing that it's their first time working with humans. Leo is stunned for words as the man in robes makes his way. This is Fledgling, and he has decided to cooperate with Dawn City for the investigation process. In the following scene, they arrive at the same battle-scarred grounds where Aang and Dylan faced off. Leo appears pissed the hell off that he's being trailed by this guy, and Fledgling confronts his feelings immediately. The new hero turns around expressing that a pathetic 5-fin demon doesn't suit his attention if not for the orders they received. He orders the demon not to get in his way, or else he'll show him no mercy like the rest of demonkind. Fledgling accepts, while Leo goes on acting like he could easily kill this guy with just a single hand. Bro gets instantly humbled with a fucking reality check as Fledgling backshots him from behind, impaling him with his weapon. Leo is pissed off that the demon ambushed him from out of nowhere and turns around to kill him at once. But to his utter shock, nothing even happened. He's fine, and Fledgling is fine too. Leo checks his body and notices no wounds, which means that was an illusion just now, one of the highest degree because the experience felt far too real. From what it seems, this guy is definitely not a 5-fin, he's much more threatening than that. Fledgling emphasizes that his 5-fin persona is just an act that he's keeping up with. He turns around to show a true hint of his demonic powers, and assures Leo that both of them have an act of vengeance to follow through on this mission. That takes us back to Oasis City's tiny little house, where Suiju wakes up in utter shock and admiration for Aang's true identity. She finds it really cool while devouring all the food, making the best out of her agility core. Well, while they're devouring food, Aang reunites with his friends in the grass field. He's already done the liberty of explaining everything to Ran-An, and Lena even adds that their current mission is to find Desha and rescue him. They've already got a competent team, and with a bit of teamwork, things could change forever. Or so they thought, because the Great Earth Warrior walks up to our boy and nukes his damn face with a heavy punch, expressing his sheer anger. Lena didn't expect this turn of events and questions what he's doing. She tries to stop and confront him, but the moment she grabs his shoulder, her hand trembles in fear. Ran-An turns his undivided attention to the former king and absolutely starts demolishing our boy's face. He's pissed the hell off that their old king ventured deep into the ancient king's stele all by himself, costing him his life and threatening humanity's fate forever, leaving it defenseless. The pain and agony that humanity endured all because of Aang's reckless decision permanently altered the course of history. Witnessing this fight from the hut, Aang's friends are alerted and immediately rush out to help him. But as they're coming to help, all of them are immediately frozen in place, unable to move another step. An grabs our boy's collar, pulling him forward and screaming in his face for leaving all his comrades to die and humanity to rot without a home. He can't stomach that the same ignorant king who left them all alone is now here to play the hero and save everyone. Aang understands the weight of his actions and apologizes to his dear old friend, begging him to help him in this battle once more, and reassuring him that he will redeem himself this time. Having caught a glimpse of his old king's face, the legendary warrior is moved to tears. Witnessing the commotion, Ranan's family also arrives. His wife and son are shocked, and the young kid even threatens the malicious group for getting on the wrong side of his father. Lena and Aang are both at a loss for words. They realize that this guy has an actual family now. The Golden Warrior embraces his king and apologizes for no longer being the same Ranan of the past. He confesses his pathetic action of having fled to a small town for his own safety, to live out a life as part of a family, to cherish his loved ones. And now that he has become part of a family, he doesn't see a path for him as a warrior. No longer does he possess his old strength either. In fact, he's even missing an arm, which is why Lena's hand shivered earlier. The poor guy just wants to protect his family and his town, and his words are enough to move Aang to tears. Lowering himself before his old king, the pitiful warrior begs him to take his rest and make his leave. Shortly after, they take their stay at Ran's place, where Suiju is teasing the little boy and assuring him that they're not here to cause any trouble. All they care about is taking some rest. Of course, being as pretty as she is, the little bro is turned into an embarrassed boy. Snow grabs him and assures the kid that they harbor good intentions and even specialize in killing demons. Hilariously, Bro doesn't seem to have the same enthusiasm as he did when it came to Suiju just now. The Golden Warrior's golden wife prepares food for her guests, and the girls Liu and Lena are also helping out to speed up the process. It's the first time she's ever had so many guests eating at their place, so it made her nervous if she could even handle it all on her own. Ranan's wife reveals that this city doesn't really see outsiders at all, which is why they were distrustful and lashed out at them at first. Apologizing for their outburst, she hopes they understand. Liu agrees that it's normal for them to react in this way, especially when they come here uninformed. She's wearing a cute bear apron and I honestly love it. Chiming in with her own comment, Lena assures the lady that they're eternally grateful for being given a place to rest. It's a favor they'll never forget. Ranan's wife is really happy they feel that way and hopes to share a wonderful meal with them. Meanwhile, our boy is out here sitting by himself watching the sun go down. It's clear that his old friend's words from earlier affected him a lot. Speaking of Ranan, he personally comes to see his old king. Every time Aang turns to look at him, the guy sees a vision of his beloved king in his face. The Golden Warrior admits that everything he said about the time travel and reincarnation part was too ridiculous for him to accept at first. That's why he lashed out and started punching the fucker out of nowhere. But now that he's replaying the scenario in his head, he realizes that he overstepped his boundaries. Offering his apology, the Golden Warrior kneels down and properly salutes his old king, sharing the same youthful enthusiasm of his former years. They share a conversation together, where Ranan catches him up to speed about what happened, how he was injured and fled his way here. At first he was convinced that he wouldn't survive, but there he met a baddie nurse, who took him in and nurtured him until his wounds recovered. She never questioned his past, and merely embraced him with open arms. Soon they developed feelings for each other, and that became a transitional stage in his life. He had left his position as one of the old 6 heroes and no longer fought to protect the world. His only mission was to protect and love his wife, and to defend his home. Time passed and they ended up having a son, having another reason to protect the life he lived. Ranan truly thinks that his family is his eternal pleasure and that he's won in life because of them. Expressing his utmost happiness for his old friend, Aang comforts him for having found a life. To him, this kind of life was never even possible. There was far too much pressure on him as the world's strongest warrior, the king, and the hope of humanity. Even though he had never shared intentions to lead his life in this way, he knew his role, which is why he never stopped pushing forward. At a critical moment, the king disregarded everyone's advice and decided to venture into the ancient king's stele to uncover the truth. He wanted to unsheathe the reality that was hidden from them, the one that fixed permanent disaster upon the world. It was the role he thought he was meant for, which is why he headed right inside. To Aang, reality is simple. He doesn't want to be comforted by the temporary safety of the present, as it's a form of self-deception that can be stolen at any time. He knew that he had to end the tragedy at the heart of the problem, which is why he did what he needed to do. The Golden Warrior argues that despite his intentions, Aang's actions ended up misleading his people and resulting in a war that threatened humanity's existence. He apologizes for being able to understand his king's true intentions back then, but the effects are clear. However, the old warrior confirms that those intentions are exactly the reason that Aang remained the one true king. Speaking of kings, the once mightiest warrior is curious about the new king's position and where he intends to lead humanity. Ever since he faced off against Dylan's demonization form, he realized that the new heroes are also capable of tapping into the might of the demons. This revelation fills him up with worry regarding the new king's secret intentions. However, the Golden Warrior shrieks in horror and begs his king not to oppose the decisions of the new ruler. He himself has seen the new king's true power, and it's something that is the definition of fear. However, Aang shares a different opinion with a smile on his face. After all, his encounter with the new king is inevitable. The Crimson King side of him reveals itself and declares that it is more than powerful enough to defeat him. In response, Ranon basically embodies the surprised Pikachu face, unable to comment anything in return. In the next scene, the group sits down for a delicious dinner. Ranan's wife even prepared a bigger table for them to eat comfortably. It's been a while since the Golden Warrior enjoyed such a nice meal. However, the same comforting meal is disrupted when the Crimson King Tide is summoned with electrifying force out of nowhere, stunning our boy in place. The weapon quickly reforms into his arm, as if it senses the arrival of something or someone. The sword alerts his companion of the impending danger. Aang is the only one who understands what's going on, while his friends fail to comprehend his reaction. A falcon appears to be flying towards the house, as two sharp forces of destruction annihilate the house in one swing. With the house obliterated, Aang's group manages to escape just in time with everyone intact. Taking a closer peek at the intruders, they come to find Fledgling and Leo, who have located them in Oasis City just like the demon predicted they would. Thanks to Fledgling's search birds, nothing escapes his sight, and he can find anyone through them. Aang stares in confusion, while Leo breaks his silence, harboring intense fury as he questions if he is the one responsible for slaughtering Dylan. Let's go back a few hours and see how these two managed to get here in the first place. Leo expressed his concerns regarding why they came to the site of Dylan's death in the first place, prompting the demon to respond that it's the only way to find the one responsible for killing him. The new hero confronted him directly and questioned what the demon meant by his earlier statement regarding the act of revenge. You see, all of it goes back to what happened to Fledgling's dear old companion. He wants to make things right and search for a powerful being responsible for his demise. Coincidentally, he's found clues that link him all the way here, where Dylan fought the same person he's looking for and left the terrain destroyed. The coincidence is far too convenient for the demon to simply put off, which is why he's choosing to cooperate with humanity. Those are the orders Fledgling personally received from his superiors. Leo thinks it's all a waste of time if he's got no clues on their target, but suddenly finds himself surprised when the demon retrieves one of his birds. The little one has come with some intriguing information and shares all the knowledge. This little thing has actually spotted all 4 of the attackers instead of just 2, demonic humans that are capable of boasting humanity and wielding the demon's powers. Turns out that they were injured and decided to leave. Leo is startled by this information and questions where they went, causing the bird to express that they flew in a certain direction. Following that same direction, both of them took off in the air to follow that same path. And that leads them to the present, where they discovered the Oasis City. The one thing that boggles Leo's mind is why a bunch of human warriors would go on the attack and kill one of the new heroes of humanity. As for Fledgling, he sets his sights on his target too, knowing that there's a dark demonic aura flaunting off of Aang's arm. Though he doesn't understand the source of his powers, he's certainly intrigued by it. Our boy internalizes his concern, inquiring about the strength levels of both of his opponents. The sword takes a second to reveal the haunting reality. It declares Fledgling as someone far more powerful than the likes of Dylan at his full strength. The man in the robes is exuding a haunting aura that feels strange for even the Crimson Sword. Well, anyway, Leo spirals into craziness and goes on the offensive to kill the bastard who slaughtered his best friend. He pummels Aang with the force of a fierce lion charging at him. That single punch of his exudes enough pressure to send the rest of the group bracing from the impact. Meanwhile, our boy appears to be holding his ground and quickly transforms into his demonic state, taking Leo by surprise. He can't believe that Aang was able to block an attack of that scale coming from the mightiest 6 heroes of humanity. Menacingly, our boy glares at him with his demonic eyes. This fills up Leo's face with fury, as he recalls the one responsible for killing Dylan. He pulls a back fist to throw Aang back, who doesn't sustain damage and simply gets pushed back. An enraged Leo channels all of his strength, causing his hair to spike up and lightning bolting on him. Promising Aang a painful death, he sets into motion. Meanwhile, our boy senses a similar demonic aura from this guy like he felt with Dylan, which confirms that he too can demonize and become way more powerful. Liu calls out the big question, inquiring about their attacker's identity. Lena finally reveals that they're dealing with the Red Lion, Leo, one of the new 6 heroes. Meanwhile, the Golden Warrior is busy protecting his family, questioning how the hell they managed to track them down all the way here. Unfortunately, he's so weak that he can't even defeat any of them in his current state. Well, it still doesn't stop our boy's friends from transforming into their demonic states to help him out. All three of them are ready to confront the attackers together. Lena also intends to join the fight, but our boy strictly orders her to secure Ranan's family firsthand. Objecting to Aang's order, she reminds him that they're going up against the mighty Red Lion, and that there's nothing stopping his wrath. Adding to her concerns, Aang also reveals that the guy next to him is an incredibly powerful demon, and high-level demons never appear alone. They're almost always surrounded with a swarm following them around. This increases the danger, which is why Lena rushes to transport Ranan and his family to safety. She grabs them all together and bolts away. Meanwhile, the three demonic humans confront Leo in an effort to take him down. However, despite their combined assault, Leo faces no difficulty taking them head-on. His reaction speed is off the charts, as noted by Lu, even though he doesn't even possess an agility blue core. Meanwhile, Fledgling is out here enjoying his meal, watching the battle unfold and wondering why Aang isn't teaming up to assist his friends against the all-powerful Red Lion. The thing is, our boy is genuinely threatened by Fledgling's discomforting aura, deeming him a far greater threat than the new hero. The battle between the Red Lion and Aang's comrades continues its course. All three of them appear to be ineffective even with their combined attacks. Liu seizes charge of the attack and orders them to surround the hero with crushing blows. She thinks that even if he's one of the finest heroes around, there's just no way he will be able to make it out of all three of their attacks. At the least, they can prevent him from reaching Aang. Liu wants to allow Aang the opportunity to face off against Fledgling in the meantime, because the moment they take down even one of them, the battle will turn in their favor. Snow charges with a brutal overhead but misses the attack. He follows up with his dual fists, but Leo faces no difficulty blocking the attack. Even the muscle behemoth Snow has to admit that this guy's strength is way out of their league, while Leo casually glares at him. Suiju makes the best out of this opening and blitzes right in, aiming to attack him from behind. Her sharp strike misses the warrior, only being able to graze his hair. He turns to keep track of her movements, while Suiju's face turns to shock, questioning how the hell he dodged that. Even though they're dealing with a red core warrior, this guy's got the speed of a blue core and a durability of a yellow core, making him well-rounded and extremely formidable to deal with. Liu wonders if this level of strength is what it truly means to become a part of the Elite Six heroes. Still, they charge again to take him down, but for some reason, she doesn't feel right about any of this. Even as they're hammering him with hundreds of hits, hoping to connect at least one, Leo casually fends off every single one. As for Aang, bro is hilariously waiting for his opponent to make a move and gets so impatient that he decides to take the charge himself. Supercharging with red lightning, this man obliterates the very ground he was standing on as he takes off with riveting speed. He blitzes past Fledgling's body, only to realize that he missed the attack, and that it was an afterimage. Fledgling reappears in a different sport, smiling at his opponent and expressing his discomfort at taking on opponents of Aang's caliber. The demon disappears as if he were never there, startling our boy. The only reason Aang even reacts in time is because the Crimson King Tide informed him of the demon's location. Fledgling retrieves from his attack, annoyed that he wasn't able to get a hit in just now. Aang realizes that this has become a battle of speed and prepares himself to meet his opponent in equal force. The Crimson King Tide is more than happy to boost him with its strength. In the very next second, Aang disappears like he was lightning itself and teleports all the way to Fledgling. This technique is called the Multiple Lightning Bind, and it allows him to create multiple copies of him using tremendous speed to confuse his opponent. The attack actually connects and obliterates the ground with every hit Aang connects with Fledgling. But not just that, this dude literally appears right in his face again and claws his way through Fledgling's body with a perfect strike. The demon quivers in pain, blood gushing out of his body as he grabs Aang's arm and commends him for being astonishingly fast. However, he feels bad for the poor warrior for having killed the wrong target. The real Fledgling is already behind him. In comes the plot twist. Aang didn't just get fooled by a fake copy. In fact, he actually ended up attacking Liu with a powerful hit. While she trembles in his grasp, Aang is filled with emotion, realizing the weight of his actions. But this too is a trick crafted by the demon, as the Crimson King Tide informs Aang that it's an illusion. The illusion suddenly breaks, and no longer can he spot Liu's body within his grasp. Bro is out here facing Itachi's Genjutsu or some shit. Back to Leo's side, the new hero is interestingly overwhelmed and gets sliced apart. But that too is an illusion, as Liu realizes that Leo is already gone. They look around wondering where he went, while Fledgling emerges at the top, showing his dominance. He taunts them for being distracted so easily, which is exactly why Liu felt off when she interacted with Leo's body earlier. But that begs the question, was he never even real in the first place? Snow can't fathom how they were facing an illusion with such realistic scale and strength. Aang fills them in that sometimes, illusions are so powerful that they are difficult to tell apart from the real thing. It now makes sense to him that they're dealing with an extremely powerful illusion demon. Roaring at the demon in frustration, the warrior questions where Leo went. Amusingly, the purple-haired freak looks down at them and reveals that Leo's on his way to enjoy a good time with the family that took off. This revelation changes everything, stunning every single one of them in place. Leo went after Lena and Ranan based on Fledgling's orders, who wanted to leave no witnesses alive. And now that he's personally interacted with the four of them in battle, Fledgling is confident in what he sensed that day. He had sensed the aura exuding from Liu and Ang, but his words don't make sense to her, imploring her to question what he's talking about. The day his precious little one met her death, the ones responsible for slaughtering her were none other than Ang and Liu, even though he personally agreed to cooperate with Leo so they could take revenge together. But now, Fledgling shares no intentions of holding back any longer and intends to go all out. The scene shifts to the people of the Oasis City, who can feel the ground trembling beneath their feet. They think it's an earthquake and quickly start to evacuate to safer areas. While the people are causing chaos, Ranan and Lena are making their way among the crowd. The Golden Warrior leaves his family among the people, instructing them to stay here and avoid running around. Worried, his wife tells him to be careful while his son promises his papa that he'll look after his mother. The Golden Warrior hurries to the city wall, urging Lena to follow right at once. That leads us to the city walls, where the city guard is trembling in fear at the sight of an impossible situation. Luckily, the Golden Warrior and his companion arrive at the scene. Ranan orders the guard to report the situation at once, but the best he could do is point the hero to the incoming demonic wave. The moment Ranan sets his eyes on the landscape, all he sees is hundreds of bloodthirsty demons charging up ahead. The demon wave staggers Lena, and it's not just their numbers, it's their ranks too, as the lowest level among the demonic wave bears the 3 Fin rank. The problem is, Oasis City is off to a remote area separate from the rest of the demonic nests. This means the wave was intentionally called by someone. Lena connects the dots and realizes that those 2 assailants must be the ones responsible for this wave. Speaking of them, Leo bursts out of nowhere and crashes just outside the city walls. Releasing his aura, he shocks both Ranan and Lena with his sudden appearance, because this guy is supposed to be fighting Aang's friends instead. It also turns out that the demons aren't even intending to harm him, as they make their way past the hero without any trouble. Comprehending what's going on, Lena realizes that the new 6 Heroes faction shares an alliance with the demons, which further means the new king is also a questionable figure. Leo looks up at them as if he's innocent of any crimes, and shares that none of them will be able to expose their alliance, hinting at their deaths. The Golden Warrior understands that everything he's been through boils down to this singular moment. This battle will decide the crushing fate of Oasis City itself. Going back to Liu, she senses the alarming arrival of the demon wave and informs the group. Ang urges both Suiju and Lena to go and help Lena and the others from the demon tide. This is an alarming order coming from the guy who's going to be facing the illusion demon all alone. Liu thinks this is a dangerous plan, but our boy intends to solo this guy and expresses his desire to leave. Frustrated, Liu takes her companions to head right towards their side. However, Mr. Freaky Purple Demon over here demands them not to leave. Ang decides to burst at him to shut his mouth for good. He unleashes a clean slash, but once again gets fooled by the hyper-realistic illusion created by the demon. In response, the demon unleashes a void of demonic dark energy, engulfing Aang into a space of pitch black. He's standing in the middle of an illusion space, not knowing what's coming for him next. Suddenly, 3 eyes pop out of the space, startling him. Meanwhile, Liu and the others are also trapped in the same dark environment. Liu tries to call out to our boy, helplessly looking for him. Suiju is the same, wandering in complete confusion, not knowing where she is headed. Finally, there is Snow, who arrives in the barren Earthland, not knowing where he is. Aang witnesses the sight of his friends being helplessly caught in the illusion, and realizes that this illusion space is immensely powerful. With the kind of power he's dealing with, our boy is starting to realize that this guy may be way more powerful than a mere 7-fin demon. Fledgling appears right behind him, walking up to the demonic human, and awaiting the sight of Aang's face filling up with dread when he sees his friends dying before his eyes. The Super 7-fin demon reveals its true form, Youngbird. Youngbird shares that he loves messing around with powerful people just to see their struggling reactions. It fills up his heart with joy to watch them struggle instead of killing them right away. Extremely pissed off, Aang throws down a cataclysmic thunderbolt from the heavens. This ability is called Instant Thunder, and I guess bro is harnessing the power of Zeus at this point. Well, even with that strike, the illusion merely fades, and Youngbird reappears before his eyes again, confirming that no matter how hard Aang tries to hit him, the result will be all the same. This confirms to our boy that fighting this guy is basically pointless at this point, and even the Crimson King Tide agrees with this approach, urging him to save his strength as there's nothing solid in the illusion. To the demon's surprise, Aang displays a level of calmness he didn't expect, as if he's been through situations like these before. Youngbird agrees that fighting him is pointless in his domain, and yes, this is straight up a domain expansion apparently. The illusion demon expresses that he's even capable of controlling the flow of time in this domain, and he reminds Aang not to waste his precious creation. He wants this guy to look at his companions struggling to death, and reveals that it's been 2 whole days for Liu and the others, even though only a few minutes have passed here. Lu is caught up in a vine trap, snaring her into place. She manages to get out by cutting the vines clean, but that doesn't address the real problem. How the hell will she escape this place? None of her efforts are working, and she's incurring wounds back to back. Though she can use her regeneration ability to replenish herself, Young Bird pops right in front of her and assures her that the swamp will siphon every last bit of energy she has left. Then we go back to the perspective of Snow, who is enduring tireless heat and exhaustion in this empty space, questioning how he's going to be able to find a way out. Suddenly, flaming sand twisters pop out of nowhere to clobber him down. Snow reacts swiftly and blocks them using his durable skills, but more of them quickly catch up to him, impaling his body with precise strikes. Young Bird admits that his durability is quite something, but it's pointless when this wasteland will devour him whole. Torturing him psychologically, the demon shares that Snow's teammates might already be dead, and that it's time for him to kick the bucket too and die along with them. Finally, Suiju uses her immense speed to cut apart dozens of her own mirages. But despite her best efforts, she's starting to get overwhelmed after cutting them non-stop for 2 days straight. Young Bird pops out here too, sharing that despite her speed, the mirage will best her eventually. He wonders if her incredible speed is fast enough to outrun her own reflection. All three of them are struggling, and Aang witnesses the scene, realizing that if he doesn't break this domain soon, his friends will be tortured to death. But the fact of the matter is, his attacks are pointless against the illusion demon. The same is the case for his friends, who are powerless to break free or make an effect. Filled up with frustration, the Crimson King's vessel clenches his fist, admitting that there is no way out of the illusion from the inside. But suddenly an idea comes flying in his head. Though it's true that the illusion can't be broken from the inside, the opposite is the case from the outside. Once again, it's just a domain expansion with a barrier weak to outside attacks. The perspective cuts to the demon tide marching its way. The Golden Warrior urges Lena to prepare herself for combat, even though she's worried about Ranan's missing arm. Even with his lost arm, he fully intends to guard this city with his life. And it's not like they're a bunch of rookies either. They're the original 6 heroes and a force to be reckoned with. Joining forces, both of them burst from the city wall with incredible speed. Their landing alone generates enough of a shockwave that it slaughters the demons in the surrounding area. Lena and Ranan are ready to rumble, which makes Leo gesture to the demons to stop advancing. He addresses both of them as the remnant of the previous 6 heroes, and dubs them as nothing more than a part of ancient history, alongside the old king. Unleashing his true form, Leo goes into demonization and shares an appearance similar to our boy with his white hair and horns. This side of him terrifies Lena, while the demonized Leo orders them to come at him with all their might, because if they lose, the demon wave will quickly sweep in to obliterate the entire city. Young Bird taunts our protagonist by pointing out the suffering of his friends. Ecstatic, the demon manically laughs, beginning the helpless warrior to come and try to attack him, to quell his helpless rage. It brings him great joy that Aang is incapable of protecting his loved ones or even taking down the threat right before his eyes. Instead, he's trapped in an endless illusion that he can't break free from. And the moment his friends are killed, Young Bird intends to kill Aang in the same manner, as it would be the best way to exact his revenge. But the demon miscalculated one thing. Aang highlights that his friends aren't to be underestimated so easily. To Young Bird's shock, Lena appears to be standing strong, refusing to give up as the team's captain and mustering the courage to break free. Snow is being pummeled by 5 twisters at once, and despite his energy barrier being overwhelmed, he thinks of it as nothing more than a mere storm. Suiju, who is facing her clones, remains steadfast and stays on top of her game. It strikes the demon confused, as he wonders how they're still going strong even after succumbing to his illusions. Aang points out the miscalculated move on behalf of Fledgling. All these years, there has been one single reason the humans have continued to survive without being wiped out. In his pathetic defense, Young Bird bites back by saying that he's only keeping Aang alive so he could torture him. To him, humans are a far inferior race in comparison. The warrior turns to him and strips free of his demonic state. This time, Aang intends to smoke this guy with his bare hands. His thunderous aura is enough to alert the demon that he's not messing around either. Young Bird quivers in confusion, questioning why he's fearing such a terrifying aura. Raising his hand, the once mightiest hero of humanity spouts that the qualities of trust, courage, and hope are the 3 values that are responsible for keeping humanity alive. They're the reason it will never be wiped out. While this is happening, Aang summons a massive storm just over the elusive domain. The sky crackles with red lightning while Young Bird realizes this guy's goal. He fully intends to destroy the barrier from the outside. Clasping his fist shut, the old king roars the heavens to break this illusion in his name. A massive bolt of lightning strikes down the domain, cracking it. Those same cracks start to appear in each of the spaces that his friends are trapped in. Lu notices it, followed by Snow, and then finally Suiju. Their faces are lit up with joy, and they know that Aang is responsible for creating this effect. Young Bird fails to comprehend the level of his powers, and does his best to repair the elusive domain. But it matters little now that it's already broken. The massive bolt of lightning is visible from the outside the city walls, where Lena and Ran An realize that Aang is manipulating such a power. The Golden Warrior remarks that this new power is completely different from the one that Aang used in his demonic state. In fact, this power is something that terrifies the demonic tidal wave, causing them to retreat despite their numbers. Leo observes the scene, and wonders if Fledgling lost the battle, and if his illusion techniques were exploited. Thinking of him as a trash companion, Leo takes matters into his own hands and warps ahead with insane speed to attack the legendary heroes. The Golden Warrior goes up first to confront him, and blocks his attack using his incredible Earth Shield, but the sheer impact of that punch sends shockwaves and creates a crater on impact. Unfortunately, despite his best attempt to carve up a shield, the Golden Warrior is overwhelmed as his defenses are shattered and the punch strikes him down. Thankfully, Lena is right there to support him with instant healing, ensuring that he takes minimal injuries. That punch wasn't a light one, it literally shattered this guy's sternum, and if not for Lena to heal him just now, it would have put him down for good. Lena analyzes their chances, and realizes that they're dealing with an opponent whose demonization power exceeds that of Lord Dylan. Leo tauntingly calls them the trash of the ancient era, and finds them boring for being unable to take even a single punch from him. Coming back to the illusion barrier, the domain cracks open, exposing the trapped warriors to the outside world again. Liu and the others gain their senses while Aang wonders if they're okay. He warns them to stay on their guard, because they're dealing with a terrifying opponent here. Having experienced the illusion firsthand, Liu remarks that she couldn't even tell with her senses if the illusion was real or not, which shows young Bird's precise control over his creations. The only reason she survived the domain is because she had utmost trust in her friends to do something, or else her spirit would have been broken sooner. The same goes for Snow, who thought of the experience as torturesome. He kept holding on, knowing Aang would do something about it. Suiju also expresses her faith in Aang, as if he were their strongest weapon, the mightiest warrior of history. If only he hadn't shattered that illusion, they would have been tortured to death. The Super 7 Fin they're dealing with is in a league of its own, and surpasses every other demon they've faced in battle. While they're glazing the villain, the demon is out here wondering the source of Aang's lighting power. It seems like it's a unique ability reserved for him, and it's a kind of lightning that makes the demon's hearts quiver in fear. Convinced that Aang must have used this same power to kill his dear companion, young Bird unleashes a purple vortex to express his fury. Transforming right away, our boy clashes with the storm all alone, facing it head-on. As he's holding him off, Liu asks if he's going to be okay dealing with this guy by himself. He assures his friends that he's going to be fine, as long as they hurry to Lena and support her in the fight against Leo. The clash results in a giant explosion, rippling out mushroom smoke as if a bomb just went off. As the smoke clears, only Aang's presence can be spotted. The rest of his friends dash away into the air to make it to Lena's side. Watching them escape, young Bird expresses his annoyance. Our boy pisses him off even more by mocking him for being incompetent. He's also starting to realize the power of his unique lighting is supremely effective against demons. Emerging from the smoke, Aang takes on a newer and evolved form, one that has traces of lightning energy synchronizing with his body. Young Bird is frightened at the very sight of it, while Aang embraces his new lightning demonic form. His sudden evolution is a joke to Fledgling, who thinks this is all just a flashy nothing-burger transformation. So to test it out, he blitzes Aang and attempts to strike him down in point-blank range. Young Bird uses an ability called Phantom Heart Ripping, which manifests two large hands to attack his opponent from both sides. In response, our boy cooks up a storm with an ability of his own, the Roar of the Thunder Dragon. He summons a literal lightning dragon to face off against young Bird's vortex. The clash is overwhelming for the demon, and eventually he is hammered by the majestic thunder dragon snapping its way through. The fight's not over, and young Bird is beginning to despise Aang for spamming his lightning ability. In an effort to catch him with a different skill, young Bird pops out the heartbreaking ghostly shadow technique. This skill sends out multiple manifested phantoms aimed to outnumber his target. In response, our boy convulses his body to charge his thunderous intensity, and then stretches out to release lightning spears from around him, killing all of the phantoms with a single attack. Once again, young Bird is astonished, and those same trails of lightning make their way to target him as well. Luckily for him, he evades just in time and zips up a path to target our boy directly this time. Their epic battle ensues as both sides match the other with equal force, rendering explosions with every hit. It's as if two gods were going head-to-head against each other. In the end, Aang seizes the upper hand with his lightning form and bashes young Bird away, who is covered in numerous wounds by this point. Glaring at his opponent, Aang assures the demon that he is a direct counter to all of his illusions because of his lightning ability, as well as surpassing him in combat. Long story short, it's the end of the line for this guy, but this is a reality that young Bird simply cannot accept. He is enraged, and though he was planning on saving his energy to kill Aang's friends later, he no longer intends to hold back. Using every last bit of his strength, this guy literally summons a freaking black hole. With an ability of this scale unleashed, the demon declares that Aang will suffer the most painful death of all. Aang suffers being wrapped in the spatial warp. He can't even fathom how a literal black hole grew from inside of his body. The scale of this power is beyond his comprehension. Young Bird explains that his ability carves out a black hole directly from the position of his target, which is freaking overpowered if you ask me. Then, he compresses the portal to maximize the damage caused to the target. It's an unblockable, unavoidable attack that no one can escape from. Even Aang internalizes just how dominating this move truly is, which is nothing short of the brilliance of the illusion demon. Even when Aang tries to conjure his lightning energy, he can't because it affects everything. With a satisfied look on his face, Fledgling takes enjoyment in his suffering and hopes for Aang to experience the horrors of his trump card. The portal begins to shrink into a tiny point, reducing to a fraction of its size. This black hole has now become an embodiment of endless suffering, and inside its dimension, torture is boundless until the victim experiences total death. No living being on Earth is capable of emerging out of this ability alive. That's the same case for Aang, who is currently being tortured by the endless pain, screaming his lungs out just to contain his body. His demonic core is overreacting, while hundreds of demonic illusions swim in space just to devour him alive. These illusions devour his energy, sucking the life out of his core and swallowing him whole. Aang's body convulses and his arm is shattering apart. His entire body is rippling in pain while the ghosts torment his energy. The thing about these ghosts is that they're not even physical entities, but they are the very representation of pain given form. Currently, the hero is experiencing the pain of being sliced open with a knife, the agony of being burned alive, the freezing cold pain of ice swallowing him alive. All of it is connected to his deepest fears and regrets in life, his memories. In this void, the warrior's consciousness is reliving a constant cycle of suffering, and he can physically feel his body age faster than ever. His skin becomes wrinkly, and his bones are weaker than ever. His hair is gray, and all of his might is no longer what it used to be. The moment he reaches the end of this cycle, it flips the board and attacks him from the other side. This time it tortures him from his childhood, and agonizes him with the traumatic memories of what he just endured. He fastens up to being a young man again, continuously experiencing countless lives. First as an ordinary human, then as someone who watched his loved ones die, followed by experiencing the life of a warrior, one who was demolished on the battlefield and ripped clean by the demons. Finally, he experiences his life as the lonely king who suffered deep regret leading his comrades to death. Every single cycle adds a new layer, an even greater pain as the torture continues. His flesh aches and rips apart. His brain no longer functions. His emotions are tortured. All of that is what's happening inside of this tiny little dot. Young Bird highlights that Aang is going through a countless cycle of suffering, one that is filled with an eternal lifetime of torture. It's an ability so torturesome that not even the current 6 heroes are capable of surviving it once caught inside. Things seem to be playing out well for the demon, until he hears a crack. The black hole manifests into a larger size, while Young Bird relives the memories he shared with the little bird. At last, Young Bird lets go of the illusion, shattering the black hole and releasing Aang, confirming that he has taken his vengeance at last. Drawing his body near his face, the demon amusingly wonders when Aang's spirit decided to break. But suddenly, our boy opens his eyes and instantly transforms into his lightning demon form again. Alarmed, Young Bird finds it inconceivable that someone managed to survive his black hole. But before he can finish his sentence, our boy spears him with a searing stab from behind, calling him a fool for underestimating him again, as he is none other than the living embodiment of the strongest human warrior.